First entry. One day in the year 2023, they were called to another world. More specifically, a part of the city was summoned. The place where it was summoned was in the game of transcendent beings of the players. The city was summoned as a game piece. 224th entry players roll the dice and move their pieces. Where the figure stops is where the mission drops off. Players must complete incredibly difficult and harrowing missions. They include investigation battles and the like. It is the player's job to protect the figure until it reaches the finish line. 743rd entry. Figure number 76 and the player failed. The pieces that lose are destroyed. Players share the same fate as the piece. It was unknown if the tapes would be released to anyone, but the players hope that others will avoid the same fate as them. The most important rule is not to go against the players. No matter how strong the abilities or weapons are at the end of the day, players are just pawns. Choi Yul walked over to the figure sitting on the throne and took the notebook lying beside her and opened it. After reading the contents, he threw the notebook on the ground and flew up, thinking he already knew everything. He then flew upward from the small island where the figure was. The spirit next to him gazed at Choi Yul and pointed his spear at him. The spear struck Choi Yul's outstretched arm and broke apart. He then attacked the spirit. There was an explosion and the spirit was thrown back. The players can still be defeated, provided there's a good reference book. Choi Yul decided for himself that he wasn't going to suffer meekly while waiting to die. Before he returns to his world, Choi Yul will be done with the players and this game. That alone would be the finale. The head of the figure sitting on the throne vaporized and the helmet fell to the ground. That day was as ordinary and quiet as any other day. Choi Yul was listening to music on his headphones as he walked down the street. No one expected it to be the last peaceful day in history. Something fell next to Choi Yul's foot and shone a light around him. People around panicked, not knowing what was happening. Some assumed it was a terrorist attack or an earthquake. A cliff formed under Choi Yul's feet. He looked down in surprise. The city appeared as if on a huge colliery standing on a small piece of land. Looking forward, Choi Yul assumed that it was a spatial movement or a post-world. A galagram appeared in front of each person. On it was written that the game had started and that it was necessary to roll a die. Looking at the message, Choi Yul didn't realize what the cube was. Suddenly, the girl next to him raised her finger to the sky and shouted that it was there. Everyone raised their heads. Above the city, a huge game cube floated in the sky. A message appeared on the galagram that the 8th piece should go 3 squares forward. The ground beneath my feet began to move. The scrap of earth stood on column number 8. At that moment, Choi Yul realized that they had been called into the game except that they were not players. The earth stopped. Choi Yul put his hands on the glass that domed the city. He assumed the player was the one who rolled the dice. Then he remembered how he had played before and realized that this city was just a piece chosen by the player. It seemed that if this player needed a figure, he could only summon a town. Why was it worth moving people along with him? A chime sounded. A new notification appeared in the hologram. The game was at the first level. The defense time is 3 days. Another land had joined the edge of the city. The people still didn't understand what was happening, but the hologram said that the mission was about to begin. The end of the game was the destruction of all bases. If the game is over, the figure will die. When people saw this message, they were scared because they didn't realize what would happen to them. Panic set in. Some shouted that it was nonsense, and some went to the dome and knocked on the glass, asking to be brought back. Taking off his earpiece, Choi Yul thought it was pointless to shout, because if they wanted to, they would have spoken to the people from the beginning. It seemed like the best thing the ladies could do right now was to focus on those messages. Then a cube like a ball with 100 faces appeared from the galagram. The message said that the people should roll the die. A man standing nearby shouted something approaching. It was clear it wasn't the rescue team. From the forest that joined the city, a horde of monsters ran at the people. When the people saw them, they fled. But the monsters were faster and immediately overtook the last ones to attack them. Behind Choi Yul, a monster appeared behind him swinging a baton at him. He threw a punch and Choi Yul was thrown forward. That's when it became clear what people are for. They were the troops protecting the figure. People must protect the figures to keep moving toward the goal. A dice game with creatures that can be gods or demons. The monsters stood with a bloody baton looking at Choi Yul, who had fallen into a mountain of boxes. Behind the monster's back appeared a creature resembling a girl with wings holding a spear. She stuck her weapon into the ground and a vortex appeared in that spot. It swirled with great speed, knocking the monsters to the ground. When the storm died down, people saw a girl standing in the center. They were amazed that she had destroyed all the monsters in an instant. That was Go Hyo Ju, a first-level character from the Ordinary Citizen class. Her weapon was an Empyrean Flame Dragon Fang, a spear of the legendary class. Extending her arm, Hyoju shouted for all the injured to run to Namsan Tower because the military and police are forming a line of defense. She also asked me to roll the dice as soon as possible. People looked at the ball in her hand and wondered if it was a dice. Hyoju explained that if you roll a die, it will turn into equipment according to the number. However, you must retreat if you drop ordinary class equipment, and those with a class higher than magic class must help Hyoju. A new wave of monsters rushed towards them. The girl who had gotten the shield shouted that she should do as Hyoju said. On that day, people lost their ordinary lives. They began to lead very different lives. On the first day of the new year, countless people lost their lives. That's when the heroes were born. On the 8th figure, Choi Yul became the strongest. His cube fell quite accidentally out of his hand while he was lying on the boxes, and thus the weapon fell by the number 100. But soon, others dubbed him the worst garbage. When the die made a roll, Choi Yul's book fell out. It was Krasen's book that allowed you to see the location of items, secret events information about the monster map, and mission objective. However, Krasena is the epitome of monopolistic desire. Therefore, all honors are earned using knowledge from this text. To the owner of Krasen's book, it's been 3 hours since the defense mission began. 3,102 dead and 7,023 wounded. 1 base destroyed. Breathing heavily, Hyoju looked at the people and asked if that was all. The people rejoiced that they had survived and won. A military vehicle pulled up behind them. A man got out and said it was the Korean army. Looking around, he asked the wounded and civilians to get into a truck to evacuate the people to Namsan Tower. One of the soldiers approached Hyoju, praising her for a good job. Other soldiers helped the wounded get into the truck. Kwon Jae-young told Hyoju that because she bought time, the army and police were able to mobilize and were sent to different areas. In response, Hyoju asked if it was already over. Ji-young said that the cell phone network and internet are not working, so it's hard to assess the situation. Also, Jae-young said that they are using shortwave radios to keep in touch and will soon be receiving messages from every location. Suddenly, someone shouted no, and Hyoju turned around. Ji-young stopped too. With the book open, Choi Yul ran toward them shouting that this wasn't the end. Blood was running from the wound on his forehead, dripping down to his eye. Choi Yul looked at them and said that the boss would be here soon. Looking at the book, he told me that at least that's what the book said. Choi Yul turned the inside of the book to the interlocutors and said that they could look at it themselves. However, both Hyoju and Jae-young replied that they couldn't see anything. To them, the book was completely blank. Turning to Jae-young, Hyoju asked if this is a manual that only this guy can read, and he said it must be a reference book. Then Jae-young thought that this item was too powerful because information is the same as strength. Jae-young asked Choi Yul to elaborate because he wanted proof that the contents of the book were true. When Choi Yul opened the book, he read that Helding's helmet was a heroic class item, one of the 6 items Jae-young owned. It was written about Hyoju's weapon that it is a legendary class weapon, and also she likes to sing at Chilgap Mountain Karaoke. After realizing that since the book even contained personal information, Hyoju decided that it was true and Jae-young agreed with her. In that case, there really was still a boss waiting for them. Jae-young picked up the walkie-talkie and said that they had tested the item's capabilities. He also said he'd contact headquarters and they'd have to wait a while. Chae-ul agreed. Sometimes he thinks about the fact that if this world were a game, he would probably be a character mistake. Because the problems of this world are too easy for him. That's why they made him like this. So it can't get out. It's like the programmer found a bug and isolated it. Someone called out to Choi Yul and he turned around. It was Jae-young who said that he had received permission from the headquarters. It's a risk for them, but they decided there's no other plan and no time to waste, so they decided to trust Choi Yul's data. Handing the walkie-talkie to Choi Yul, Jae-young asked him to report as much information and countermeasures as possible. Taking the walkie-talkie, Choi clarified his hearing and said that he would now be reporting on the defense mission. In this mission, they must defend the base from an influx of monsters that come every 6 hours. At the end of each wave, a boss comes out. It is a 2-headed ogre that uses melee and magic at the same time. And Choi said that's how they'd win if they defended the base 4 times a day. That's 12 times in 3 days. Choi had all the information on the mission. If they used it and strategized together, they could definitely survive. After that, Choi will look for a way to return to their original world. Looking at his back, Hyoju realized that this man was not only thinking about the mission, but also about what would happen next. Now Choi Yul started. He thought back then he should have double-checked that he couldn't see while he was out. Information about the subject book Krasen monopolizes all the honors of those to whom the information was given and into the circle of the knowledgeable. It's not just those who heard the information directly from Choi Yul, but also the people who were passed on by others who heard rumors and stuff. Any information that starts with Choi Yul. Here's what the first wave boss finally came out. When Choi Yul pointed his finger at him, Jae-young raised his weapon. Before Choi Yul could tell Hyoju to attack, she jumped up. Jae-young was watching the monster from the fence. The vortex that Hyoju used again split the monster into two. The monster was defeated, and Hyoju's hair turned golden. Jae-young radioed that the first wave was over. Figure number 8. Total population 193,000. Fictionalized victims of personal gain 176,000 people. 91% of the population was recorded as victims in just one day. This was the beginning of sins that would not end until the last moment of this game. The defense mission is similar to tower defense games. Monsters move towards the bases they need to destroy. Players form an army to stop them. When the monsters came close, Choi Yul said that they should shoot at the monsters with long-range weapons that can hit a large area. While recharging, people should start a second wave of attacks using another ranged weapon. On the first level difficulty, monsters have no intelligence. The military shouted that barrage fire was too light and ammunition should be spared. People can make the monsters move in the direction they want. You had to hurt the monsters to get them to split up. And then, squads consisting of people with higher levels of equipment will be allowed to destroy these monsters. Choi Yul kept saying over the radio that the military should maintain the same position. Krasian's book knows how to update the current situation in real time as well. Choi Yul just thinks of what he wants to see and turns the page as the information automatically appears. Continuing to stand over the book, Choi Yul gave out instructions. He was sure that he and everyone else would survive. When the operation was over, Jae-young gave orders to the third squad to survey the area. Raising their weapons, the soldiers shouted to eat. At first, the staff commander had the final say after reviewing Choi Yul's suggestions. But now it seemed like Choi Yul himself was in charge. Looking at Choi Yul, Jae-young recalled how he said that that book was just data. Then, maybe it's his ability to control an entire city, or maybe it's just another ability in the book. Choi Yul then went to Jae-young and asked him what was wrong. Choi Yul said that it was almost over. In response, Kwon asked if the final wave boss was approaching. When Choi Yu turned around, he waved his hand and said not to worry. In Chae Yul's opinion, Hyoju will finish off the boss in one fell swoop. At that time, she was sitting sleeping in the back of the car. The next boss was Billy the Giant. He was very large but lacked combat power. When Hyoju woke up, Choi got excited and she asked why they didn't wake her up. Kwon said they had just been left without flares. The truck was trying to get away from the place where the boss was. The giant, in his turn, only growled and tried to swat the truck that was in his way. Seeing the monster strike, Hyoju screamed, and Choi replied that this was why they were here, and if they went into the city, the bases would be destroyed at once. The good thing is that the monster is very modded and unstable to any element, so they can win if they just rain attacks on it. When Hyoju got out of the car, she said it was just them, but Choi corrected her. It wasn't them here, it was just her. Using her weapon, Hyoju asked what to do. Opening Choi Yul's book, he read that subjects a grade above heroic have a hidden feature. If certain conditions are met, its form may change or a hidden skill may be activated. To unlock this feature, they must fulfill these conditions. But this book shows Choi all the conditions for all the subjects. Standing in front of the monster, Hyoju asked if Choi Yul was sure. Taking the spear tighter, Hyoju said that she really didn't like this idea. Then she stabbed the spear into her stomach, saying that she believed Choi. At that moment, a fist struck the place where she had just stood. When Jae-young saw this, he twitched and cried out, but Choi Yul said she was fine. Then, flashes of red color began to appear around the monster in the ground. All the conditions were met, and now a huge fire dragon appeared above the monster. This was the activation of the hidden skill Prometheus Fang. Once per mission, Hyoju can summon the Empyrean Flame Dragon Prometheus. There was a huge explosion at the place where the battle was taking place. If they had used this skill in the city, the damage would have been enormous. In Jae-young's opinion, it was much more dangerous than this skill from Choi Yul's book. When it was over, Choi Yul went over to Hyoju to ask if she was okay, but when he touched her, he got burned. There was too much dangerous information in the book, and if used incorrectly, the consequences would be catastrophic. The defense mission was completed, and the hologram notified the residents that those outside the city would be sent back. In addition, the reward would be given to the surviving residents. The total reward was 225 points. Personal rewards were also given out, and afterwards the item store was opened for points. In the healing store, you could heal all damage for 10 points or even restore body parts for 20. Seeing the information about Choi Yul's treatment, he exhaled and thought that the injured would be fine. But suddenly, Choi Yul, Hyoju, and Jae-young had 0 points on their scorecard. The award was cancelled due to the effect of personal gain. However, it turned out that everyone's glasses had been cancelled. Hyoju turned to Choi Yul and asked what was going on, but he said he didn't know. Everyone got a new message about the sacrifice of personal gain. During the mission, Seo Eun Seok and Kang Seung-won stood out. However, First place went to Choi Yul, who had almost 10 billion points. When people saw the list, they were angry with Choi Yul. They immediately rushed to him asking him why he had so many points. Standing in front of him, Hyoju stretched out her arms and asked people to calm down, but the crowd was shouting that he did it on purpose to misappropriate all the points. Looking out from behind Jae-young's shoulder, Choi Yul shouted that he didn't know she had such a feature. Jae-young turned to him and told Choi Yul to calm down, and they needed to heal the injured first. Jae-young also suggested that the glasses could be exchanged or transferred, and maybe Choi Yul would share them between people. Then he added that it was in case Choi Yul didn't do it intentionally. Choi Yul opened his mouth and then immediately agreed. But at the handover, Galagram advised Choi that Krasna was refusing to exchange or donate the eyeglasses items. In that case, Choi Yul decided to buy healing items and share them with people, but Krasina refused to donate the items or glasses. Throwing the book on the ground, Choi Yul shouted for Hyoju to burn it. Hyoju took out a spear and held it to the book. It caught fire and then they threw it away. Choi thought that since they had thrown it away, but he didn't have time to think about it before the book was back in his possession, unharmed. Behind Choi Yul's back, a man shouted for someone to give him 10 points because he had a loved one dying in his arms. The military came to Kwon and reported that the death toll was rising, and the residents were furious. Flipping through Choi Yul's book in a hurry, he looked for some way to solve this problem. Suddenly, someone put a gun to the back of Choi Yul's head. It was Kwon. Sweat ran down Choi Yul's face, and Kwon behind him told Choi to stop and that it would be better this way. Then Kwon said that Choi Yul had been arrested, but the people demanded that Choi give them all the awards and that he be treated like a fraud. Leaning closer to Choi, Kwon told him to get out of here now and find a way to fix this, and that's the best they can do right now. While the military and Hyoju were holding back the angry crowd, Choi Yul had gained a few points of agility. Suddenly, he took off like a rocket into the sky. Kwon remained standing there. When the people saw this, they were even more angry that he had run away. After that, everyone was immediately notified that the next move would begin in 23 hours. The people couldn't believe it was going to happen so fast. Kwon shouted for people to go to safe areas. Eventually, the military gathered all the people in the square and asked those who were ready to fight to stand on the left and those who wanted to evacuate to the right. Rescuers shouted into the loudspeaker for people to remember to check their status windows and not leave the evacuation center. Also, the lifeguards told people to run away if they saw Choi Yul. If anyone hears him advise an attack, they should isolate themselves until the mission is over. If a person becomes a victim of personal gain but conceals it, the authorities will regard it as a violation of the law and punishment will follow. After the announcement, life was in full swing. The military was formulating a plan. Hyoju was practicing. Some were evacuating, and some were praying. Time passed, and it was time to start a new turn. The players were again asked to roll the dice. The 8th piece needs to advance 4 squares. Their city stands on the Demon King's seal field. There will be demonic columns that break the seal and column guards. You must destroy all the demonic columns. If you don't destroy all the columns in the allotted time, the Demon King will be summoned. The duration of the mission was 5 days. Hyoju and Kwon thought that was quite a long time. 3 columns of the first difficulty level have appeared. The first column is a fallen angel wandering in search of his lost destiny. The second pillar is the boss Crazy Brains, a creature that can't stop making things. The more time passes, the better things get. The third pillar was the 3rd level. This made Kwon and Hyoju tense. This is Master Sword Goblin Jack, who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts and has undergone a body transformation. He is trying to break the seal of the Demon King. Kwon was radioed that the villagers had begun to attack. The military tried to stop the people, but they were out of control. Taking the weapons, Kwon said they should move out too and asked about Hyoju, but no one answered him. Kwon looked up and saw a soldier who said she had left. Lowering his head, Kwon thought this was a mess. The perfect system and coordination had collapsed in just 1 day. However, Hyoju stood with a spear in her hand in front of the 3rd level pillar. She decided that before anyone was killed, she would destroy the guards of this column and rushed to the attack. But the guard didn't even stand up and just drew his sword forward against the spear. The weapons met, and Hyoju was thrown back and the guard lowered his sword and grabbed his head. Then he raised the sword upward. A blue light shone around the weapon. Suddenly, someone stepped on the ground. Choi Yul came over to Hyoju and picked her up in his arms. Putting her next to her, Choi Yul asked if she could tell people, and Hyoju asked what. And Choi Yul said that he would use all the people's rewards himself. Hyoju couldn't tell if he was serious or not. With a wave of his hand, he asked to tell the men to never appear in front of him unless they wanted their awards conferred. There was no way to give people their rewards back or to free themselves from this cursed book. Walking down the street, Choi Yul said he wanted to buy stat points and the system said it was opening a store. The system asked for the stat and the number to increase by, and Choi Yul replied that all stats should be increased to the maximum. The people of the town received notice that Choi Yul was the first to pump all of his abilities to 100. Clenching his fists, Choi asked how many equipment cubes he had and the system replied that 423,000. At that time, Choi Yul ordered to get rid of all those below magic class and automatically cast those that would give equipment above heroic class. The dice rolls were completed. The next step was initialization of the received equipment. He decided that if he couldn't get rid of them, he would use them to his advantage. Hyo-ju was watching him the whole time. Standing with a book in his hands, Choi Yul thought that he would defend this city in this damn game and go back to his old life. If it's the only way to atone for his sins, he doesn't care if people treat him badly. Master Sword Goblin Jack. When he notices a strong opponent, smiles and prepares to attack. Turning to Jack, Choi Yul apologized and said he didn't have time to play with him right now. Choi Yul was wearing magic boots and flew upwards and shouted to Jack that he would be back soon and he just had to wait a little longer. Seeing this, Hyo-ju stood there with her mouth open, not understanding why Choi just walks away. After adjusting his hat, Jack sat down. Hyo-ju wondered if he was really going to wait. At this time, Choi was jumping like a spider from one building to another. He knew that Goblin Jack wouldn't attack first. In other words, he will not attack you until you attack him. As he approached the other guard, Choi kicked him in the leg. He decided that if Jack was in this situation, he should deal with the other guards first. The people who saw Choi's battle with the guard from far away were not happy that he had come back and spent all their points. The unique traits of the Guardians of the Columns are unlocked if certain conditions are met. Some of them are weakening. Choi swung his sword and attacked the guard from above. But if you fulfill the wrong condition, they will become stronger or reveal a trait that is unpleasant to deal with. When this Guardian of the Columns destroys 100 people, he'll turn into a fallen angel who will destroy all mankind. The Guardian will become much stronger and leave the convoy to destroy the humans. Choi first gets rid of the column guards with possible unwanted traits and just unlocks the traits needed for the mission. When Choi struck the Guardian, he began to fall down. The angel lost its wings. In Choi's opinion, the most important thing is not the fact of accomplishing a mission, but how it is accomplished. Riding in the truck was Kwon, who asked for orders to keep 500 meters away from the columns. That's until Kwon finds out Choi Yul's intentions. While he was on his way, he assumed Choi hadn't been able to find a way to return the awards. Or maybe Choi just decided not to return them. Choi Yul didn't really seem like a bad guy to Kwon, but he shouldn't have made a decision based on feelings alone. Kwon thought that a smart man like Choi with all that power could subjugate the entire city if he wanted to. Even Hyo-ju, who seemed to be helping Kwon restrain Choi Yul, became uncontrollable. Suddenly, something hit the ground right next to the truck. The truck tilted to the side, and then the explosion threw the truck sideways. The military officer asked Kwon if he was okay, and Kwon asked what it was. But Kwon himself saw the angel lying on the ground, and Choi standing on top of him and holding his wings. In Choi's hand was the sword Divine Split. It was a fragment of the blade that once divided heaven and earth and created this world, but it had lost some of its power. Also, this sword can transform severed parts of the monster into items. Walking up to Choi, Kwon said that Choi had overpowered the columns pack and that he didn't expect to see him here. Choi only smiled in response, and then flew into the sky and disappeared. Looking after him, Kwon thought that if Choi didn't speak up, maybe it was because he was a victim of personal gain, and it gave the impression that he had no bad intentions. The military man next to him spoke and pointed his finger at the guard, and Kwon told him to report to headquarters that the guard had been defeated. However, what the guy really wanted to say was that the guard was still alive. Lifting himself up on his hands, the guard started to stand up. The conditions to unlock the unique trait were met. You had to take the wings and halo away from the fallen angel. The unique feature was that a doomed fallen angel would transform into another being. Now in its place was a beast of decay of the second level of difficulty. It was a beast that had lost its return and fallen into sin. Standing right in front of the monster, Kwon thought that the life of the military sure sucks. There are only 3 monsters in this mission, but that means they are equal in difficulty to the whole invasion. The other military men arrived and Kwon, along with them, began to fire on the monster, not understanding why Choi left such a monster on them. As soon as the military wanted to call for reinforcements and report the monster's current location, the monster disappeared. Before they knew it, the monster had descended to the ground and the soldiers were scattering to the ground screaming for help. The system notified that people were now experiencing fear and the desire to fight had been replaced by a desire to escape from the enemy. Looking at his fleeing comrades, Kwon turned around and single-handedly began firing at the monster. He decided he needed to lure the monster away from his comrades, at least until reinforcements arrived. The monster jumped up with ease and decided to attack the enemy from above. Looking around, Quan thought that if he could hold out until then. However, the monster landed right on the spot where Quan had just stood. Blood splattered in all directions. Slamming the book shut, Choi clenched his fist and thought he had dealt with one guardian. Suddenly, something began to glow under the monster's paw, and the beast stuck out its tongue and looked questioningly at its limb. His paw began to burn, and the monster raised it and roared. The dome continued to glow on the ground. The glow was coming from Heldon's helmet. The conditions for activating the hidden skill were met. The conditions were that Quan needed to be on the cusp of dying from a dark-type attack and be the leader of a squad of more than 5 men. Quan's Heldon's ghost skill has been activated. The user is possessed by the ghost of a heretic inquisitor. In addition, the skill was activated for all squad members. A little earlier, the supervisor and Quan had a conversation. Kim Sung asked if they were giving Quan a car, but he was on his own. Quan confirmed these words. Raising his pen, Kim Sung told the Quan that he was brave and he liked that he had the determination to be straightforward with the battalion commander. Also, Kim Sung said that they have little to no information about the current state of affairs. And in times like these, they need nothing less than a calm observer. Someone who's calm and rational. Someone who always looks cool. Who is able to make the right decision in an unforeseen situation. A cold, rational observer. Quan gave the order for everyone to go on the attack. Then Kim Sung said that Quan was perfect for them. After defeating the monster, the soldiers shouted that it was in the name of the goddess. From the office, Kim Sung watched the mail where the message came in that the Guardian had won and the leader of the group is Quan Jae-young. Choi, who had seen the news, was glad that he had been right, that the guard had lowered his stamina so much that even Quan's squad had defeated him. Even after decomposition, the monster's stamina remained the same. Looking at Choi's system, thought that while transforming decomposing monsters into new creatures, his progress was gone too. Also, Sergeant Quan was the strongest participant and all the laurels went to him. Looking around, Choi smiled and asked what his interlocutor thought. But Goblin Jack didn't answer him. Choi said it was frustrating not being able to speak, but at least he was listening. Choi sat down and offered the goblin a wager. If he won, he could break the Demon King's seal. At this time, Hyo-ju was fighting the monster anti-human machine MK05. Dashing like a bullet, he destroyed several monsters at a time. Stopping Hyo-ju thought that after calling for help, she had arrived at the second column, but there was no end to the monsters. Plus, the monsters keep getting better. Hyo-ju decides that she has to end them before they become even more dangerous. Suddenly, she turned around and shouted that she had to retreat, but people didn't know what she was talking about because they needed glasses too. Striking the monster, the man shouted that he needed the points to save his family, and he wouldn't let them die in vain like last time. Others with crossbows shouted that the guardian of the columns was theirs. It was Aaron's crossbow, and the more such items the group had, the higher the attack power. Hyo-ju ran in front of them, attacking the guard. However, the guard repelled the attack. Hyo-ju burned herself with her own fire. Her clothes were burned in places, and her eye was swollen. Turning around to this crossbowman, Hyo-ju shouted for them to run and hide sooner rather than later. Obedient men rushed out screaming for help. The monster standing in front of Hyo-ju detected the risk factor in her face and started scanning her. The scanning had been completed and now the monster had improved to anti-Hyo-ju machine. Seeing that the monster was making another new car, Hyo-ju decided that he had to be stopped. But from behind, a new horde of monsters came at her. When Hyo-ju turned around, she realized that they were aiming at her. However, it was even better for her. When Hyo-ju used her powers, she started a fire and all the monsters were thrown back. Standing in front of the boss monster, Hyo-ju yelled for all the other people to move back as quickly as possible. In panic, the people rushed back. Hyo-ju flew up to attack the column from high above. Then there was a huge explosion. The shockwave threw people off. Someone shouted that this girl was going to kill them all. Standing in front of the pillar, Hyo-ju sighed and thought that this other world was not so simple. There's a new monster that the Guardian created. Anti-Hyo-ju is a second-level machine. It has invulnerability to fire. Instantly, the monster was behind her back. Before Hyo-ju could take her spear, the monster struck her. While flying, Hyo-ju noticed someone attacking the guard and realized it was Choi Yul. Suddenly, Choi stood on guard. Hyo-ju didn't understand what he was doing. The walking monster, Anti-Hyo-ju, reported that the target was lost, but he had detected footprints and started tracking. Choi Yul fulfilled the condition for unlocking the characterization is the destruction of the host's insane brain. Now, monster production will not stop until the main target is destroyed. A huge circle resembling a saucer appeared in the sky. On the roof of the building, Choi Yul was watching it. He thought about the fact that the destruction of the base had taken longer than expected, and too many people hid out of fear. First column. As they fired on the column, people shouted at each other that it was too strong and they didn't have enough firepower. The second column. The robot monsters were advancing and the people were shouting that the wounded should move back, and if they died, it was the end. 3 military trucks came from the forest. Quan thought he could easily get rid of them all, but it was pointless. He thought that in order to win for the rest of the game, and not just in this mission, the whole town would have to become stronger. Initially, this requires finding a capable commander and champion. Hyo-ju, who was lying on the ground, opened her eyes and realized that she was alive. When she got up, she saw a man nearby and asked him if he had saved her, but silence came in response. Jack the Goblin stood beside her. When she realized it was a monster, she screamed, but suddenly the goblin told her to shut up. When Hyo-ju heard that, she was surprised at first and then yelled that he was talking. And Jack replied that he had taken care of her wounds and they didn't have much time, so they should get started right away. Jack said that Choi Yul saying to meet a great teacher after a defeat and become stronger is a cliché. The monster that had been searching for Hyo-ju had finally found its target. The distance to the target was 325 meters. After marking the window, the monster set about eliminating it. With his fist, he wanted to blow up the house. But suddenly his hand was grabbed by Choi Yul and laughed, saying that the monster had fallen for it again. In his other hand, Choi Yul had a blocker in the form of a crazy brain that disoriented monsters with the attribute. The monster once again locked onto the target in Hyo-ju's face. Then an explosion from the monster's attack rang out in the building. The wave from the attack blew the men firing on the column off their feet. Part of the convoy was also hit by this robot car. Reading the book, Choi Yul rubbed his chin and thought that with this much damage it should work. Turning to the monster, Choi said that thanks to him the problem was solved, and how about going back to hide and seek? It was deep night and Goblin Jack, along with Hyo-ju, began the battle. She tried to hold off Jack's attack, and he told her to try to use that power. She used her firepower against him, but Jack disappeared. When Jack was a short distance from her, he adjusted his hat and told her to remember. Jack reminded her that since it wasn't her power, Hyo-ju would only hurt herself if she abused it. Continuing to dodge attacks, he said that instead of blindly lending as much power, it was better to use exactly as much as you can. Hyo-ju tried to attack from above, but Jack blocked the blow and added that it's not the force that should control you, but you the force. Exhausted, Hyo-ju sat down. She asked Choi Yul, breathing heavily and pausing intermittently, if she could beat that robot. Hyo-ju raised her head and asked if it was possible, but Jack turned his back to her without answering. Staring at his back, Hyo-ju wanted to scream that his silence wasn't reassuring her. Without turning around, Jack asked why she let him teach him, because she trusts Choi Yul. Hyo-ju kneeled down and said she didn't know. Jack turned to her. Clenching her fist, she said that the mission game has a lot of things she doesn't understand, and she isn't smart enough to find answers just by thinking. Looking at her fist, she summarized that she wanted to do her body first, and if she continued to do that, she would be able to see something new. Reaching out, Hyo-ju said she had always lived like this. Jack smiled and hummed. He wondered if he thought Choi Yul was just using her, but she was really just a martial artist on her own path. 3 days later, in the underground place, the men were resting after the battles. There was a strange sound and something broke through the wall. People started screaming. A monster robot came through the hole in the wall. Its system was trying to detect Hyo-ju. The target was located, and the monster extended its arm and began to eliminate it. There was an explosion. The target moved, and the monster kept repeating that he was fixing the problem. He was shooting in different directions, and people were asking for help. When the firing stopped, the robot said target hit and elimination complete. But when the smoke cleared, the robot saw the insane brains lying on the floor. Something appeared from the ceiling of the subway. The robot turned on Hyo-ju's signal redetection. People also got up to look toward the light, shouting who was there. But when they saw the girl in front of them, many thought that it could not be because they saw her as an angel. The conditions were fulfilled. Hyo-ju needed to become a disciple of Goblin Swordmaster Jack and inherit his martial art. Jack and Choi Yul were standing on the roof of the building. Choi asked why this armor was for girls, and Jack told them that he'd used it before. When Choi Yul saw that there was an explosion, he asked what the odds were, and Jack said 50-50. Meanwhile, a battle was going on in the tunnel. It seemed that this metal bastard might be Hyo-ju's sworn enemy. However, Jack realized that she had now inherited his martial art. If the seed Jack planted blooms in time, that crazy bastard won't be a problem for her anymore. 3 days, 15 hours and 34 minutes from the start of the mission. The first convoy has been destroyed. 3 days, 17 hours and 21 minutes since the mission began. The guardian of the second column has been destroyed. 3 days, 21 hours and 1 minute since the mission began. The special monster AGM has been defeated. 4 days, 0 hours, and 3 minutes since the mission began. Kwon was already pretty hurt, and most of the residents went back to playing. At the head of the army was Hyo-ju. 4 days, 3 hours, and 44 minutes from the start of the mission. Second convoy destroyed. At that moment, people thought they could do it. They were able to accomplish the first mission without Choi Yul's help. That's what people were thinking while Choi Yul was reading a book. Next to him stood Jack, who said that since his student had won, he would fulfill his promise. In the evacuee camp, food was distributed and the military shouted for everyone to come up for their portion. Kwon was told over the radio that he had been sent to survey the area and had returned as a general. Kwon apologized, and the man asked if an apology was appropriate. Kim Sung then told Kwon to provide protection for his wounded and to mind his own business, while Kim Sung took responsibility. Kim Sung also said that he would promote Kwon if he did well, but Kwon said he didn't need it. Hyo-ju walked up to Kwon from behind and waved her hand to tell him that it was time to go. In response, Kwon asked if she was sure everything would be okay, and Hyo-ju said she had already promised her master. As Kwon walked, he wondered if he could win, a third-level monster that even Hyo-ju couldn't beat. And many will die regardless of the outcome. Kwon also wondered what Choi Yul was thinking. As Hyo-ju approached the UFO in the sky, she saw something moving and realized it was Choi Yul. With a fist, Choi struck the flying saucer. The Demon King's seal was shattered. When Kwon and Hyo-ju saw this, they opened their eyes. The system notified everyone that the mission objective had been changed. Many angel-like creatures flew out of the seal. Now the goal is to destroy the Demon King. The end of the game will be in case of failure. A lot of people again didn't understand why Choi Yul was doing this, and grabbed their heads and shouted that he was a psychotic bastard. Sweat broke out on Kwon and Hyo-ju's faces. They didn't know what Choi was thinking when he did it either. Jack was still standing on the roof of the building. He didn't expect Choi Yul to actually do it either. Pulling out his sword, Jack thought a lot of interesting people had shown up this time. With his sword, Jack flew upward toward those creatures and slaughtered them all almost immediately. Looking at Hyo-ju, Jack said that it's a gift and homework he's leaving to his pupil, so she should make an effort. Meanwhile, Choi was running around with the halo of a fallen angel. He protects the character in the demon realm and in hell. Approaching the unknown creature, Choi Yul said that getting here was easier than he thought. Walking closer, Choi Yul called out to Mr. Demon King, "Hey, you!" Then, he asked if this Mr. might be familiar with the Demon King of Krasen's personal favor. Turning around, the monster growled. Turning around, the monster said that he had never listened to Krasen's name before, but he was interested in how the man got into hell. In front of Choi stood the Demon King of Power, Khatum Baba, of the 6th level of complexity, who absorbs the flesh and bones of the opponent he destroys. Closing his eyes, Choi Yul pondered and said that he thought the Demon Kings were interacting with each other. Turning around, Choi Yul reported that he was out of luck, and apparently it would take some time. Leaving Choi Yul apologized for distracting Khatum Bab from his meal and told him that his opponent was on his way and would have to wait a bit. However, Khatum Baba swung his huge arm and, saying it was rather awkward, tried to strike but only scratched the ground. And then Jack appeared, holding his hat as usual. He looked up and saw something. Khatum Baba began to self-destruct after an attempted attack. Blood was spurting all around. Turning to him, Choi Yul said that his instincts told him that it was against the rules. Standing with bloody paws, Khatum Baba asked how this could happen. Waving his hands, Choi Yul replied that it was just a misunderstanding and he swears. However, Khatum Baba had already become enraged and was applying his skills with a shout, asking how dare the pathetic little man. Looking at Jack, Choi Yul asked if he wanted to switch with him, but Jack said he could, but watching Khatum Baba attack Choi Yul, Jack finished by saying that he doesn't think the opponent wishes it. Getting punched in the face, Choi Yul mentally laughed and thought that things had gone downhill at the last minute. If Goblin Jack fights Khatum Baba one-on-one, the hidden event of the martial arts master's fate will be fulfilled. Eventually, he will seek joint destruction with Khatum Baba. When this happens, the rewards for completion should increase dramatically and all residents will get a bunch of points. From the impact, Choi Yul fell to the ground. He was wearing an Einherja jacket that regenerates automatically. Choi Yul then decided that there was nothing to be done, and he would just wait for people to accumulate hunting points and finish everything before anyone died. After Jack defeated the angels, Kwon ordered the evacuation of the people inside. The military themselves continued to fire on the angelic angels. Kwon warned his comrades not to let the monsters get close. These monsters don't have much fighting power, but there are too many of them. It was clear that the defense would not last long. And Choi Yul became the enemy of an entire city just for breaking the king's seal. The people in the car shouted to Hyo-ju that there was a shelter with a signal for help, and she immediately rushed in that direction. Hyo-ju took to the air and quickly attacked the monsters. When some of the enemies were defeated, she descended to the ground and called the wounded to her. One of the guys was walking holding his wound and saying that if Psycho Choi Yul hadn't opened the seal, they would have already accomplished the mission. A girl came up to Hyoju and asked if she would really ignore it. Hyoju took a deep breath. It was Kang Ji. She said she thought Hyoju was going to tear up when she heard her boyfriend being badmouthed. Kang Ju turned to her and exclaimed, "Who said he was her boyfriend?" But Kang Ju said she didn't care and let it be as she said. Jo then snickered and repeated that he wasn't her boyfriend and threw Hyoju some kind of package. As they left, Kang Ju explained what it was for saving her hide and thanked them for getting them to a safe zone. Turning the package over, Hyoju saw only one tiny half. In hell, Juke came forward and raised his sword, telling the young man to step back. Choi Yul wanted to say something and Jack looked back and asked him if he was starting to like him. When Jack went for the demon, Choi Yul held out his hand and thought he was even kind of sorry. Covering Choi Yul's face with his hand, he thought that even if he had more time, he would feel too guilty. The system notified Choi Yul that Goblin Jack's Goblin Rouge had reached the maximum level and now Krasen's hidden skill had been activated. Fighting the monster, Jack said he was the Demon King after all. Clutching his sword tighter, Jack decided it was time to use his last move. He decided to make the ultimate move that would put his life on the line. Then there was a huge explosion that threw both Jack and Choi Yul away with a shockwave. The Demon King, Tumbaba, was destroyed, and all summoned monsters were destroyed as well. Now Choi Yul could make a patron spirit contract with a creature that had the maximum indicators of friendship or fear. Returning to Earth, Choi Yul thought he was hated by humans and allied with the monster. He seems to be losing his humanity more and more. A message arrived in the mail saying that the surviving residents would be given a reward of about 800 points. People were thrilled that Choi got more than that. Watching Choi Yul fly, Kang Ju wondered if he was a golden child. She sat on the roof of a building and pondered that he might be Aunt Fatil of a huge bomb. Sitting on the ground, Kwon thought he didn't know much about games but could tell that the game was about the defense of one base. Is it then possible for an absolute unit to exist? Even if Choi Yul's level is maxed out, is there a supreme unit capable of destroying even the most powerful Demon King? At this time, the owner of the figure 8 received a notification in the system. The abnormal unit was Choi Yul. The system showed his level and other characteristics. The system then asked you to select an action to apply to the object, and the figure's owner chose the position to destroy. At that moment, Choi Yul noticed something strange. As he landed on the ground, he assumed he thought someone was watching him. The system notified the player that there was an error, and it failed to execute the command. The system then began a thorough inspection of the selected object and opened the display of the selected object. Choi Yul appeared on the display, and Siusama saved the selection to a hidden object. Other players will not be able to see the selected object. A man in the square holding papers in his hands said he was announcing the results of a study of award cubes. There are 7 types of bones in total, and depending on the type, the numbers are different. Items, weapons, gear, and tools are completely randomized. Kwon held a shining spoon in his hands. It is a spoon of destiny that returns to its owner even if lost and is always clean. Looking at her, Kwon thought that high class and usefulness didn't necessarily go hand in hand. The guy who got the dagger offered the girl who got the shield a trade. Also, folks, look for long-range damagers for the next mission or people to protect the evacuation center. Hyoju was standing in front of the Kwon. He asked her if she would really go, and she said yes because there was no place for her in the army. She noticed that there are a lot of people still hiding in the sting, and Hyoju wants to help them. With a thumbs up, Hyoju said that she would help out on missions, and Kwon didn't have to worry about that. When she left, Kwon thought that slowly but surely they were getting used to this surreal world. Sitting on the roof, Choi Yul said that the beginning is shaping up well for the residents. However, the most important thing was what they would do now. If Choi Yul's plans went awry, this town would be destroyed by its own people. Folding his arms, he thought that was a start, but someone interrupted him with a tap on the shoulder. When he looked back, he saw Kang Ji, who waved and said hello to him. After looking at her, Choi Yul immediately grabbed the book, and after reading something he said, "So that's who you are." Leaning over to him, Kaji said she thought he was going to cry all alone. Then she asked what Choi Yul was used to being alone. Choi asked what she wanted to say, and Kaji said who knows. Then she said she couldn't make it tonight and she'd have to do it again. Not understanding what she meant, Kim Jun asked why she had come in the first place. Leaning toward him again, Kaji asked if he couldn't see it in his little book. Choi Yul replied that consciousness was not part of the data. Unwinding the rope, Kang Ji said it was nice. Finally, she said that she just wanted to look at him. Jumping down, Kang Ji added to look at the idiot who had the opportunity to sweep the entire city under his feet, but took the hard way. Choi Yul rushed to the edge with a shriek, but Kang Ji was already gone. Evening came and all residents were notified that the city's experience had improved to level 1, and living conditions were improving as well. When Hyoju picked up her phone, she saw that there was a new option to add a friend or browse, and she could also call or text. The city's infrastructure has also partially started to recover. Still sitting on Choi Yul's rooftop, he read that the more points residents spent, the more experience the city gained. After scratching his head, Choi Yul realized that the points he used didn't affect the experience of the city. Looking at the book, Choi wondered then where his glasses had gone. A question arose in Choi Yul's mind whether or not it was worth it to continue using this book. Kwon now had a junior lieutenant's badge. Kim Sung patted him on the shoulder. Watching the military from the rooftop, Kang Ji thought they were doing pretty well too. Kang Ji thought about where she should go to make herself comfortable. Standing on the rooftop where the two unconscious soldiers who had been guarding the cubes before were sitting, Kang Ji thought she was a fragile resident in a city full of dangers. A new move has begun. Choi Yul was trapped in the space of the gold god's trap. The god of gold has taken over the city, and if his demands are not met, the game will be over. God's greed level was level 2 and there were 4 cards in total. The mission would take 2 weeks. When Kwon read it, he thought it was a load of crap. Citizens noticed that the mission was given a lot of time, and monsters in the city as such did not appear. But also a notice came in the mail that this mission does not involve total reward, but individual reward depends on the level of God's satisfaction. While looking at Hyo-ju's phone, she heard people being annoyed that they didn't have the equipment, but if they didn't find the treasure, they wouldn't get the reward. In Hyo-ju's opinion, there was a lot of detail in this mission. She decided to skip it and move on for now. Taking the spear, Hyo-ju flew upwards. This was done to see the entire mission map with your own eyes. Looking at Choi Yul's city, he smiled and thought that their player was very lucky when it came to dice. If all goes well, this mission will complete the first phase of the city's development plan. Until then, Choi Yul will use Krasin's book. But suddenly, a hand appeared from the book holding a sword which it plunged into Choi Yul's chest. However, after a second, everything disappeared. Looking at his hands, Choi Yul didn't realize what was happening because he had just seen a sword. A pain appeared in his chest and Choi Yul clutched his heart with clenched teeth. The system notified Choi that this is the Demon King's punishment and he is scolded about Choi's laziness. Until the user performs the sacrifice of sacrifice, he will experience immense pain and his health will constantly decrease. If the health indicator reaches 0 and the sacrifice is not made, the user will die and Krasin's book will choose a new owner. Sector A Jungle. The group approached a cave and a man with his finger outstretched shouted that there was a dungeon. Another thought it was not yet registered. Folding his arms, the man said it was fine because the dungeon was theirs. The young man next to him clarified that they would be all right and said that if they reported him to the army, they would each earn 50 points. Pulling out a weapon, the man asked what the guy would do with such a small thing. His sword is the Black Flame Dragon. Raising his sword, the man shouted that now that they are in another world, they need to make history. The leader's name is Kang Do-yeop. A strange silhouette appeared inside the cave. Kang Do-yeop told the others that something was approaching. He assumed it was a monster shapeshifter, and the young man noted that the monster's behavior was rather predictable. After all, they had already attacked squad leaders and guild leaders. This group believed that the whole world was just a playground for them. However, Choi came out of the cave. The participants were shocked and Choi Yul shouted that the boss was a cripple. He kept shouting that the boss uses poison and antidote is mandatory, and also in the dungeon there is a hidden room where, but he was not allowed to finish. Back at the apartment, Kang Do pounded the table and shouted that he couldn't believe they had fallen victim to personal gain on the first day of the mission. Continuing to shout, he asked if this was fair, and they were obligated to do something about it. And the young man asked what they could do against a max-level guy and with mythic-class weapons, and suggested they just forget this mission. In this isolation camp for victims of personal gain, a girl approached the squad and asked where Choi Yul got them. The guy replied that it was in the jungle area, another girl with her Choi caught in the canyon. On the other hand, a man said that Choi Yul looked like the devil and was told that this was Choi's true appearance. Choi also told this guy to bring him more victims of personal gain, and the guy almost crapped his pants. People didn't want to play into Choi Yul's hands, so they returned to the camp. They felt that they couldn't just let Choi Yul manipulate them as he wished. By then, the number of victims of personal gain was 2,500. Krasina was somewhat satisfied, and Choi's punishment was eased. Looking at the book that was flying around him, Choi thought that finally the pain had become more bearable. He also didn't understand what it was because the specifics about the punishment were not in the description of the item. It turns out that the book does not reveal all the information about itself. Covering his face with his hand, Choi Yul exhaled. Then he smiled and thought that something like this was within the realm of possibility. The Demon King seemed to believe that he had taken control of Choi Yul with his punishment. But by about the end of the mission, Krasina will realize who's really in control. After looking up at the sky, Choi Yul decided that he should give it a try. Choi was now in Sector B of the canyon. The nest he was sitting in belonged to an Imperial Griffin. The Imperial Griffin is a third-level monster. According to legend, he inherited the blood of a dragon. Flying toward the nest, the Griffin noticed Choi and prepared its claws. At that time, Hyoju was fighting a stone troll. It is a level 2 monster that has evolved to adapt to the living conditions of the canyon. Closing her eyes, Hyoju remembered that strength wasn't meant to be controlled. Jack said to instead let it flow and choose its own path. After defeating the troll, Hyoju landed on the ground and mentally thanked the master. Clenching her fist, Hyoju said that the student had become a little stronger. Next to her, Kang-ji was rummaging in the trunk and Hyoju heard her mumbling and looked around. Then Hyoju said hello to Ms. Kang-ji, and she said she could be on a first-name basis with her. Relieved, Hyoju asked why she was following her and called her a bitch. Kang-ji said that she would make a profit from Hyoju's findings. Kang-ji said it so proudly that Hyoju didn't even know how to answer her. Kang-ji walked forward, and noticing her friend standing still, asked if she would leave a weak resident in this dangerous place. Taking out her phone, Hyoju exhaled and asked Kang-ji to wait for a moment. Through a message, Hyoju sent the coordinates of the treasure to her uncle. The girls didn't even notice another troll watching them from above. But Hyoju noticed that Kang-ji's bag was small, considering she had been following her around all day. Kang-ji replied that quality is more important than quantity. However, Hyoju said that Kang-ji can't judge the treasure until she brings it back to the city and has it appraised. To this, Kang-ji replied that that's why you have to choose something that makes you think this is it. But Hyoju asked how she knows what it is. Turning around, Kang-ji replied that with her eyes and put her finger to her lips. Stopping, Hyoju opened her mouth and thought she was a bit of a weirdo but cool. As she continued walking, Kang-ji asked what about her friends and Hyoju said that she got rid of the monsters on the way here. In response, Kang-ji clarified if Hyoju really didn't know anything and the girl responded with a questioning hum. Turning around again, Kang-ji revealed that it wasn't the monsters that were the enemies on this mission, and furthermore it wasn't a mission like a treasure hunt. According to Kang-ji, there will be a full-scale individual fight for there is no common reward. A treasure can only be claimed after an appraisal has been made. Then someone will get the idea that it's easier to attack humans than monsters. At a city motel in one of the rooms, police and investigators were determining the circumstances of the crime. A man came into the room and the policeman said the detective had finally arrived. When Seo Eun-seok entered the room, he rubbed his neck and asked if it was a case of stealing the treasure. Kang Do-shik walked in next to him. The policeman reported that he must have suddenly lost consciousness while evaluating the treasure and then woke up without it. Seo Eun replied that they should have given the treasure to the god of gold right away. Kang Do sat down on the bed and agreed, noting that it took a long time for the appraisal to take place. Also, Kang Do said that it can go from 1 hour to as much as 12, and it's as if the system is beckoning them to hurry while they have the chance. However, Seo Eun questioned why he interpreted it as if the system was inducing people to steal and called it a cheesy thought process. In response, Kang Do said that he thought the interpretation was very human. The policeman said he found it hard to believe he wasn't letting Detective Seo get the upper hand and asked who Kang Do was. Suddenly, his partner replied that it was Choi Yul, and the policeman looked closely and said that he was not Choi. However, his partner shouted that it was really Choi Yul behind them. Choi, who was sitting on the griffin, waved at them. Before he could say a word, Seo Eun grabbed his face and swung his fist. The impact was so strong that a pillar of light hit the sky. Kang Do watched it from the window and ordered the alarm to be sounded and the people evacuated. He thought Seo Eun stepped right in, though both equipment and level put him at a disadvantage. Seo Eun's professional habit is respectable, but Kang Do will be even happier if he gets killed by Choi Yul because of it. Pinning Choi Yul to the ground, Seo Eun thought that he didn't even dodge or look even a little surprised. The whole town was notified that Choi Yul had just been seen and detained, but someone thought that Choi Yul had such a plan. The men grabbed their weapons, shouting for the others to grab their gear too because this was their chance. The people wanted to earn as much as they could while Choi Yul was gone. They wanted to get their hands on the treasure. Sector A, village of jungle goblins. There was a battle going on between the humans and the monsters. Raising his axe upwards, Hwang Min-woo informed his partner that the area was clear. As Hwang looked at the fleeing goblins, he thought that it had always been his duty to keep order. His partner was Lee Woo-jin. He used the bow of Elferin's pride against these goblins. They missed one of the goblins and Hwang said they should have used a different weapon, and Lee Woo replied that a bow and arrow was fine. The last goblin was also defeated. Park Sung-gyu took him down. Sitting in a tree, he said they were idiots for running 10 laps around the range as soon as they got back. A voice sounded in Huang's earpiece, informing him that the squad was finished with the outer territory. Quan reported that his squad was almost finished as well. However, a goblin with a crown on his head stood in front of him. Golan laughed and said that their god would soon descend upon them, and once he appeared, no one could escape destruction. Turning to the military, the goblin said that their end was as obvious as trees to a forest. Extending his arm, Quan's comrade used the explosion ring that allows him to use magic explosion and a recharge time of 30 minutes. The name of the owner of this ring is Kim Kwang-soo. He is an ordinary resident of the 3rd level. There was an explosion. Quan said that attacking during transformation or summoning is cheating, but they are soldiers, not anime characters. Meanwhile, Huang had broken into a hut. A subordinate came up to him and informed him that the target had been located. There were 18 citizens in this cabin who were reported missing. Most of them are injured, so they need reinforcements. At the military command headquarters, Kim Sung told the others that he's sending reinforcements. He also told me that the construction team would be arriving as well. The plan was to make this goblin village their outpost. Smiling, Kim Sung said he heard Choi Yul get caught and clarified if Quan knew what he was planning, but Quan said he didn't. It wasn't the data in Crossin's book that scared the military, but Choi Yul's brain that absorbs it and knows exactly what to do with it. It's hard to predict the actions of such a person, but they can be sure of one thing. Choi Yul is not their enemy. There was a griffin sleeping in the headquarters parking lot. The staff was puzzled. Meanwhile, Choi Yul was eating soup. Kang Du came up to him and said that apparently even a top-level person like him could get hungry. Through a stuffed mouth, Choi replied, "Aha," and Seo Yoon asked, "Are they seriously chatting?" Folding his arms, Seo Yoon told Choi that he was now a criminal as well as a crook robber, and worse. Picking up the spoon, Choi Yul cheerfully said that he acknowledged everything, and it was all him. With a smile, Seo Yoon said that he had been working in this field for 20 years, and just a glance at the criminal would be enough for him. Suddenly, Seo Yoon said that Choi Yul wasn't a bad guy. Choi suddenly stopped chewing his food, and Seo Yoon said that everything that happened to him was an accident. Jeez. Walking up to Choi Kong-do said that this was the perfect situation for the Good Samaritan law. Smiling, Seo Yoon said well that Choi Yul has given up and he will try to change people's mistaken opinion about him. After finishing his soup, Choi Yul put his hand on the table and replied that he didn't come here for help. Suddenly, a coworker walked into their room and yelled to the detective that they had breaking news. He said there had been an attack and the perpetrator had good equipment, so there was difficulty in arresting him, but they were short of men. After leaving the headquarters, Seo Yoon and Kang Du got on a bus and rushed to the scene of the crime. Kang Du turned around and said that when it came to a mission without a common reward, he believed that cooperation was out of the question. It was meant to be from the beginning, chaos for a new order corresponding to a new world and a new power. Seo Yoon, who was sitting in front, told Kang Du that he had an attitude like a shithead and advised him to think like a sane person. Putting on the gloves, Seo Yoon said that he doesn't understand the ins and outs of the other world. After stretching his arms, Seo Yoon realized that they were still human beings, whether they were from another world or any other. Arresting those who don't want to behave like human beings is his, or rather the only mission of a policeman. Taking the criminal to the ground, Seo Yoon said he was arrested for robbery, assault, and attempting to take a man's life. Smiling, Seo Yoon added that if the perpetrator resisted, he would have a hard time and asked what the man would do. Looking at the huge Seo Yoon, the criminal replied hesitatingly that he was giving up. Seo Yoon grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and led him to board the bus. Turning to him, Kang Du remarked that earthly laws no longer made sense and offered to work together to become the kings of this city. Seo Yoon closed his eyes and said that's why he keeps Kang Du around, because he's the most dangerous guy in town. Hearing this, Kang Du thought that he would have agreed with Seo Yoon before. However, Kang Du couldn't know what Choi Yul had in mind. After all, surrendering in front of the public just a day after starting the mission. Smiling, Kang Du said that they would be very busy now, and Seo Yoon clarified why. And Kang Do replied that since Choi Yul was arrested, it's a great chance for people to get into trouble. Seo Yoon responded by saying that it would be a mess, but he didn't think that Choi Yul had planned it in advance. But what happens next? People will start hiding from Choi Yul again as soon as the next mission begins. Sitting in his cell, Choi Yul smiled and thought that all he had to do now was to be patient. Choi Yul then took out a test tube that contained a hair of the Monkey King's tail that can create the user's alter ego. After Choi accepted it, then another Choi Yul appeared in front of him. Putting on the mantle of the unknowing Choi told his twin to be a good substitute. Walking away, he turned around in order to hold out without getting caught for as long as possible. Another door opened and the policeman shouted to the doppelganger why it was taking so long and ordered him out. But when the doppelganger turned around, the guy got scared. and thought that Choi Yul wanted to make him a victim for personal gain. Behind the policeman stood several colleagues, and he told Choi that they intended to be responsible for him regardless of his actions. The doppelganger came out and told them to go to the special isolation room that he had heard they had prepared especially for him. At this time in the parking lot, the Griffin sensed something and flew upwards. The staff who were watching him didn't understand what had happened, and one of them thought they should have taken a picture. Sure enough, Choi Yul, who had come out of his confinement, was going about his business and watching something on the system. Flipping through the book, he saw that the residents had begun to act and thought that the first stage had been a success. And then, he decided it was safe to move on to the next stage. In the nigga in front of him was a treasure map. 4 days since the mission began, the inhabitants are divided into 2 camps. The adventurers who venture out of town on a treasure hunt, and guards to keep an eye on what's going on inside the city. Role was free to choose. There were a lot of ads going around town recruiting for one group or another. The inhabitants, unable to fight, have found their way to survive. This mission seems to be going smoothly. An outpost in the jungle sector. This place was formerly a goblin village. Kwon watched the outpost from the balcony. He reflected on the fact that they had built an outpost of this scale in only 2 days. If those with such power united together, Kwon thought they could easily accomplish the mission. But Kwon remembered the words of Kim Sung, who said that the situation in the city was not good right now. Treasure-related crimes are on the rise, including fraud, pickpocketing, and robbery. The police are trying to do their best, but it's difficult. They don't have enough men or equipment. Kwon asked Kim Sung if the army would make any moves, but he said it was dangerous. In the history of mankind, according to Kim Sung, nothing good has ever come of the army acting as a police force. He also said that until the police request help officially, they will do what they have to do. Even if there is a request for help, they will only maintain a stance of support for the police. The military can't take over public order functions. Kwon knew that even if the world was changing, people weren't. There was a man in town in an alleyway taunting another man. He said that if they combined like this, it would make such a poison. In the palm of his hand was the missing magic pearl discarded by Imuji, who had worked hard to become a dragon. This gem can create and control various poisons. The more it is used, the stronger the effect becomes. This stranger was completely classified. When the torture was stopped, he smiled and said he would not torture him again. Looking at the pearl, he said he had many more poison combinations he wanted to try. The man on the ground shouted for the stranger to stop saying he would give up all the treasure he had. Holding out his hand, the stranger smiled and replied that adults always say that, but to him, this experience was the greatest treasure. The torment began again. The man screamed and a monster appeared in the stranger's place. Noticing something flying in the air, Seo Yoon asked if it was an RCB and Kang-do thoughtfully replied that it was a handy weapon. Then they noticed a lifeless body underfoot. Kang-do thought it was curious because the criminals hadn't even touched the treasure. And So Yoon said they didn't even finish him off and he doesn't know if it was one bastard or a group. Noticing a bunch of other bodies in front of him, Seo Yoon summarized that it looked like something very dangerous had appeared. And Kang-do said that after the great Choi Yul disappeared, another lurking demon king appeared out of the darkness. Then So Yoon recalled how he said that Choi Yul is not a bad guy. However, Seo Yoon also admitted that Choi Yul started the whole thing. Kang-do replied that it's surprising that he agrees with him. With a frown, Seo Yoon said that's why they have a serious conversation to have. But Kang-do asked Seo Yoon if he thinks Choi Yul will tell him everything. And Seo Yoon replied that in such cases, he needs to interview those around Choi Yul. When Choi Yul sneezed, he scratched his nose and thought that it might be a cold, and then thought that he was at the maximum level. Looking at the satisfaction level of the god, Choi Yul thought that it wasn't much even considering the treasures that were still being evaluated. Flying into the desert sector, Choi Yul thought that there was nothing that could be done. The griffin was barely breathing when Choi Yul arrived where he needed to go. He waved to the griffin and said that he would be back soon, so he could rest. After all, no matter how hard the residents try, Choi Yul has already taken all the valuable treasures. Choi Yul came over and told him to eat more and grow up faster, his own god of gold. 2 corporals and a private stood in front of Kwon. They cried and asked the commander to give them the rest. And Kwon replied that he's only going there to report Choi Yul and they don't need to be so dramatic. As Kwon drove away, the military shouted for him to bring them ice cream and something else to eat. Kwon sighed heavily. Glancing after him, the military saw that Kwon had traveled far enough away and decided it was party time. Sergeant Park Sung-gyu was watching them. With his hands folded, he thought that one day was enough, and the time for a large-scale dungeon raid was almost here. The soldiers came up to him and danced, but Park Sung was worried about the commander because he was all alone. But his comrades kept shouting to bring the alcohol they had hidden to have a real battle party. Several punches flew at Choi Yul with such force that he even fell down. In front of him stood the goblin Jack, who informed him that he had hit the pain points, and now it shouldn't be so bad. Jumping up, Choi started waving his arms and thanking Jack. However, Jack said it would only dull the pain, not stop it. Choi Yule replied that it was enough. Jack just accepted the fact that he was one of the four lords as if it were something ordinary. And Choi Yule wants to know a lot of things, but he'll ask questions after things settle down a bit. Meanwhile, with Sergeant Kwon in town, it's time to loot the empty houses in the jungle sector. Suddenly, Kwon twitched and turned to Private Sa Kyung-min. He asked what was wrong. And Kwon loaded his weapon and ordered the car to turn around, saying it was an ambush. At that moment, there was an explosion near the car. They were attacked by two men. They drank a mana potion and used a rod of low magic to attack. Looking up, Kwon thought they were crazy to be attacking the military. Leafing through the system, Kwon thought that if they retaliated against the civilians, there would be chaos. And Kwon asked if the private would be able to evade the attacks until reinforcements arrived. The private said he could. As they drove, Kwon thought that the crime rate in the city was worse than he had imagined. The strong men have left the city, leaving only police and civilians. It's the perfect environment for criminals. Kwon also thought that if really strong villains appeared now, the city would turn into the most dangerous place of all in an instant. Suddenly, the private shouted that an obviously very oopsiness-looking man was chasing them. The shadow was catching up to the car, and the private was yelling that it was too fast. At that moment, Choi Yule was fighting a level 3 abyss monster lizard. Then Choi's attack exploded, and he thought that the pain point technique was really good. Resting his sword on Choi Yule's shoulder, he came to the conclusion that his body felt much lighter. Jack came over to him and told Choi Yule not to overdo it. Looking at the gate, Jack said that the aura of this mesa is similar to that of the demon realm, and all demons are stronger being there. Raising his hand, Choi Yule looked at it and remembered that the Demon King was also a devil, and his strength would be the same. Clenching his fist, Choi Yule realized that the Demon King's punishment would be more powerful. Therefore, he would like to hurry up and leave this place along with the treasure. Taking the mask, Choi said that satisfying the god of gold isn't the most important thing. It's just the easiest way to accomplish the mission. It also meant that he would get the minimum number of awards, but Choi wanted to get the opposite as much as possible. Second Lieutenant Kwon and Hyoju and the chaos in the city right now, they're all part of Choi Yule's plan to collect said awards. The private kept trying to get away, stepping on the gas. Kwon was sitting next to him examining an object. Kwon's mind flashed back to the time he'd asked Kim Sung what it was, pointing to the box. He said it was a gift in honor of his promotion. He said he got it as a reward for the mission, but thought Kwon needed it more. He also said that he had also provided Kwon's subordinates with good equipment. When Kwon took the box and stood in front of him, Kim Sung asked if she wanted anything else. And Kwon replied that he just couldn't get used to the fact that the army was well funded. The object in Kwon's hand was an instant cover. This item creates a safety zone of 3 meters and an effective time of 3 minutes. Suddenly, Kwon told the private to stop saying that they would have an accident if they acted rashly. A man jumped on the hood of the car. The private screamed and Kwon took aim. This masked stranger addressed Kwon, calling him Mr. Military. Then the black shadow that had caught up with them began to condense towards where the man was sitting. Grabbing Kwon's neck, the private shouted that it was melting and begged for help. And Kwon pondered whether it was corrosive fog or poison. He didn't know exactly what it was, but it was clear that it had a wide range and was dangerous. Thinking that he needed to worry about his own survival right now, Kwon looked at the object that had cracked. Then Kwon said he could surrender if the stranger would listen to their condition. The stranger put his hand on the glass and mumbled questioningly. Folding his arms, Kwon offered the appointee to volunteer to be his subordinate because he sees that he's out of his mind and he'll make him human. Smiling, the stranger said Mr. Soldier had just stepped over the line. The private shouted why Kwon continued, and he replied to create a gap for reinforcements. Then a hurricane came up, and the stranger rose into the air. Hi. With a cluck, the stranger wondered if he had been playing around. He tried to use the pearl, but he couldn't control the smoke because of the wind. He didn't know who was doing it, but his opponent's compatibility with him was complete shit. After that, the stranger picked up a slingshot called the Giant Slayer. It's the weapon of the little boy who slayed the giant. Taking aim at his opponent, the stranger thought he liked it. Looking up, Seo Yoon thought that the stranger wasn't a child why he had taken the slingshot, but Kwon had already swept him off his feet. The laser hit the spot where Seo Yoon was standing. He and Kwon fell to the ground together. A car pulled up next to them, and the private shouted for them to get in quickly. However, Seo Yoon said they could go on their way and he would catch up with them after he captured the guy. Kwon said that the enemy is not alone. Frowning, Seo Yoon replied that a police officer can't run away when facing a criminal. Kwon said it was a strategic retreat. Looking ahead, Seo Yoon said that if they retreated now, there would only be more casualties, and Kwon asked if it would be the same if he died now. Suddenly, the private called out to them and informed them that that criminal had already fled. Something was jumping lightning fast from one roof of the building to the other. The two masked men sitting on the ground asked why she was here and wasn't she doing outside business. Hyo-ju appeared in front of them, who they didn't expect to see. As they jumped up, they rushed to run, and Hyo-ju stretched out her hand and shouted for them to stop and suggested they talk. Turning around on her, the masked man threw a bottle and a rag. Watching this bottle fly, Hyo-ju thought it was a beer bottle, but the man behind her became wary and opened his mouth. Then he yelled that it was poison, and if the bottle broke, but Hyo-ju already understood. Before the bottle touched the ground, Hyo-ju tossed it into the air with her spear. Then she caught it and the man saw it and exhaled in relief. He told her that she was lucky to be in the city. Hyo-ju turned to him and asked who he was and who those people were. The man replied that he had no idea and said that sometimes he met robbers, but he had never seen such organized robbers. Wiping the sweat from his face, he said that quite a few people had suffered from their poison, and it was probably a poison against which most antidotes did not work. Looking at the boxes, the old man surmised that they might have lost the treasure they had given them. Looking at them, Hyo-ju suggested that some people might think that humans are easier to fight than monsters. Turning to Uncle Woon-gi, Hyo-ju asked her to suspend the treasure hunt for now. The uncle exclaimed, "Why?" And Hyo-ju replied that there's something wrong and she feels like there's something bad surrounding the city. In the prison window, using binoculars, Kang-ji watched Choi-yul reading a book. Lowering the binoculars, she thought about creating such a fake, and then picking up the chips, she wondered what he was up to. She thought that if Choi-yul was out of town, there was no point in her being here. While reading Choi-yul's book, he wondered if the big battle would start soon. Turning to him, Jack asked Choi, counting on that happening. Choi replied that although he'd planned for chaos to reign in the city, he hadn't expected someone so crazy to show up. And Jack suggested just cutting him up, but Choi said something more anarchic. Jack replied that he couldn't read Choi's mind as expected. Choi-yul laughed and said that Jack would understand soon. Approaching the deepest part of Taklo Dome, Choi-yul suggested that they should mop up the dungeon now. When the gate opened, the light illuminated the hall, and from the darkness came a voice saying that it had been a long time since people had descended so low. On the throne sat the Demon King of Investigations, Takloa, who said welcome to his city. Taking the sword, Choi-yul replied that he didn't care, and clarified if Takloa knew the Demon King Krasen. However, Takloa said that he extremely dislikes the manner in which Choi-yul asks this question. Flying upwards, Choi-yul shouted that Takloa would dislike his behavior even more. But right in front of Choi-yul's face, a shield seal appeared, and he crashed into it. Laughing, Takloa said indeed his behavior left a lot to be desired. A pile of cobblestones flew at Choi-yul, but Choi-yul stepped back. He realized that in front of him was a magical barrier, neutralizing all physical attacks and magic that instantly blocks high-level spells. The magic-type Akloa Demon King is completely different from the martial-type Katumbaba. It's the opposite of Second Lieutenant Kwan's physically-oriented group. If Lieutenant Kwan brings his army here, they'll be wiped out in a second. Besides the king, there are countless other dangers here. Cursed objects and plague-ridden monsters. Choi-yul decided that he would get rid of all the dangers and reset the difficulty level for this entire area. To do so, he took the musculus axe, elevated to godhood by pushing his body to extreme limits. The axe converts all physical attack weakness into magic attack strength, commensurate with the strength value. Attacking Takloa, Choi-yul thought he would change the difficulty Uroan for the residents to novice. There was an explosion. At that time in the city, Seo-yun stood in the negotiation room and introduced himself as a homicide officer. He said he called them here because of Choi-yul, but the situation has changed and there's a crazy asshole in town, and so far they call him Imuji. Nearby, Kang-do picked up the bottle and said that they should arrest this Imuji, but with their current police force, it was impossible. Clenching his fists, Seo-yun said he is proposing a joint operation involving the police army and able-bodied citizens. After hearing this, Hyo-ju replied that she agreed because those people looked very dangerous. Kwan didn't say anything. At this point, he was thinking that a showdown between civilians was inappropriate, and the longer it went on, the worse it got. In his opinion, let them win the battle. If the mission fails, everyone dies. The fact that they started the mission knowing this truth means that they are confident in defeating what's going on in the city as well as fighting Choi-yul. He has been summoned many times, resulting in the burning of countless cities, and brought suffering and death to many mortals. For a long time, none of them could pierce Takloa's body. But who would have thought there would be a mortal capable of sharing it with his power alone? Smiling, Choi-yul told Takloa that this was his last chance and asked if he knew Krasen. And Takloa asked whether that question was relevant to this challenge. In response, Choi-yul asked by the word challenge, Takloa meant mission. Confirming this, Tacloa said that they too get missions according to their reasons, and usually it is to destroy mortals. Holding out his hand, a surprised Choi asked if Tacloa was allowed to tell him this. The monster's eyes lit up and he replied that it didn't matter. He said that the more a mortal who has this book knows, the sooner he meets his doom. Choi Yul realized that Tacloa knew about the book and then asked if he knew about Krasin. Tacloa laughed and said what a pity. Around Tacloa, everything glowed and he said he could see the apparent doom that would follow this book. With his hand out, Choi yelled what he knew, but Jack put his hand on his shoulder and said they needed to leave now. Smiling, Tacloa said that thanks to the fact that he was able to see Choi in turmoil, the end of this call is not so bitter. Choi kept yelling for Tacloa to stop, but Jack held him back. A tree in the middle of the field shook so that birds flew up. And then there was an explosion and the tree flew away, and in its place appeared a pillar of light hitting the sky. Griffin flew up to this pillar, and from there, Tacloa said that he would wait for the doom figure number 8 summoned by him. On top of the griffin sat Choi. Jack put a hand on his shoulder and asked if he was all right. Choi said yes, thinking about it. He kept thinking that the more he learned, the closer he got to collapse. It's a book that brings certain doom. Jack asked. Choi wants to gather more information, and he said no, because Tacloa is the only demon king on this mission. It was enough for Choi that there was a demon king who knew Dai, and he offered to take care of their original goal of adjusting the difficulty of the field. Two adventurers were standing in the forest and felt a slight tremor, thinking it was an earthquake. And Jack wondered if they could survive 3 days. He thought about his students. 3 days later, waving his baton, the policeman shouted that the security zone was this way and the Imuga gang was on the loose. At the hospital, a nurse approached the doctor and informed him that they were out of potions and antidotes. The doctor responded by asking if that made sense. There are fewer Mishpan casualties than casualties from fights between people. Meanwhile, in the city, a battle was going on between Seo Yun Hyoju and Imuji. Sitting on Imuji's truck, telling them to just give up because they wouldn't be able to catch him even with 2 men in high-end gear. He told them to look at the state of the city. Even when a battle like this broke out, the bastards didn't care and only wanted the treasure. There are only those who hide and try to take advantage, and all because there is no leader. An absolute leader who would lead the people. And obviously a leader is a role for the strongest man. Pointing her finger at him, Hyoju shouted that the strongest person was Choi Yul. And Imuji replied that the fact that Choi Yul hasn't shown up yet must be because he's not sure he's going to win. When he said he had prepared a gift for Choi Yul, he was attacked. However, the bullet that hit him began to melt, emitting steam. Watching him from the window, Kwon realized that Imuji had high density enough to block bullets with passive defense. It seemed the longer they fought him, the more skills he gained. Imuji attacked where Kwon was and the captain rushed to escape, deciding that he needed to deal with the enemy before it was too late. Smiling, Imuji said that he was not like Choi Yul, and he could share points and items as much as they needed and pass missions easily. His condition was that they all just had to listen to what he said and also automatically say yes to him. Swinging his fist, Seo Eun shouted that if he had enough time to think about such nonsense. Seo Eun shouted for Imuji to go outside and search for the treasure in that case, and then gave a powerful blow. Preparing to strike back, Imuji apologized and said with a smile that it wouldn't work anymore. With great speed, something swept at Seo Eun and Hyoju underground. The snakes attacked them from all sides. There were so many of them that they formed a tangle of snakes. However, Hyoju applied her fire and the snakes began to melt. Outside, Imuji approached the snakes, saying that they could no longer fight off his poison with fire or wind. Applying another skill, Imuji said that after he marinates them, he will leave alive whoever screams the nicest. Suddenly, the snakes parted and Seo Eun and Hyoju were outside. Immediately, Seo Eun took off his jacket and threw it on Hyoju. She started to yell that she was above the level, but Seo Eun told her to shut up. The poison penetrated Seo Eun. His veins were swollen and his mouth and eyes were bleeding. He said that whether it was age or work, it was the right thing to do. Applying Imuji's skill said that it wasn't, or rather it wasn't what he wanted. A powerful shockwave hit Seo Eun and Hyoju. However, it wasn't Imuga's attack. Fixing his mask and coughing, Imuji wondered what bastard did it. Hyoju looked up too, hoping to figure out who had done it. Drawing his sword, Jack told his students it was a pity. He couldn't believe they couldn't stand up to a third-rate like Imuji. When Hyoju saw him, she opened her mouth and realized that she was a master, but Seo Eun only saw a monster. Imuji was also surprised by the appearance of the column guard from the post mission and asked why he was here. Turning to the students, Jack said they needed discipline, but the time was right so they would put the matter off for another time. All residents of the city have received an emergency notification that another god of gold has been found. Now, the kid has reached the level of maturity and can enter the battle for supremacy, and so his existence has become known to all. Due to this, the content of the mission has also changed. From now on, one can choose which god of gold they want to offer the treasure to. And the winner will be the god of gold, who will be offered the most treasures before the end of the mission. The inhabitants of the victorious gold god will receive a non-zero reward, and the loser will receive nothing. The city god of gold had 34,000 members, and the desert god had 1, but there were millions of times more treasures. People immediately realized it was Choi Yule's doing. Imuji was also annoyed, to say the least. Creating a villain who will unite the city is a trivial but sure way to do it. But Choi Yule couldn't leave such a role to a psycho suffering from protagonist syndrome and relying only on his legendary equipment. The people said that there was no way Choi Yule would meekly surrender and decided to return to the city. They thought that if they didn't do anything, they'd lose everything again because of Choi Yule. Just above Imuji, a griffin flew over with Choi Yule. Imuji trembled with anger and immediately attacked Choi Yule. A black shadow enveloped Choi Yule. Both Hyoju and Seo-yoon saw it. Anger enveloped Imuji for daring Choi Yule to turn him into a fucking tool. However, Imuga's attack hit the griffin, but it didn't work. Imuji didn't understand what was wrong with this griffin. The griffin opened its mouth and swallowed Choi Yule's poison bomb. Imuji couldn't believe that the griffin had drunk all of his poison. The Imperial Griffin's diet is based on monsters with deadly venom such as Basilisk and Hydra. While Imuji was thinking about how it was possible that the elite wasn't a monster next to him, Choi Yule had already landed next to him. Turning to Imuji, Choi Yule asked if he was curious as to why his poison was absolutely not working. Extending a finger, Choi Yule said that this would be Imuga's homework, adding that it was, instead of bullying other people, Choi Yule attacked the opponent. In a flash, he had Imuji on the ground. Griffin and Jack joined him. Then at the top of his voice, Choi Yule shouted that he would monopolize the desolate god of gold. He also warned that if they brought treasures to the desert treasure god, he would sacrifice them for personal gain on all missions. When Choi Yule got on the griffin, he laughed loudly and flew away. Kwon Hyoji and Seo-yoon thought he was a terrible actor. Then the police held a meeting in the square saying that they should find more treasure in the remaining week. Hyoji took the microphone and said that they need the cooperation of the citizens to do this. Seo-yoon said that he knows Choi Yule is the greatest disaster, but they can't stay sitting in the corner and inaction. He said the way to deal with disasters is the same as on Earth, which is to work together. Yeoju then added that this trivial method has been the surest solution that mankind has always used to defeat adversity. Anything to do with Choi Yule's missions of this world and returning to their original world. Raising up her spear, Hyoju shouted that in order to defeat all these troubles, people must lend them their strength. Meanwhile, Imuji was imprisoned. The only thing he had left was the pearl. Mission Guide Number 1. Securing the Urban Alliance. Using hostile creatures on the ground as a base, hitting monsters becomes easier as their powers are visible to the naked eye. The value of the treasure was small, but sometimes they managed to hit the jackpot. A dungeon is a general term for cave or basement buildings that cannot be immediately seen in their entirety. Although the value of the treasure is often high, there are many variables due to the high threat level. Entry alone is forbidden. It is recommended that military and trained adventurers cooperate and go inside. One Gi, writing down the treasure box, asked if it was the last one and ordered the young man to hurry up and load it. The cars full of jewels hit the road, and at that moment they were attacked by monsters. In the back of the car were defenders who shouted that you need to protect the prey while shooting off monster attacks. At the border post, people saw cars and monsters approaching. The order was to open fire and clear the way for the vehicle. The Treasure Appraisal Center is a place where treasures are hunkered down during their appraisal. Military, police, and private citizens are stationed here for security purposes. The man raised up a true god idol and shouted that it was a legendary grade treasure. Kang Song wrote on the board how many treasures each god has and noted that the difference doesn't shrink at all. Scratching his head, Kang Song remembered that the jungle and gorges were almost completely cleared. The only thing left was the desert where Choi Yule was, and the last map that people hadn't been on yet. These are areas that citizens have postponed visiting because of the high risk. Looking at the board, Kim Sung thought it was possible now. Seo Yoon had a hair in front of him, and he asked if it was Choi Yule whom they had arrested, and Kang Do said that they were completely fooled. Taking a hair, Kang Do said that if he had dealt with the desolate gold god from the beginning, people wouldn't have moved. In response, Seo Yoon said that Choi Yule was using himself as bait to get people to act. Kang Do agreed with him. Then Seo Yoon kicked the table, breaking it into 2 pieces, shouting that they couldn't leave it like that. Clenching his fist, he said that if Choi Yule used this method, no matter how the mission ended. Clenching his teeth, he agreed that Choi Yul would become even more isolated from the city. Taking out a cigarette, Kang-do thought that he now seemed to understand what kind of person Choi Yul was. According to Kang-do, Choi not only plays the card lying in front of the person, but rather subordinates the whole game by holding the other cards in his hand. If that's the case, then they need the people to unite and become stronger because Choi has definitely prepared a move in case of victory. And it won't be a corny map like join forces and find treasure. Looking at the huge stone, Kang-ji thoughtfully said the mission to find the treasure trove. There were pictures drawn on this stone, and Kang-ji realized that the mission could be accomplished in this way as well. She decided she would sell that information for a very high price. The last day of the treasure hunt mission, there was a battle between Seo Yoon and Choi Yul. Seo Yoon used his skill and Choi Yul was whirled around in a hurricane. Looking at him, Seo Yoon said that no matter the level, the weight was different. Choi was approached by Hyo-ju armed with her spear. On the other side, Imuga's snakes were attacking him. The time to the end of the mission was 24 minutes and 33 seconds. There was a small gap between the gods. Looking at Imuji, Choi Yul said that he didn't have much time left. When Hyo-ju and Seo Yoon Choi Yul stood next to Imuji, he told them that the City Alliance members needed to do a better job. 4 days later, Hyo-ju said that she was so surprised that Imuji was just that, a high school student who still has milk on his lips. His name is Kang Seung-won. Smiling, Kang Sung told Hyo-ji that she was noisy and offered to shut up and he'd call her if he needed to. She replied that it was her job to watch him, and Kang Sung said that after losing like that. But Hyo-ju didn't let her finish saying that she was faster than his ability to activate the pearl because he had the body of an ordinary person. Her spear stabbed into the wall next to his face, and Kang Sung replied that she must have heard from his subordinates. And Hyo-ju replied that they split easily and it seems like he's not such a good leader. With a wave of his hand, Kang Sung said he couldn't condemn the attempts of the weak to survive by joining the strong. He thought that if he went out and stepped on them, they would immediately start licking his feet again, and that's human nature. When he said that, Hyo-ju replied that she was clear and he had 8th grade syndrome. Looking at his hand, Kang Seo said that his pearl is a mythical class item and it's still in development, which is why Choi Go won. Once Kang Sung finishes developing this thing into a true mythic class, even Choi Yul won't be able to resist her. Which means, according to Kang Seong, the city will belong to him sooner or later. Hearing that, Hyo-ju thought that if it wasn't for Choi Yul, everyone would be in danger. But according to Kang Seon, the pearl is still in development, and Hyo-ju thought she should just leave that jerk alone. While passing by the treasure appraisal center, Kang-ji heard a man saying that they almost died in Dunjie but still won. Nearby, a policeman was asking an adventurer to pay a fine for exposing his sword. Listening to all this, Kang-ji thought that in a few days, the city had become suffused with the spirit of fighting, and it would be difficult for her to sell information. Suddenly, she received a call, and Kang-ji thought there was no better time to call than now. She received a call from Hyo-ju, who asked if Kang-ji was okay and added that she was worried. While Hyo-ju turned away to talk on the phone, Kang Seong pressed the help button at his weapon. When she hung up the phone, Kang-ji thought she had just asked Hyo-ju to introduce her to someone who could buy information from her. The military was having a meeting. With his hands folded, Kwon said that before they started talking. And then he paid attention and clarified if it was even okay for Imuji to be with them, and Kang Seong asked if he was interrupting. After drinking Kim's energy drink, he looked up and said that Imuji is their outstanding strength, not to mention that leaving Hyunju as his guard is a loss for them. Folding his arms, Seo Yoon asked why they shouldn't, but was interrupted by Lee Chul suggesting he just listen. After hearing Kang-ji Kim Soon's story, he said that if her information was true, they would be able to destroy the god of gold before he grew up. He also said that they would face a devilish difficulty fighting Choi Yul. Kim Sung thought they should try. That's why Kim Sung wants to use Imuji. Smiling, Kang Sung said that as he said, the city needed him after all. Choi Yul and Jack were standing on the roof of the building watching the powerful hurricane. Turning to Choi, Jack asked, could they increase the victim's personal gain? In response, Choi Yul snorted, and Jack, making a move, said that the Demon King's punishments count. Things backfired Choi. Yul said that a lot of people in the city need to be rewarded because the people he turned into victims this time. Unlucky enough to find yourself in dangerous dungeons or going after cursed treasure. And they became the ones who should have been isolated before this mission. When Jack noticed a military Gruzovic approaching them, he informed them that they had guests. Kang Sung Hyo-ju and Seo Yoon were sitting in the truck. Kwon, who was driving, said that they were in place and needed to get ready to fight Gruzvik. The next following also got the message to be ready for battle, and the military responded that they were ready. Jack had already gotten up, but Choi Yul said not yet. He said that since ancient times, the weakest have been sent to the last stage. Choi Yul's loyal griffin was the first to attack. Hyo-ju raised her spear against him in defense. Suddenly, a black shadow enveloped Hyo-ju and Seo-eun. It was Kang Seon's pearl. Then Kim Sung tossed them in the air. Hyo-ju shouted what he was doing, and Seo-eun reminded him that he was just a brainless dog. Using their skills, they attacked the griffin from both sides. Kwon ran out of the car and shouted to the others to hide as well. He told Nahad that when they found the place, they should open covering fire. While the military covered their own emoji, climbed into the building and thought it was okay to not waste energy now because Choi Yul wasn't the ultimate target. He was thinking that Choi Yul had decided to use him to get the gold god, but Kang Seong wouldn't let him do it. In his opinion, the only people being used here are the military freaks. Watching the battle from afar, Kang Sun thought that they wanted to start with negotiations, but Choi Yul didn't seem to have any plans to do so. When Kang Sun got into the car, he shouted to the driver that the battle had begun and that he had to drive. The private immediately stepped on the gas. Their plan was to destroy Choi Yul, the god of gold, but it's really a lie. Of course, if they had succeeded, the mission would have been won immediately, but it's obviously impossible to accomplish such a feat. The purpose of this Peelin was to find the treasure, past the desert sector to the last sector. Calculating the remaining time rather than rushing from side to side, they had to go and take as much treasure as they could carry at a time. It was necessary to land as many men as possible. After all, it was impossible to leave the Imuji in a weakened city. So they created a fake plan to subdue the gold god Choi Yul and destroy Imuga. Getting out of the car, Kang Song couldn't believe that the last sector was in front of them. He saw the ruined buildings, and Kim Sung didn't understand how this was an ordinary earthly city. When Kim Sung entered one of the houses and saw the picture on the floor, he realized that his suspicions that they weren't the only ones who had been summoned were correct. But who would have thought that the confirmation of his hunch would be like this? People have not fallen thanks to outside forces. They were isolated and divided. They ended after they stopped fighting among themselves. Approaching the skeletons, the adventurer held out his hand and informed them that they were at least a year old. Turning to him, Kim Sung said that it turns out for them the mission lasted for several years. Suddenly, the adventurer said that even though the game started on the same day, they could assume that the two cities spent time differently. It's too early to be sure, but the assumption is correct. So the players who created this game and summoned them are those who can control time. Meanwhile, Seo-eun continued to attack the griffin and used a jab-jab-hook combination. This allowed Hyo-ju to climb the bird, and she swung her spear at him. Glaring at him, she shouted for the griffin to excuse them because they had come for victory. She stabbed her spear into the griffin, and the two of them were enveloped in flames. Choi Yul was watching with Jack. Looking at them, he thought that Empyrean Fang and Funbuck's gloves were the best equipment even among the legendary class. They not only have great attack and strength characteristics, but also give extra stats to their user. The downside is that most attacks hit square and can cause massive destruction. To control and master such power, they will need to work as well as possible as a team to prepare for it. They would need veterans and those who had already played on the team. Thinking that the griffin had been struck, Hyo-ju and Seo-eun started to leave, but suddenly there were sounds behind them. They turned around and saw Choi Yul, who congratulated them on passing the first stage by stroking the griffin. Clenching his fist, Seo-eun shouted for Choi Lei to stop because he wasn't here for the god of gold. Looking at Seo-eun, Choi Yul was puzzled because he said he had come to save him. Until Choi Yul finally isolated himself from the city. Choi Yul just smiled at that. While preparing for the fight, Choi Yul told Seo-eun to arrest him in that case, but only if Seo-eun has the talent. Then Choi Yul disappeared, raising a puff of dust. Seo-eun squinted at Choi Yul and cursed. Suddenly, Hyo-ju jumped forward with a shout of caution. She was able to deflect the blow that came at them. Clutching his sword, Jack said that the only one who flinched was the inexperienced apprentice. Watching them, he thought he'd have to be more careful or he'd destroy them all. And Kwon analyzed the enemy is the Swordmaster Goblin, the pillar guard from the last mission, and the raid boss who has a higher level than the other guards. Hundreds of people spent half a day making efforts to capture the exhausted guard. Can they defeat a stronger opponent with so many men? And without Imuga? Canyon Sector, the nest of the Imperial Griffin. Inside, Choi Yul told the Griffin that he had done a good job and could rest. Approaching him, Choi Yul put his hand on him and said that he, thanks to his regenerative abilities, would recover quickly. He then apologized for using it that way and added that he didn't think it would cover his guilt but promised to protect the nest for the rest of the mission. When I remembered Seo-eun's words about saving Choi, I thought I expected the strongest officer in the city to come, but I didn't expect him to say that. Even though Choi Yul can anticipate actions, it's hard to guess a person's feelings. After a while, Kwon and the other military men were broken, and Jack stood up on the wall of the building and asked, "That's all?" Looking at him, Seo Eun thought they were capable of something more. Ayoji answered him, asking the master to let them pass. But Jack said that if she wanted to convince the wrestler, she should fight. Suddenly, a voice behind Hyoji's back told her to retreat. When she turned around, she saw Kwon and was surprised that he was alive. Looking at her, Kwon said that they still had a few more days and the enemy was in no mood to destroy them without talking, so they couldn't rush. They left, and Choi Yul joined Jack and said it was over faster than he expected. Jack replied that Kwon was an incredibly smart man. Kwon thinks like a general, not a wrestler who does and then thinks. A raid is not the place for a single mix. Strategy and facilitation are necessary. Looking at Jack, Choi Yul thought that they should accumulate raid experience points on this mission. They will then divide those points among several groups. You can't allow too much power in one hands. When Choi Yul came up to him, Jack asked what he did to Imuji, and Choi said he was going to go follow him now. Jack then reminded me that Imuga was having a hard time getting older. Standing on the cliff, Kang Song clucked and said that the dude's wind was a light breeze. But he was confident that if he went through this storm, he could deal with the god of gold, while the others dealt with Choi Yul. In the city, Kangdu's subordinate, holding something in his hands, exclaimed that it worked and asked the boss how he had thought of it. In response, Kangdu said that Choi Yul is not following the purpose of the mission at all and is using the mission to get more rewards. Turning around, Kangdu summarized that he had tried to think like Choi Yul. Before simply offering the treasure, Kangdu nudged his cost as high as he could. The result was a resounding success, as you can see, so they'll be able to surpass the value of Choi Yul's treasure. Whether the expedition to the Sand God of Gold will succeed, if among the two cases, the one in which the ordinary inhabitants win. In the treasure square, meanwhile, a commotion had risen. Kangdu told the weapons to be repaired and ordered the canyon sector to be illuminated. After listening to the instructions, the policeman and the private bowed to him in a hurry to carry out the order. Meanwhile, in the desert, Hyo-ju and Seo-yoon sat down to eat and discussed that Kangdu was strong. In Seo-yoon's opinion, there is no word better than resourcefulness to describe Kangdu. With a wince, Seo-yoon looked at the ground and said that was why Kangdu was more dangerous. Holding the noodles in his hands, Seo-yoon said that even if things were different, he wouldn't leave him alone in the city. Seo-yoon picked up the jar and poured the noodles into his mouth, adding that words couldn't help as before, and suggested that we get down to business. At this time, Kang Seung tried his best to do something. However, he failed and flew backwards. As he stood up, he wiped the sweat from his face and thought about why he felt that his skill at using the pearl was not improving. He thought it was a matter of practice. Reading the book, Choi Yul was clucking and thinking that he gives Imuji an opportunity and he doesn't even use it. He knew that Kang Seon wouldn't be able to improve his skill by hunting weak mobs. He would have to deal with the stronger one. Until now, he only hid by fighting weak mobs or humans. His poison won't even work on elite monsters. Putting his hands behind his head, Choi Yul cheerfully said that Imuji would grow up if he fought Hyunju, but he's not going to tell him that. Again, Jack prepared for battle, armed himself, and landed on the wall of the ruined building. Everything lit up with a purple light. The private called out to Officer Seo-eun, extending his finger with the ring. Entering the fight, Seo-eun struck with a fist strike using his gloves. A hurricane appeared in front of the military, and they were yelling that it was blocking their view, so the order was given to open fire to divert it. It was as if a comet flew from the sky into the center of the storm. Kwon, who was sitting in the shelter, told everyone that he was coming and that the posts needed to get ready. There was a huge explosion. One of the privates started to say that they had done it, but his comrade grabbed his head and told him to shut up for now. The smoke and dust from the explosion began to dissipate, and Hyoju's silhouette could be seen through it. But then everyone saw Jack holding her by the throat and saying that they had worked surprisingly well together, but not enough to break through his aura. The Kwon sitting in the shelter looked at the wall and asked if they still needed reinforcements. After letting Hyoju Jack go, he said that she passed this exam so she can go ahead. He also said that apparently she seems to have mastered the martial arts of this world. Calling out to her, Jack admonished, "It's good to band together when you're weak." When Jack left, he said that if she was his student, she should stand on her own 2 feet. Hyoju knelt down and shouted that she would do her best. Jack stayed where he was, but the military men got in the car and drove off. As they drove, Kwon thought about the word surrendered, assuming Jack was testing them or training them. But if that's the case, what would happen if she didn't pass? After getting out of the car, Hyoju said that it would be harder to go on. The soldiers in hiding reported that they couldn't see either Choi Yul or Imuji, and Kwon replied that Choi Yul knew they were coming, and so they shouldn't let their guard down. A tornado appeared in front of the team, and Kwon asked Hyoju if she could jump over it. Hyeju started waving her arms, saying she couldn't. Seo Eun sat down and began to use one of the skills and said that he thought it would work. Hyo-ju clarified what he meant. Seo Eun raised his hands and shouted. Hyo-ju and Kwon saw that So Eun had picked up the wind and the road in front of them cleared. Kwon immediately realized that Funbank was a wind god and whether or not something could equip with such strength. Continuing to hold the wind, Seo Eun said that he would not be able to do what he wanted to do using the Funback gloves. Choi Yul appeared in front of them and said with a smile that Funbank was beginning to recognize Officer Seo. Immediately, Hyo-ju, Ju, and Seo Eun rushed toward him. Kwon thought it was much faster than he'd expected. With an outstretched hand, Choi Yul asked if they were going to start the last stage. He was holding a ticket that allowed him to teleport to a place where a person had already been. So Seo Eun and Hyo-ju teleported away. Seo Eun looked around and asked where they were, and Hyo-ju said they had gone too far. A voice behind them said that the Bates were still alive. They turned around and saw Imuji standing in front of them. But Kang Seung didn't understand what had happened to Seo Eun and Hyo-ju. He noticed that their energy had changed so much in one day. Hyo-ju then clarified Imuji sent Choi Yul here, and he told her that he had been here since the moment he opened his eyes. The team assumed that Choi Yul was scared that his god of gold would be caught and kicked out. However, Choi Yul immediately landed to them and replied that it wasn't true. Taking out his sword, Choi began to say that since ancient times there was a tradition of fighting the last boss in a separate stage. Running forward, Imuji yelled for Choi to stop joking and asked why he wasn't starting the second and third stage transformations. Dodging Choi Yul's attack, he said that the atmosphere here was great. But Imuji thought that while he was playing with these losers, he remembered one thing. The more he hit them, the better they behaved. Later on, they were like affectionate. Choi Yul told him that he thought Kang Seung was a great villain. In the shelter, Kwon reported that he had lost contact with Hyun Nim. Nearby, his comrade assumed they were fighting. Upon opening the chest, the private informed the commander that they were running out of ammunition. Kwon's colleague reported that they had driven Imuji out of town, and the plan was successful, and Kwon added that they still weren't sure if they'd pebble him. There were about 2 days left. They have no time to think and no people to execute the plan. The only thing they can do now is finish what they started. Hyo-ju rushed into attack, asking Choi Yul to stop and talk. And Choi Yul said that it's time for a typical final boss scene, and they can try to drink themselves into oblivion out of arrogance. Then he told me that the Gold God had tremendous stamina, but was almost powerless in battle. By teaming up with these people, Hyo-ju will defeat him in one moment. If anyone touches Choi Yul even once, he'll send him to the God of Gold. Relieved, Imuji raised his hand and asked if he could hit him once. Releasing the snakes, Kang Seung shouted that one time wouldn't suit him. Looking at the black shadow approaching him, Choi Yul realized that it was a large-scale attack of maximum power. Swinging his sword, Choi Yul shouted that it was too easy and struck at Imuji's face. Kang Seung fell down and Choi Yul asked, "And what do they need? Can they rest together or run to the God of Gold?" Hyo-ju looked at Seo Eun and said that there was a gap between their goals and Amuga's, but they wouldn't mind hitting him. As Woon-gi closed his car, he asked Kim Sung if he would be okay. Kim Sung replied that they had too much treasure and couldn't take it all. Kim Sung also ordered the guards and residents to be taken to the city. Kang Ji sat in the truck looking at the jewelry in the sun. He said he would go with the volunteers and walk back with the rest of the treasure. If they drop the treasure and pick it up in the desert, they can buy time. As he left, Kim Sung looked back at the ruined city and put his hand to his head and saluted. Seo Eun rushed to attack Choi Yul, but he repelled the attack, surprising his opponent. Smiling, Choi Yul said that such an attack wouldn't do anything to him, reminding him that he was stronger than Jack. Looking at the opponent, Hyo-ju said that because of these shoes, they can't understand where he will fly in the next moment. Landing next to him, Seo Eun asked Choi Yul Dragonfly whether or not Hyo-ju noticed that he wasn't even using them to their full potential. At that moment, Hyo-ju began to remember what her master had taught her and how to defeat someone who was stronger than her. Suddenly, Kwon appeared behind her back and shouted her name with all his might. Hyo-ju looked back at him and apologized, saying that she was thinking so much that she couldn't say a word. And Kwon replied that everything was fine, and thanks to her, he recognized their location. In the background, there was a battle between Choi and Seo Eun, and Hyo-ju yelled into her earpiece that she couldn't speak, and according to Choi's information, Yulia is the god of gold. No one answered, and Hyo-ju realized that Kwon had hung up on her and wondered if she should call him back. Suddenly, she got a message. The screen said that Hyo-ju should be listened to. Kwon said that if Choi Yul said anything about the god of gold, in Kwon's opinion, all of Choi's clova is part of his strategy, and if she heard the details, she's now a victim of a personal gain. Hearing that, Hyo-ju's eyes opened wide. She asked why, but Kwon said she would figure it out later, but right now she needed to figure out what had happened here. Lastly, Kwon said that he would come up with a plan and send it out later, and they needed to stall for time. Watching the battle, Hyoju thought about how she could stall for time, to keep fighting. But isn't that a waste of energy? Taking the spear, Hyoju breathed heavily, thinking that she had no other ideas but to just keep fighting. The sun was already setting when Kang Seung regained consciousness. He stood up and grabbed his head. Then he noticed that Hyoju and Seo-eun were lying at his feet and thought they had screwed up. He laughed and said that they were idiots and they were useless. Standing up, he walked over to Choi Yul and asked if he would agree with him. But Choi said something to himself about an abandoned magic pearl. Kang Seung looked at him questioningly. After closing the book, Choi Yul said that it requires focus on how to develop it and added that if he used it mindlessly, it would eat him up. Activating the pearl, Kang Xiong shouted, "What the hell is this nonsense?" Armed, Choi Yul said that he had already warned Kang Seong, but Imugi just sent him away. Meanwhile, in Hyoju's earpiece, Kwon spoke up, saying that he would soon fill her in on the details of his plan. Already at night, the city god of gold had about 16 million. At dawn, Woon-gi brought all the treasures, and the value of the treasure rose to nearly 27 million. The last day of the treasure hunting mission, the desolate gold god had 38.5 million. There was still a battle going on between Choi Yul and Hyoju, and the city god had 37 million. Imugi, who fought Choi Yul, said he was tired of it and would earn points and would definitely level up. So Yoon jumped up and shouted to Hyoju to get ready. Raising his hands in the air, Seo-eun shouted that there was one last push left. A hurricane came up that tossed Choi Yul with such force that he was even surprised. As he flew, he thought about the fact that the effect of the acupuncture point was gradually weakening, and it wasn't so easy to control his power. Kang Seung decided to attack next, saying that he would be the final blow, but Seo-eun slipped past him. Turning around, he saw Seo-eun running towards the military man who shot into the sky. With a rumbling sound, Seo-eun landed next to that military man. He shouted for everyone to hold on because they were leaving. The ship began to move away and Imugi rushed towards them asking what the hell these tricks were. With his wind, Seo-eun guided the ship and Imugi tried to grab them. Looking around, the private shouted that they had lost Imugi, and Seo-eun yelled for him to look forward. Continuing to push the ship, Seo-eun said that they had no time and needed to chase as hard as they could. However, Imuga's hand had already reached them. There was still 15 minutes of time left. With a wave of his sword, Choi Yul asked the action coming to an end. Watching Hyoju open a bunch of vials, Choi Yul asked. First, she was here for the sake of, then laughed and clarified, it was stamina potions. Taking the spear, Hyoju replied that during the first mission, Choi Yul had taught her the hidden skill Fang. Frowning, Choi Yul remembered the fire dragon thinking that this skill. Raising her spear upwards, Hyoju said that when your stamina is 100%, you should pierce yourself with a fang. However, Choi Yul shouted that this was not the case at all, and tried to explain that the main condition was not met, and if she uses this skill now then. Flames swirled around Hyoju. She pointed her spear at her chest. When Choi Yul finished his sentence by saying that she would die, it was too late. Hyoju stabbed the spear into herself. Empyrean Fang. A spear possessing the high-ranking fire property of Prometheus's dragon power. Upon reaching the hidden condition, the user can summon Prometheus and use a powerful breath. Empyrean Flame Dragon also bears the name Solar. Therefore, the call of Prometheus is possible only at sunrise or sunset. At the last moment, Choi Yul put his sword between Hyoju and the spear, asking if she knew the last condition. Hyoju replied, of course. She said it was all Sergeant Kwon's plan. It's impossible to guess what Choi Yul has in mind. But he is still a man whose actions can be read. When Choi heard this, he scratched his head and said that he had miscalculated. Choi sat down and looked at the ship in the distance, saying that even though he might go after them, he'd rather end it here. 7 minutes and 23 seconds left. Kwon radioed that he was approaching and everyone should grab a weapon. The ship kept racing across the sands, and Imuga's paws tried to grab it. Raising 2 fingers up, Kwon ordered the attack and advanced. Behind Seo-eun, an orb appeared in which Kang Seong's reflection was visible. Seo-eun was surprised to see Imugi there. Imuga's snakes attacked the military. Kwon coughed. The remaining time is 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Pulling out his hand with the pearl, Kang Seong shouted for everyone to stop. Pulling out the gold god, Imugi shouted for everyone to come out. Seo-eun ran towards him from behind. Everyone raised their weapons upwards, pointing at the gold god, and Kwon shouted to attack. Meanwhile, in the city, people were repairing the armor. The man asked if they were finished, and the other man said they should show it to the god of gold. There was 4 minutes left. Kwon yelled that they didn't have time, so he grabbed a grenade. While So-eun was holding the god of gold, Imugi attacked him from above. The time remaining was 1 minute and 35 seconds. Looking up at the sky, Choi Yul turned to Hyoju and asked if he could ask her something. He said that people would end the divisiveness with distrust fights and despair. According to him, that's what humanity is. 25 seconds remaining. People in the city were repairing weapons' other luxuries until the last seconds. Kang Ji was watching the commotion from the rooftop, eating chips. Time's up. Everyone has been notified by email that the mission has been completed. The city god of gold was victorious. Standing on the desolate god, Imuji shouted that he had won. He thought with a bounty like that, he'd be pumped, but he got a message in his email. Then, the ordinary residents who found themselves outside the city limits were forcibly returned. Kwon shook Seo Yoon's hand and said that they had done a great job, and he replied that all that was left was to get drunk. Because of the blessing of the city god of gold, the reward points will be doubled. Looking around, Hyoju didn't realize where Choi Yul was. Kang Ji-woo came in third place with 33,500 points. Second place went to Song Dae-young with 45,500. And first place went to Park Woon-gi with 324,500 Oscar. The crowd started to toss him around, shouting that it was a good job, but he said it was all thanks to Hyoju. However, flying up into the air, Woon-gi thought that he was feeling really good now and would buy everyone stuff. There was a notification on Kwon's cell phone. It said that the members of his squad who captured the enemy gold god. A special reward of a 12-sided stone is provided, and also the chance of heroic class items falling out is dramatically increased. Seeing this, Kwon thought that a double bonus to points and even a separate cube was generous. Also, the god of gold blesses the city, and the city's experience is increased by 10% until the next mission. The god of gold is satisfied, and so he left the city. The time until the next move is 24 hours. Looking up at the sky, Choi Yul exhaled and thought that at least the situation could have been more dangerous. On top of that, the Demon King's punishment was starting to wear off. Jack came up to Choi Yul and reminded him that he was still an enemy to the city. Choi smiled and said he was no longer their enemy, but now they were calling him a scourge. Looking at the city, Choi said that they had won the Battle of Calamity by their own strength. Jack said he'd done everything for them, but Choi shushed him, saying he wanted to see how the town would develop. The city now has the points and the will. During this interval between moves, the 8th city will undergo significant changes. Folks were clamoring to work in Puck's delivery because he's so cute. A dumbfounded Woon-gi told them to calm down because those glasses belonged to Hyo-ju and they were just people helping her. However, the angry crowd said there was even more reason to join in. People thought that she fell into Choi Yul's clutches and became a victim of personal gain. But Hyo-ju is a heroine who put her life on the line to fight for the city. They said if they could be happy with her, they'd give their lives for her. From the window, Hyo-ju watched the crowd and remembered Choi Yul's request. When people will fall into despair once more when it is hard to lift their heads from sorrow after seeing hopelessness, Hyo-ju should be their hope and support that will make them rise again. She came out of her hiding place and the crowd cheered her. Hyo-ju said to the people that she was not as beautiful as they thought she was, but she sees their desire to defend the pride alongside her, so they can follow her and she will gladly fight alongside them. Guild, a term denoting an association of merchants and artisans in medieval Europe. In gamification, the term refers to an organized gathering of people with similar ideas and goals. After hearing this, Seo Yoon asked if it was like a club and Kang Do said it was some kind of club. But every guild is different. Guild members can be bandits, mercenaries, traders, or just good friends. The feature was available from the beginning of the game, but they didn't have enough points. There are only 3 legitimate guilds that were founded for 1,000 points, and the rest are just preparatory guilds that people are also members of. The first legitimate guild is named Delonix, and it is also known as the Hyo-ju Guild. Guild head Hyo-ju herself, Deputy Park Woon-gi. This guild has the most members. The purpose of the guild is to protect the city and its people. Originally, the organization was named Hyun-ju's Guild, but due to Hyo-ju's displeasure, the name was changed to her favorite flower. After hearing all of this, Seo Yoon said that Hyo-ju is very reliable and that's what sets her apart from her peers, so there won't be any problems here. The second guild is called the Army, or the Army of the 8th City. The guilders distinguished themselves in the first mission. So far, the organization has quite a few points since their spending has been systematized. This was accomplished through the camaraderie of Coral Kim Sung and the performance of Sergeant Kwon. Closing his eyes, Seo Yoon replied that these two were also as good as anyone and one could not fear for the future of their army. The last legitimate guild is the Kingdom, also called the Imuga Guild. After their loss to Choi Yul, they still retain legendary class weapons like Choi Yul himself. However, let's not forget that their guild has almost taken control of the city, and that's impressive. There's a lot of power-hungry scum among the members. The guild has only one goal, to kill Choi Yul and take over the city. The guild leader is an opportunist whose confidence is overflowing and who won't rest until Choi Yul is defeated. That's what Seo Yoon said. He added that they too needed to get stronger, and Kang Do replied that they were busy and didn't have enough points to stop the guild. Seo Yoon went to the window and asked if this was the reason why Kang Do had started the preparations. The people in the square shouted that they wanted to serve at Kang Dong's place, that is, in the police force, and asked to be accepted. When Seo Yoon saw this, he looked at Kang Do and asked what he had done while he was away, and Kang Do said he had done a good job. Looking at Seo Yoon, Kang Do asked if he thought he would have gathered people to seize control of the police. Smiling, Seo Yoon thanked him for that, saying that it was now very easy to take them all at once. A policeman approached them from behind, and Seo Eun and Kang Do turned to look at him. He handed them a sheet saying that they had noticed something strange while on the case. Victims of personal gain have been rewarded. Taking the paper, Seo Eun looked at the list. The list contained former criminals and those who were wanted for committing serious crimes on Earth. When Kang Do heard this, he said that he was thinking just why there are no other villains besides Amuga, but it turns out there is a reason. Kang Do also suggested that if the police could no longer be the protector of the townspeople, and this infuriated Seo Yoon, he yelled that he was taking everyone in. Raising his middle finger, Seo Yoon turned away and told Kang Do that they were all being taken over by the police. Kang Do responded as he pleased. Taking out a cigarette, Kang Do thought that Choi Yul was not only a deterrent to Imuji. Choi Yul has his long-range plan gradual and calibrated. In this method, Kang Do was completely confident. The next day, looking at the lists, Kim Sung hummed thoughtfully, not understanding why there were so few volunteers. Sitting across from him was Kwon, who suggested that maybe people were intimidated by the return-to-service wording. To appease the chief, Kwon said that those who would serve them faithfully no matter what, and Kim Sung agreed. Looking at Kwon, Kim Sung reminded him that he had some sort of conversation, and Kwon informed him that they were running out of fuel and ammunition. After hearing Kim Sung say that he had already received the report, but Kwon added that there wasn't enough food. The only thing they're supplied with is electricity. Everything they consume belongs to this world. In Kwon's opinion, it's time to start replacing them, to be self-sufficient. The irony is that their civilization is in decline, and they're lucky that the inhabitants are overflowing with energy. And that's why they won't resist. After Kim Sung finished speaking, he added that there was one more thing. Taking out the papers, Kim Sung said that man is a scribbling animal, and in the ruins sector, people left a lot of things behind before fading into oblivion. He explained that the papers are only an organized part of what happened. Kim Sung thought that by combining these notes and their experiences, they should create their own strategy book. Kang Ji joined Choi Yul and said that Kim Sung seems to be happy, and he said he would not be happy. Choi Yul shouted at her, but Kang Ji replied that she had a good view from here. She looked at him and told him that thanks to him, she'd had a lot of fun on this mission and handed him a bag of chips. She asked him if he was creating a guild, and Choi Yul said that all the members would be victims of personal gain, so why create one? And Kang Ji replied that he was preparing something for the victim's personal gain, and if he resolved this issue, would he accept her as the first member of his guild? Choi Yul replied that he couldn't give a definite answer. Kang Ji jumped up and said that was enough favor for today. Taking up her rope again, Kang Ji said that if he needed help, he could call her anytime. Flying down, she added that if he could believe in her honesty, she would be his victim for personal gain. That surprised Choi Yul. Looking up at the sky, he said that Kang Ji is a very interesting girl. Taking out the chips, he thought that sacrificing personal gain and punishing the Demon King was definitely not part of his strategy. He also thought that this mission helped him assemble the city and start strategizing around Krazen, and he didn't get a reward after the mission. So Krasina was also left with nothing, and it was Choi Yul who clearly hinted that if he was disturbed, he would be the first to lose. Looking at the book, Choi thought that if he didn't get an answer, he would have to explain to Krasin until he understood. If the prediction is to be believed, the king will quickly realize that this is not worth doing, and his greed is enough to remember the words personal gain. And Krasin knows that Choi Yul will make his greed flow. In the next instant, Choi Yul found himself in an empty prance and saw a person in front of him. Jumping up, Choi Yul grabbed his sword and rushed to attack Demon King Dai. Before he knew it, he was seated on a chair. Krasina approached him from behind, holding drinks and fruit. But Choi knocked the tray down. He was already sitting in his suit at the table where the same tray was. Across from him sat Krasina. Choi looked at his hands. Then he looked at Krasina and thought that it didn't look like the old Demon King. Inhomogeneous absolute pressure of his own person, the Demon King of Krasin's personal gain. Choi's hands were folded in a lock, and he thought he needed to cool his temper because he was getting agitated, and Dai wasn't in the mood for a fight right now. Deciding he needed to talk to Krasin and learn as much as he could, Choi opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Krasin spoke up and said that the only reason Choi Yul was here was because he was interested. Whether it becomes just an interest to Krasin or something more for him, he will leave the choice to Choi Yul. Choi smiled and folded his arms, thinking that there was something he could do for Krasin. Taking a glass, Krasin said that it was a way to get out of the way of pride, because besides Choi, there were 6 other mortals and there was no one to replace him. Krasin told Choi to choose. If he chooses interest, it'll be the same as before. And if he becomes useful to Krasin, he'll get new opportunities. Choi asked if it was the same book. Krasin said that once Choi made up his mind, the book would be transformed by hearing him. Choi asked if the punishments would disappear if he became useful to him. Raising his head, Krasina said his thoughts were vanity, and he only said he would give him the opportunity to become useful to him. Maybe Choi will be completely useless, and so he will lose Krasin's favor. Grimacing, Choi thought he had to endure too much for Krasin's amusement or benefit. And Krasin said that is why he was interested in Choi, and then asked if that wasn't enough for Choi. He would benefit and be given an extraordinary opportunity to control the fate of all objects. Choi frowned in response. Everyone has received a notification that enough points have been accumulated, and the city level has now reached level 3. Standing in the store, Kang-ji noticed the shelves were empty and thought they weren't just throwing dice. She kept muttering to herself that all they had left was a name and nothing to do. The 4th city player didn't seem to want to play at all. Kang-ji thought it was still to be seen if they liked playing so carelessly. Or they don't care about the city. The system notified again that a single NPS had been summoned as a reward for raising the city level. The appearance and equipment of the NPS are set randomly. The NPS prefers melee combat and will automatically attack enemies invading the city. Attacking an NPS is considered a hostile action and you should be careful. The level of stats and the NPS itself is 30. NPS is a non-playable character that cannot be played as, for example, a villager or a monster. Seeing the NPS, Kang-ji thought it was a type of strong guard in the village. Looking at Kang-ji's system, she thought that if they were to be trusted, they would do more than just stand still. The hand-controlling figure number 8 was meanwhile doing something in the system. The system notified that Choi Yul had passed the abnormality test and the absence of abnormality was confirmed. And then came the message that the anomalous object was denied registration due to a system error. The hand selected advanced testing. A warning popped up that the object may die in the process. Back to Choi and Krasina. Choi asked if by all Krasina meant those in other cities. Just then Choi noticed he was able to speak, and Krasin replied that he was and drowned now Choi was more interested. In Choi's opinion, too much was at stake, and on the other hand, Krasina that is able to play so big. It was clear that Krasina was not so simple. Laughing, Krasina said it was time to make a choice. In response, Choi asked to be allowed to ask him one question and asked what Krasin's mission, or rather purpose, was. And Krasina replied that there is no mission, and he only wants to take possession of everything that belongs to these players. Everything they know and don't know, everything they have, everything they're hiding, that's Krasin's mission. Every last soul and bone, absolutely. Hearing that, Choi Yul frowned because Krasina makes all the players look like enemies. Finishing this conversation, Dai said to Choi to choose, and 2 books appeared above his head. Another demon king considers them supreme beings giving missions called summons. When Choi voiced his decision, Krasina said it was an incredible yet obvious choice. Then Krasina said that Choi would forget this conversation as if it wasn't in his memory because they can't be seen together. Falling into the void. Choi shouted that nothing would change then, and Krasina replied that sometimes even the fact that nothing had changed was enough. When Choi Yul woke up, he sat up thinking that he had taken a nap. Looking at the book, he sighed, realizing that Krasina hadn't answered. The fleeing Kang-ji hid behind the wall and looked out, wondering if she had broken away. Suddenly, a hand hit the wall next to her face, and then the naked man called her sweetheart and told her she was busted. It was Hyo-ju. She said that Kang-ji would become a member of her guild. Kang-ji said she didn't want to and Hyo-ju should stop chasing her. Falling to the ground and waving her spear, Hyo-ju yelled that they were friends and asked to join, but Kang-ji replied that they weren't friends and she needed to stop whining. Taking the phone, Kang-ji said she'd rather be alone. She waved her hand and asked Hyo-ju to find someone else. Grabbing her by the waist, H-ju yelled that she didn't want to lose Kang-ji and called her a little cutie. Kang-ji screamed that she was a lecher. There was a military training session in the square. Their captain said that anyone with serious injuries should use the recovery in 30 minutes. This feature not only heals wounds but also restores stamina. It's as if the person taking it has had a good night's sleep. The function gives a person a better physical condition. This feature will allow you to spend the next 24 hours with unprecedented efficiency. They were preparing and recovering again. People didn't need sleep. They devoted the entire 24 hours to the last second of preparation. The people of this city felt it firsthand. Those 24 hours were crucial to their survival. At this time, Kang Seung was having fun with guys and girls drinking. He and his companions set up bare-knuckle fights, confident that they would heal the injured for 10 points. And so a new move began. The players had to roll the dice. In this way, the figure number 8 moved 3 squares. The humans arrived at Cannon Tower. This mission was a joint action. Seeing this message, Woongi wondered if this meant that the residents would have to become one team. The male continued to receive notifications that the random summoning of figures who also got on the cage had begun. Then the people were notified that figure number 17 had been summoned. Hyoju muttered another figure, another summoned to this otherworldly city. Seo Iyun frowned and asked if there was such a city on Earth. Kang-do replied that if there was, it was only once. In the distance, a dark figure resembling a king could be seen standing on a balcony in the castle. Then the generation of the map began to take place. The military did not understand how it was possible that the map was empty. The difficulty level of the cannon tower is determined according to the sum of the player's dice points. The sum of the points was 11. A cannon was placed between the pieces that would randomly attack the city. The goal was to capture the cannon tower, and the mission will end as soon as time runs out. Looking at Choi Yul's tower, he thought that there were only 11 floors per difficulty level. The duration of the mission is determined according to the amount of points rolled by the players on the dice. That's 7 days. The mission began and the cannon started firing on different sides. Seo Yun and Hyoju joined the attack against the shells. Hyoju thrust her spear into the projectile, but she was thrown back by the shockwave. Activating his gloves, So Yun shouted for them not to try to crumble the cores if they failed. His instructions were to throw the cannonballs where no one was. When Hyoju saw the explosion, she was worried about the town. But Seo Yun reassured her that everything was fine because there were no casualties. Kang-do came over to them and said that Seo-eun was not doing well. Seo-eun didn't understand him. And then Kang-do reminded me that the point of the game is to protect the city, not the citizens. Residents were notified in the mail that the remaining strength level is 91%. Watching the city being destroyed, Choi Yul thought that no matter how many inhabitants were left if the city lay in ruins, the game was over. Choi Yul then decided to look at the progress of another figure. And there, people were praying to the almighty city god protector. They said that God is a dice thrower, and they, smiling and enduring for his sake, asked him to perform a miracle of the Lord for his servants. Also, the city has applied protection against direct physical attacks, and the card will be destroyed if the limit is exceeded. The 17th figure had a strength level of 99.5%. Looking through the binoculars, Kim Sung noticed that it was the same card that was written about in the 4th City's magazine. Folding his arms across his chest, Choi said the players use cards and dice, 2 ways that allow them to interfere with the game. Choi Yul felt that he wasn't imagining things. Now, they had become objects in the game. The last cannon is aimed at figure 8. We had 1 hour to go before the salvo began. The military said they are pulling up to the turret and the other guns are silent, but think they are on reload. Suddenly, the private reported seeing movement ahead. At that moment, Kwon realized it was an ambush and ordered a retreat. The turret began shelling the vehicle. The second and third vehicles are partially disabled. Kwon asked if there were any casualties and was told that there were 2 lightly wounded, but that it would not affect the battle. Hiding behind the car, the military man said to move forward and they would arrive as soon as they got the place sorted out. And Kwon replied to make the military man remember, even if he gets his arms and legs blown off, he just has to make it to the break between missions. As they drove along, Kwon realized why this map was so easily arranged. The map is transforming. Kwon informed the others that the map could change at any time regardless of factors. The driver asked if they should have brought Hyoju with them, but Kwon said it would be unnecessary. He explained that if she went with them, there would be no one left to defend the city from the cannons. Kwon was sure that Seo-eun and Hyoju would be better off staying in the city for the duration of the mission. Imuji appeared next to the window and Kwon informed them that they were now moving to the tower and making a reconnaissance and that he would familiarize them with the plan later. Imuji gave them the middle finger and Kwon continued to say that for now, they needed to unite with the people of the 17th city. While Kwon thought they should make a good first impression, Imuji climbed into some girl's convertible. 3 convertibles and a military vehicle with black flags were pulling up to the towers. Putting his hand up, Imuji yelled that he was busy and could not be distracted. Watching Imuga's actions, Kwon asked the driver if he thought a battle was imminent, but got no answer because the driver just hiccuped. It was 47 minutes until the last gun was fired. Kwon got out of the car and looked at them. Then he wondered if 3 shots meant that each gun reloaded differently. The military officer told him that Imuji had already gotten there. A man approached them saying they were late, and Kwon turned around and immediately pointed his gun at him. The guy standing across the street smiled and said it was probably the first generation talking about them. Of course, Kwon didn't understand what the stranger was talking about, and the guy apologized for the late greeting and introduced himself as Robel, and then extended his hand. He offered the city an alliance in the name of the Lexus dynasty, which has guarded this city by God's grace for 150 years. Walking up to the outstretched hand, Kwon said that before he made an alliance, he had some explaining to do. And Kwon reported that they do not speak for the entire city, but he represents the interests of the 8th City Army. In response, Robel said that means they haven't united yet, and he understands that, adding that they've encountered similar things. Passing by, Robel said that in that case they would hold off on making an alliance and asked them to convey their intentions to the city. At his back, Kwon asked what intentions were, and Robel replied that it was mutual non-aggression, and neither of them would stand against the other. Turning around, he added that the question of life or death of the attacker would be decided by the will of the victim. Kwon listened to his new acquaintance say that taking a man's life in general was the order of the day. They sat down at the table, and Robel said that everything was for the protection of the inhabitants and asked him to understand correctly. Kwon replied that he understood. Holding out the book, Robel told him that it contained a way to get rid of the gun turret as a token of their friendship. Kwon asked where they'd gotten the information. Waving his hand, Robel replied that it was simple, and they had already fought the turret cannon during the first mission. Taking the book, Kwon realized that if there are repeat missions, then that means they too can face something again. Looking at Robel, Kwon thanked him for his kindness and informed him that his message would be passed on. He said that they would provide their hosts with information about friendly forces whose position on the alliance would coincide with theirs. Standing up, Robel replied that it sounded good and they would consider it a good start and offered to meet again in a day. Kwon asked if they should patrol outside. Robel put on his helmet and replied that they couldn't just walk into the tower. There are special procedures in place, and trying to just walk in is pointless. Standing at Imuji's tower, yelling why it won't open and thinking it's bullshit. Getting on his horse, Robel warned that it would be difficult to prepare and should not be delayed. The last thing he said was to hurry because the city wasn't protected by them. Sitting on the tower, Choi was reading a book and talking to himself about 150 years and concluded that their player was also inadequate. Meanwhile, Hyoju was trying to move the projectile, but it wasn't working well. Walking up to Choi, Jack said he looked relaxed, and Choi replied that he was actually busy. Choi finally found what he was looking for. However, he didn't understand what this extra quest was with such a reward. He also pointed out that the ballot is not signed and it's probably Krasen's doing. Closing his eyes, Choi thought, here's if the Demon King would let him see him. The book hit Choi in the face and he thought he didn't expect it to be easy, but he waited for an answer, which meant his method had worked. Squatting down, Choi decided it was time for him to fulfill the order. As he took off, he thought he'd start pulling this rope and meet at the end, and see who would drag who away. People saw Choi Yul flying and panic set in, and they started screaming to inform people in that direction. Police warned people to stay calm and remember what they were taught. And the NPS reported that the purpose of the in-depth confirmation study and began testing. The time was up and another explosion sounded. Hyoju flew towards the volley. While doing so, Hyoju recalled Jack's words that her power was borrowed and she should use as much as she could handle. Mentally apologizing to Master Hyoju, she decided that she would have to put her whole soul into it now. Watching this, Seo Iwan whined because he realized that her wind would only be a hindrance. Taking the Tatlum, Choi Yul pointed it at the charged fireball in Hyoju. Legend has it that Tatlum pierces the eye of an evil god, and the less it is used, the greater the penetrating ability. Throwing the projectile into the thick of the battle, Choi Yul thought that he would only use it once. A shell aimed towards the city gave a crack after colliding with Tatlum. And then the shell disappeared and Seo Iwan yelled that Hyoju did it, but she said it wasn't her. Seo Iwan asked if it was Choi Yul. Hyoju replied that the power persisted even beyond the city limits, and they wouldn't be able to handle this weapon with their capabilities. The last cannon is aimed at the 17th figure and everyone has been notified of this. The salvo was still an hour away. The system reported that the map would change according to the effects of the last gun's impact. Kwon saw that walls had appeared in front of them. His companion kicked one of them and summarized that they were sturdy. Touching the wall, Kwon started thinking that the last cannon fired once an hour, and each time the map changed. Holding the book in his hands, Kwon decided to make sure the information was true and devise a plan. With his arm outstretched, he shouted for reinforcements to join him. Walls appeared from the ground, and one of them pierced the car in half. The soldier fell to his knees beside it and screamed that it was his favorite. Then Quan thought they needed horses. Choi came to them. With his sword, he struck all the towers. He took the book and started looking for the coordinates. Looking in the book, he said to take a 10 by 10 piece. Putting these walls together, he mouthed that twice 1 centimeter and twice 10 centimeters up and once down. Then he put the figure on the book. Suddenly, it disappeared. In the book appeared the words that the order had been fulfilled and the reward had been given. On the other side of Krasine, the person who received the figurine didn't realize what the order was and destroyed it in a flash. Inside the figurine was a fragment of the key unlocking the Great Door of Collapse. Looking in the mirror where Choi was, Krasina said that he had proven his usefulness, and now Choi's under his protection until he's no longer needed. Choi felt someone coming up behind him. It was the NPS who had come to investigate in depth. Choi turned around and asked glumly why the NPS were out of town. The NPS had been given the right to act autonomously. She pointed a weapon at him, but Choi managed to intercept it and asked what the glitch was, and what was wrong with her after all. But the NPC's abilities had been upgraded to level 600, equal to the ability level of the research target. Choi couldn't fend off his opponent's attack for long, and it managed to pierce his shoulder. The NPS then informed me that this was the first stage of an in-depth study, more specifically, the beginning of a physiologic study. Looking at her hand, Choi thought that normally NPCs were 180th level, but it was unclear why this one was so strong. Suddenly, they started falling into the abyss. The NPS said that the isolation zone was open. As they were falling, Choi kicked the NPS in the face. She let go of him and started to fall separately. Deciding he needed to get out of here first, Choi pushed off the wall and flew upward. But as Choi slowed down, he turned around and saw that the NPS had grabbed his leg, saying that until the research was complete, the subject was not allowed to participate in the game. When he fell to the floor, the NPS said that the detection of a level far beyond what is possible at this stage of the game has been confirmed. According to her, the object that is Choi is suspected of cheating or using mistakes. Standing up, Choi picked up the book and asked, just because he had reached the maximum level at the beginning, she felt like he had cheated the system. Throwing the book at her, Choi shouted that in that case he shouldn't have created such items. The NPS dodged and jumped closer and said she was conducting an in-depth investigation into the legality of the object. She kept saying that after passing the registration of anomalous objects stops, and if the research fails, the object will disappear. A battle ensued between them. Choi shouted for her to stop because she hadn't done anything, and asked how the developers didn't care about their opinion. In the city, after the devastation, people began to check if potions and essential supplies with medicines were still in place. Getting on his bike, the adventurer shouted for the Otherworld Travel Guild to go ahead. Turning to the guild master, his ally asked why they were on bikes, and the master replied that there was almost no gasoline left in the city. The master also added that everyone should listen to him attentively and reminded that they were not going there to fight. Approaching the tower, the master said they were exploring other worlds. The squad responded as such. The figure 8 had a strength level of 82% by that point. Looking at the devastation, Seo Yoon said that they hadn't even started yet and already there was so much destruction. However, Hyoju replied that it was fine. Hyoju turned around and said that what's important is that the spirit of the city has changed. Looking in the same direction, Seo Yoon said that everything was finally working properly. Standing at the board, Kang-do explained that there was only one map allocated for this mission, and as such, they only needed to protect one side. While the foreman was inspecting the wall and saying it was a gorgeous material structure, his subordinates got in trouble. Pointing his finger in Woon-gi's direction, he shouted for everyone to go to the shelter, adding that the delivery car was in the field. The craftsman standing on the core asked if his colleagues thought they could melt those cores, and his colleague reminded him that Hyoju couldn't break them. Kang-ji walked over to the cores and smiled thoughtfully. She smiled and thought that she could make a lot of money or points with this information. She started thinking about who she could sell it to for more money. There were Choi and Imuji. Looking around the city, Seo Yoon said they would lock down the cores and stall for time. He and Hyoju didn't notice the strangers sneaking up on them. Hiding in the hiding place was a man in the guise of a shadow. This is the garb of the Disciples of Darkness, perfect for secret forays. It was time to fire. It hit the shield like the previous ones, so the strength level of the 17th figure was unaffected. Looking at the system, Roble sighed, saying that this city had the makings of a city not even a month after they'd settled in. Hank Seth asked if they had given them much to know, but he was told it was a joint mission. Behind his back, Emma Hilt said that if they let them develop, they'd be better off because fewer of their own people would die. Kane joined the conversation, saying that if it had been another mission, they would have been swept out of the way, and it would have ended differently. Roble, who was in front, laughed and asked not to run ahead of events. In Roble's opinion, everything was going according to his plan so far. The god rolled the die, and the city got the support of the sharp resident. Now, the inhabitants of the 17th figure increased their speed by 3 hours. Robel put his hand up and shouted that this was a revelation from the Lord. The defenders of the 17th city rushed forward, shouting that they would bring victory to their god. Roble thought they were the Lord's chosen, and he was a citizen of the Lord's city. In his hands was Stormwind, a legendary class one-handed sword that summons thunder. This one-handed sword also has the thunder spell Chain Lightning. Cities of unfaithful people unloved by the Lord. People hated by the Lord will not be defeated in the holy game. No weight to their powerful items. No weight to their high levels. Roble and his squad were approaching the tower. The stricken Choi was pressed to the ground by the NPS and shouted for her to remove her foot already. She flew upward doing a somersault, and Choi screamed that he didn't care about her. Watching the NPS land, he figured she was already maxed out. Choi cringed, thinking that now he had met someone who was his equal, but he was afraid to fight her. The NPCs moved around him with great speed, and Choi thought that even though he had learned martial arts from Jack, he still hadn't grasped the science. She threw a punch, and Choi screamed when she was done with her research already. Approaching again, the NPS said that item 1 was a 98% chance of cheating the system. From different sides, the NPS struck and said that the second point is to confirm the possibility of repeated errors in different situations. Fighting off Choi's attacks, thought she must have decided to hammer him until he skated away. Tossing Krasen's book, Choi shouted for the Goblin Jack. He decided that the two of them would be easier to deal with. However, nothing happened. The NPS informed me that summoning familiars or companions inside the isolated area is forbidden. Smiling Choi asked he would have to survive until the end of the study and thought he had only added to his problems. He knew he had to get to town before the last cannon fired again. Striking from her foot, the NPS reported that she was continuing her physiological examination. Having received a new wound, Choi thought that even though she was using simple blows, the problem was something else. Taking a punch to the stomach, Choi thought about how to deal with his opponent for a moment. A new blow threw Choi back, and he leaned on his sword and exhaled, saying that he was going to die. But behind Choi's back came the voice of Krasen, who replied that it would never happen, and his hands picked Choi up. A fog appeared in Choi's place, and the NPS notified that the survival of the research subject was confirmed and wanted to continue the research by going to Choi's place. Again, the NPS tried to strike, but Choi was unlocked the new skill of the Book of Dai and repelled her attack. Choi can now possess one of the approved lords and use their abilities while the chosen lord cannot be summoned on a mission. As Jack slipped Choi's robes over his shoulders, he asked him why he hadn't told him it was okay to do this before. Choi can now use Goblin Jack's Goblin Swordmaster abilities. Looking at the NPS, he said he hated him. But since Choi will finally be able to put an end to this foolishness, he changes his mind about punching Krasen in the face as soon as he meets him. With their blades ready, the NPS went at Choi again. He, in turn, drew his sword and the battle began. Level and weapons are not the key to absolute power. In any game, even if a player is low level or has bad items, control will allow him to be on top. In that case, Jack's martial arts are much closer to perfect control. Martial arts combined with maximum level physical strength. Seeing a ghost nearby who said hopelessly, Choi screamed, and the ghost disappeared. Suddenly, Choi realized that he was possessed by this ghost because of the skill, and the ghost reappeared saying that Choi had scared him too. And Choi asked what the ghost meant by scrapping hopelessly. Looking at the NPS, he asked she was stronger than the ghost. And the ghost said that with Choi's body, she can't be defeated, so it's hopeless. Inhaling, Choi apologized, and his system clarified whether he was confirming the transfer of control of his body. Choi then struck the NPS and took away her arm. This is one of Jack's foot movement techniques. The NPS turned around and tried to strike from above, but Choi ducked and attacked her from below. As Choi clipped her, the NPS flew upwards, falling on her back. Choi had the Heavenly Wolf Saber in his hands. He applied the Wolf Fang Moon attack, one of Jack's blade techniques. Swinging, Choi inwardly thought to himself that one shouldn't take the life of an NPS. The next blow was a 3-part sword chi shot. The NPC was hit in the thigh and under the ribs. The ghost told Choi that he should have said earlier that Choi wanted to keep her alive, but Choi replied that he didn't even have time to say a word. After opening the system, the ghost said they didn't have time for that right now and needed to get down to business. If you use the fitting function, the NPCs will stop counting Choi as an enemy and they will be forcibly sent back to the original location. The trouble is, you have to first apprehend the NPS to pull this off. It doesn't matter how they do it, it's all about apprehension. and Choi asked the study to stop after he pressed that button. He clicked, but nothing happened, and he asked why, adding that he didn't like it. Finally, the voice of the NPS said that the physiological examination was over and no abnormalities were found according to the results. Then it sounded like she was beginning the final exploration. Choi realized the sound was coming from above. But then he decided the sound was going to hell because he was stressed by more research. Reading Robel's gift, Kwon generally understood everything. He slammed it shut and told his colleagues that they were going to check it out now. With a wave of his hand, Kwon said that he would lead Minwoo should follow him and the others should cover them. Seeing what was worn on Kwon's arm, Minwoo enthusiastically said that it was the new gold godbone things. Among the weapons provided, there are some that you will have to carry with you at all times, even when not in use. There are also those that are called for. But if the equipment is of the non-conscript type, it will be a bit difficult to do it, and you can't carry it in the car. In Kwon's hands was the shield of Heldin. The expert heretic and the faith of his followers can work miracles. The cannons began firing, and Kwon and Minwoo approached them covered by a shield. Preliminary preparation of the entrance to the gun turret. If you enter through the door located on the mini turret, you can see the goblin in charge of this turret. Kwon destroyed that goblin. When the goblin is destroyed at the workstation, you need to find a low-level ID card. If you collect 100 of them, they turn into a high-level card. If you collect 100 more high-level ones, they turn into a master card. With this card, you can enter the cannon tower. One restriction in the group of entrants cannot be more than 10 people. You need to collect as many wizard cards as you can and take enough people with you. Looking out for something, Imuji ducked down and said that this game was stupid. The girl next to him calmed him down by saying that she would think of something. Kang Ji walked up to them and said hello to Imuji. Kang Sung looked at her questioningly. Leaning against the car, Kang Ji said she had information that he would really like. Woo Seol marveled that the Kang Ji in front of them was one of the best in the treasure hunting mission. Kang Ji Kang Sung asked how dare she do business with him and said that if she didn't want to get punched in the face, then let her do it. But Kang Ji asked if he was afraid to talk like that and added that even when these cases now determine how they will treat each other. Letting her go, Imuji asked again, and Kang Ji explained that in the last mission she had gotten information about the god of gold which proved her abilities. Then Woo Seol asked if they would pay attention to her since Kang Ji came forcefully knowing who Kang Seung was. But she warned that it should be enough to listen to Kang Ji, and if she starts talking nonsense, they'll kill her. In response, Kang Ji called Woo Seol a sweetheart and said that they would have a conversation because she's a big girl. As Woo Seol came closer, she said that she hoped Kang Ji wouldn't make her sad, and she told Woo Seol to keep smiling so sweetly. Extending his arm, Robel used magic to toss domino-like cards. He's been dealt a card. It's a high-level ID card. Hank, standing next to me, said 12 cards is not bad. And Robel asked how many men they had lost, and Hank said 42 dead and 123 wounded. Closing his eyes, Hank remembered warning people to be careful, but their eagerness was unstoppable. Smiling, he added that, although through their sacrifice they had made great strides in this mission. Tightening the reins, Robel shouted that it would be known to all that one should not die for the gods but live for them. He and his loyal allies set off again. Robel knew from Kwon that the strongest man in their city was Choi Yul. But for some reason, people stopped seeing him. Robel thought that even if Choi Yul had a dangerous weapon, he didn't have enough power of his own. And one thing they know is that he's still not using it for the city's benefit. In Robel's opinion, Choi's cowardice doesn't correlate with his abilities at all. Meanwhile, rings formed around Choi and the system notified her that all effects would be temporarily removed for the duration of the study. Clenching his teeth, Choi said he couldn't move. Something began to happen and Choi closed his eyes and screamed. The NPS began to probe his memory, and Choi's mind began to flicker back to the events that had happened to him during that time. They tested everything: sensory memory, expletive memory, and subconsciousness. The veins in Choi's face swelled with pain, and he screamed. In all surveyed memories of the anomalous object, a being contrary to the game system is found guilty. In Choi's mind, he heard the voices of people when they first learned that there were victims of personal gain, and the voice of a man asking for 10 points to save his wife. Continuing to clench his teeth, Choi listened, as the NPS said there was no contact with atypical class creatures. NPS then began to expand the field of memory research. She began researching pre-game memory. So Choi sits shirtless in front of his computer. His parents called him and he's out. A game was running on a tablet lying next to the workstation. Continuing the conversation, Chase scratched the back of his head and smiled, and replied that he was definitely doing fine. Choi went to the window and asked how he was doing. Mom said he was strong and could handle it. Choi looked at the family photo and said he was smarter than him. Putting his bag on his shoulder, he said he had to go to his part-time job and passed out. Grabbing the ring, Choi wondered how much longer the NPS was going to torture him. When he tried to remove the shackles, the NPS shouted that the object was resisting examination due to the possibility of tampering with the equipment. She stopped. Investigation for contacts with atypical class creatures was completed and no anomalies were found. The facility was then cleared to play and return to the mission in the appropriate time slot. As Choi lay there, his health bonus restored his stamina. When Choi opened his eyes, he wondered if he couldn't have done it sooner. Thinking about it, Choi remembered that during the Demon King's punishment, he couldn't recover either. When Choi put on the gloves, he thought that even if his level was maxed out, he was only as strong as the game allowed him to be. Choi then decided that he would become even stronger and surpass the boundaries set for ordinary citizens and objectors. The new explosion still didn't do any damage to the 17th figure. Clenching his fist, Choi decided that he would become equal to the players or even surpass them. People passing by were surprised that Choi fell asleep in the middle of the battlefield. However, they didn't, because they didn't want to be victimized for personal gain. But one of them raised his sword up and his comrades asked what he was doing. As he approached Choi, he pointed his sword at his throat. Choi opened his eyes and asked what it was for. However, the man said that was for him to ask and ducked who Choi thought he was. He started shouting that he had fought by trusting Choi Yule and doing his will, so he was even willing to die. The sword in his hands trembled and the man screamed that he had lost everything and was 10 points short of saving his dying daughter. He tried to thrust the sword in, but it split open and the man screamed she was only 7 years old. Choi said with a smile, apparently someone had forgotten what would happen if they were disturbed. Then the man's friends started yelling for everyone to cover their ears. Magnified several times, Choi began to attack. He used paralyzing pressure and the men were unable to move. He turned around and said that if a man wanted revenge, he should first reach the highest level and then start thinking. He also said he'd have to make them victims for personal gain, so others wouldn't have to. Now they're going to go from here and tell how Choi shouldn't be told. Smiling, Choi added that it remains to be seen if they won't fall victim to personal gain without even approaching him. Sitting in the car, the man apologized to his companions that he was the reason they got hit, but his friend stretched out his arm and said it was okay. His friend said that Choi made him angry and called him an asshole, but he agreed with what Choi was saying, so he told his friend not to do that. The man listened silently as he was told he needed to level up to find gear because strength should be enough on the spot. Then the man said he would become stronger and kill Choi Yule with his own hand. His name is Kim Yoo-jung. Watching them leave, Jack's ghost asked Choi why he made them victims of personal gain. And Choi replied that if he'd let it go, the retard would have continued to be angry and his friends would have been hurt. Looking at the doomsday car behind him, Choi said that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. This machine consists of several mini-towers, and its parameters are increased due to the merging of mini-towers. After a while, a field boss appears. Defeating the field boss gives you one master card that you can research to enter the tower. So getting a card is much easier than getting destroyed in endless collections of regular cards, but much more dangerous. Donning his robes again, Choi flew into the attack on the boss's car with a bullet. Choi flew through it, punching a hole in it and landing on the ground. To pull this off, Choi used the Heavenly Wolf Saber, one of Jack's techniques. Looking at the satisfied Choi, Jack said that there were too many unnecessary movements on top of knowing how to use chi energy is to use it effectively. Jack also said that this happens when you want to learn something quickly, but cold reason is a friend and haste is the nemesis. Choi closed his eyes and thanked Jack for his advice. Jack asked if Choi would enter the tower since he had the map, but Choi said it was too early. He explained that if he went in now, he wouldn't come out until the end of the mission, and the choice was victory or death. Choi felt that before he went in, he needed to finish all the unfinished business. Jack responded by saying that Choi was always making things up, and it was unclear what to expect from him. They entered the castle, and Jack replied that he never thought Choi would break into Alliance headquarters. The king sitting on the throne said that Choi came when he wanted to, and now he wants to see their god. However, Choi said he had a few words for their player, and he asked if it was true that they had tried to betray them from the beginning. The guards drew their swords, and Coral hummed thoughtfully and asked what Choi meant. Then Choi replied that he already knew everything, even the fact that the villagers were languishing in their armor, and the fact that many of their own people were invading the 8th city. Choi told the king that they were only thinking of stabbing them in the back at the end of the mission. The king lowered his head in silence. Then leaning forward, the king said that there was another conversation to be had, but since this book was here, there was no point in changing the subject. And Choi asked him to stop the rampage, warning him that all might be lost in his tight grip. The king stood up and said that Choi had a lot of bluster, and he had heard of his strength and moreover had seen it in action. In the king's opinions, Choi had never had to fight real gods before. The king used the duel ability, which allows you to summon a user object and another on the battlefield. When Choi was on the battlefield, the system informed him that his level would be adjusted to the lower limit of the object's level. Now his and King Lemul's levels had leveled up to 99. Then Lemul took the weapon. Jupiter is a Zweihänder engraved with the name of a god and rushed to attack Choi. Shouting that the book told Choi too much, Lemul struck and there was an explosion. He said that even if Choi had the highest level, he was still a little thing who had spent a measly month of his life in battle. Swinging Lemul said that Choi, on equal footing, would not be able to beat him. Choi leaned back to dodge the blow, and then he attacked. Behind Lemul's back, Choi pushed him. Lemul flew forward, and Choi said he hadn't spent half his life fighting. Jack's ghost appeared nearby, and Choi replied that Jack then spent half his life and prepared to strike again. With great force, he struck Lemul in the stomach. It was as if a ghostly dragon had passed through his opponent. All of Lemul's armor crumbled, and Choi looked up and said he hoped the 17th player understood. When they entered this castle, the guards pointed guns at Choi, and he left saying that they were now on a joint action mission according to the rules. Seeing that Lemul was dead, the 17th player clenched his hand into a fist. Choi and Jack felt a strange energy. The eyes of the guards were bloodshot, as if they were bloodlust or madness. Kwan met one of the guards near the tower. Sitting in the shelter, he heard the man behind the wall growl. Sweat broke out on his face because he didn't understand what was going on. When he looked out, he saw the army retreating into the city. The system said it was now a crazy town. The townspeople have gone mad and are attacking other creatures, and the ability levels of the townspeople are increasing dramatically. Flying out of the window, Choi said that these people's dastardly plan had come to fruition. A distraught Lemul flew after him. Choi thought, how could this be such a reckless move? With a rumble, Choi squatted down and said hello to the two people who approached him. In front of him stood a smiling family with guns pointed at Choi. He knew that people were just pawns in the hands of the players. A huge crowd of people gathered around Choi. Choi was thinking at the same time that aiming the gun turret was a day's work. Even so, the first ones to battle these creatures are the ordinary citizens. Jack came up to Choi and asked if he would give him the case, but Choi said no. Taking up his weapon, Choi said he'd have to deal with this one personally. There was a huge explosion that threw people upwards. Choi took the rest of the people's lives. The square was drenched in blood. Choi raised his head to the sky. Meanwhile, the player was trying to check the opponent's character. However, the system denied the request and the player punched his fist. There were several explosions in the 17th city. Robel and Lemul attacked Choi. Choi raised his sword and said he might not hear it. Choi added that he would repay him for the time he had spent in the government's tight grip for 100 years. Lemul's head flew off his shoulders. He screamed and said something about a god. Night had fallen. Choi stood in the middle of a pool of blood around 100 lifeless bodies. Jack asked if Choi was doing well. Choi replied briefly that he wasn't. His hand trembled and he said he'd prepared himself for this, but in reality it felt different. Choi also thought that it would be hard for their city to go it alone, and no matter how embarrassing it would be, it needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. A notification window appeared in front of Choi, informing him that the 17th player had lost all objects. Seo Yoon and Hyo Ju stood in front of the cannon tower that was disappearing before their eyes. The player also irretrievably lost all the objects. The player is then eliminated and transforms into a boss of the greatest difficulty, the City Eater. At this news, Choi even opened his mouth to look at the sky. Then he realized that the players were not supreme beings. The 17th player had 45,000 objects left, but this number was decreasing every second. At that moment, the 17th player decided to complain to the 8th player for having Choi in his ranks. However, the system notified him that no anomalies of bugs or system cheating had been detected. The system then informed him that the player had lost, and so the player became a City Eater. The system thanked him for playing. The Eater raised his weapon above his head, preparing to strike the figures. At that moment, the 8th player logged in. He wanted to use the escape ability. However, in such a case, all rewards received during the mission are cancelled. Seeing the Devourer, Choi rushed towards him. Seo Eun and Hyo Ju also decided to attack him. And then, the Devourer struck. Choi fell to the ground before he could get to it. Then he found himself in an empty space, not realizing where the city had gone. Suddenly, he saw in front of him a man he didn't know, but it was Krasina. When he realized who was in front of him, he screamed, and Krasina poked him in the forehead with her finger. Immediately afterward, Choi remembered that they had previously had a meeting, and Krasina said he did as they agreed. Now Choi's being given a chance for his usefulness. And Choi realized what had happened to the others, and Krasina confirmed his fears by saying that the city was destroyed and all the facilities fell with it. Dai then explained that the City Eater is a special version of the player, and no matter how hard the objects try, they are powerless. Since the only ones who can handle the Devourer city are the players, Choi's defeat was destined. Jumping up, Choi shouted what this game was and who these players were. Having shaken Krasin by his clothes, Chuvhui asked why he was still alive. And Krasina replied that he knows the answers to those 3 questions, but he won't give them to Choi yet. Disappearing from Choi's hands, Krasina said that now they needed to hurry to get the city and the inhabitants back. Choi turned around and asked again, but Krasina replied that whatever Choi heard was correct. Several keys appeared around him, and Dai repeated that they would now return the city and its inhabitants. Frowning, Choi asked how they would do it. Krasina's response was to ask how dare he doubt it. But Choi reported that he had nothing more to lose. Krasina hummed thoughtfully. Suddenly, his sword appeared in front of Choi, and Krasina said he would allow Choi to access his power. Then Krasin said that Choi would deal with the devourer who had caused them so much trouble, and if he succeeds, he'll even get back what he's lost. Turning to Krasin, Choi shouted that he had thought of bullshit because how could he kill a devourer with one sword? However, Krasina had already disappeared, and Choi, who was shouting nonsense, was in the sky. And in front of Choi was the devourer. When the devourer saw his opponent, he turned around and struck. Choi flew very far away from the blow. His mouth was bleeding and he thought his body hurt like hell. From the book came Krasina's voice saying that the City Eater is the strongest creature in the game, and even players avoid battles with it. Though Krasina has given Choi enough power to match the City Eater, Krasina can't give a drop more. And Choi starts yelling that Krasina wants to say that if he loses, it's his own fault. The Eater raised his hand to summon a meteorite, and a rain of firestones rained down on Choi. With his sword, Choi slashed those meteors that flew towards him. And Krasina said that Choi is now equal in power to the players, and all his items and skills are endowed with the same power as the player's cards. Rushing to attack his opponent, Choi set up his elbow to strike the devourer. The impact was quite strong, and there was even a flash of light. Cracks appeared on the Eater's face. He started to fall, and Choi thought it had worked. However, the Eater tried to grab Choi with its tentacles. Making a few turns around, Choi cut them. Then Choi turned to Dai, asking if all Eaters and players looked like that. Choi Krasina replied that they all look different, and their strategy cards are also different. The Devourer's appearance has changed, and now this monster will use the Thunderstorm ability. Clenching his teeth, Choi thought if anything there were Eaters that were much stronger than this. In Choi's opinion, if only other players were like him, things would be much easier. Krasina didn't understand what Choi meant, and he explained that this Eater is terrible at this game. Then Choi applied the Sword of Chi control skill, allowing the user to control the weapon remotely and continuously consume mana. Even though this thing's got a lot of weapons, it's still keeping its distance. And Choi realized that the monster avoided melee skirmishes and only used area minutiae attacks. Making 2 fingers, Choi first raised them and then lowered them as if he had fired a shot. Choi was sure that this City Eater was nothing in PvP. In Choi's opinion, he's just an underachiever furiously throwing around a bunch of cards. Using the free movement ticket, Choi teleported and found himself next to the Devourer, drinking tea. Krasina said Choi could get there faster but would go slower. Krasina wanted to make the Devourer dread the slowly approaching silhouette. That way, they'll knock him out of his rut even more, and the Devourer will use his cards less intelligently. No matter how much the monster fights in countless attempts to mount an attack without strategy and tactics, it's pointless. Swinging at the Devourer, Choi said that's how he'd end it. Choi smiled as he watched the chain lightning bind the Devourer and said he must have had a lot of fun. Choi had a weather-changing orb in his hand and told the Eater that he fiddled with it like a god. There was an overstressing skill that absorbs the surrounding elements of thunder attributes. The Chi control sword was not equipped, so it was also possible. The shockwave was directed towards the enemy. The wave hit the monster in the face. The shocked enemy took double damage from Jupiter. Next, the Wrath of the Thunder God skill immediately emitted the accumulation of thunder attribute elements. The Devourer returned to his form. Choi stood on his shoulder and said that he was surprisingly resilient. Raising his sword, Choi said that he had so much to learn, but right now he needed to revive everyone. After Choi thrust his sword into his opponent's shoulder, the stone mass seemed to swallow the weapon and Choi was confused. Suddenly, Krasina told Choi to back off because he still needed. A ball resembling an egg appeared in the place of the Devourer, causing Choi to be even more confused. The orb split open and the silhouette of a man could be seen inside. Coming out to Choi, Krasina smiled and said that he hadn't breathed air in 1,000 years. Choi responded by telling Krasina to stop talking and keep his word at last. Krasina extended his arm, which tensed Choi, so he raised his sword higher, but Krasina disappeared. A city appeared in this place of the 8th figure. Choi stood in the middle of the street, looking at the empty streets and not realizing where everyone else was. Frowning, Choi said that wasn't what they agreed to. Krasina replied that Choi was impatient. He explained that the Devourer's power was only enough to rebuild a part of it, and if Choi wanted to revive the objects, more Devourers would be needed. Looking at his back, Choi asked Krasin if he was a fool, because in addition to the power of that devourer, he had all the power he had gathered before at his disposal. The points that are used by residents become the city's experience points. This allows the city to level up. In the process, players get some sort of money. This money is used to buy cards. This is the cycle of points in the game, and this is how players establish new strategies and cards. Clenching his fists, Choi said that the CHKI he had spent had not been given to the city and asked where it had gone then. Raising his head to the sky, Krasina laughed and then said unbelievably, he said that eyes seeing beyond the despair of the city's death, even during a battle with a creature of absolute order devourers. Krasin then said that Choi guessed he had the power. And the thing is, now is not the time to use it. Holding out his hand, Dai said to Choi not to doubt that his vow would be fulfilled. Once again, Choi found himself in the sky above the figure of the city. Krasin told Choi to look and he turned around. Krasin said this is what the game looks like from the outside. Choi thought he didn't see it while he was fighting the Eater. And Krasina explained that everything that is allowed to see the Choi exists, and the rest doesn't exist. There were more monsters under Choi's feet, or rather devourers, and Dai said he needed 3 more bodies. Right away, Choi rushed into battle. Krasina said that if he returned with them following his vow, he would revive all the objects. Clenching his fist, Dai added that after that 8th gourd will be back in the game. Rolling the die, he said that in the body of the new player Krasin figures. To begin with, Choi applied flight is a skill that grants the user the ability to fly for a certain amount of time. He approached the devourer with his sword, however it eluded him and Choi thought it was very fast. Suddenly the monster split and had 2 heads. They split and another monster like it appeared. They rushed past Choi and he couldn't believe there were now 3 eaters. Choi then decided to use the force barrier card and the 3 devourers were caged. Looking at them, Choi was glad that he had just 1 card enough for everyone to have barriers. So they're not all 3, they're all part of 1 eater. The monsters tried to attack Choi, but he held them back thinking they were coming through with their barriers. Choi also used the half-sword card and stabbed it into 1 monster. The effect of the cards is shared between them and only 1 is enough. Now Choi understood about the devourer. Taking a glass of wine, Krasin thought that humans that devourers have different talents and abilities. Mentally, he asked Choi not to disappoint him and if he lost to the town hunter, the loser of this pathetic game. Choi's future wouldn't be so bright. Choi heard all this through the book. So he shouted for Krasina to shut her mouth. He said Krasina was in the way, so let him bother to shut up and be ready to save everyone. Swirling the wine in his glass, Krasina laughed and told Choi that he didn't have to worry about that. Everything that had to be prepared on the Krasina side is ready. Looking at her hands, Hyoju asked if they were dead and Kongji said she didn't think so because the surroundings are dim and it's not a paradise. Krasina appeared in front of the crowd and said, "Hear me." The crowd bowed to him. Sitting on the throne, he revealed that he was eating Krasin, and he is both salvation and resurrection. He also said that he was now a figure 8 player. Sitting on the floor, Imuji asked if he was the final boss. When Kong Sung stood up, he took the pearl and said that he would become stronger if he could get rid of Krasina. Looking at him, Woo Seol didn't understand what was going on as Kong Sung became silent or frozen as if time had stopped. Standing up, Krasina said he was ordered to listen, not rant. He told me that they were all on the brink between life and death. Pointing to a door, he said if they went through it, they'd be back in the game. It's the door of life. On the other side is the door of death, and if they go through it, they will meet a painless end. Unfolding his arms, Krasina said that when the door swings open, it's up to them to decide which way to go. Lying on the floor, people did not understand why Krasina offered them death, and decided that if they returned, they would again fall into this hellish mission. A hand went up in the crowd, and the girl announced that she had a question. Yi Krasina said he could talk. Hyoju asked when the doors would open. Then Dai snapped his fingers, and a large screen appeared in front of the people where Choi's battle with the devourers could be seen. When Hyoju saw that, she screamed, and Kwon said he was wondering where Choi had gone. And Krasina said that once Choi wins, the door will open. Hyoju asked who to beat. In response, Dai said the epitome of the hopelessness they would meet with upon their return. Lastly, he said to choose wisely, because objects unwilling to fight her have no place in his city. All 3 devourers rushed at Choi, and he used a gravity sphere that sucked in everything in the vicinity. Once the eaters were in one place, Choi quickly struck at each one. The monster merged together, and there was an explosion, and then it fell. Choi continued to hold the sword. Then the monster vanished, and Choi began to breathe heavily. The devourer's attacks were too strong, and Choi had no time to recover. He decided he needed to think about auto-recovery since he couldn't use it in combat. The book spoke up saying it reminded him, and Choi yelled that he remembered he didn't have time. Donning the robes of a swordmaster, again Choi shouted for Krasina to call for the next one. Right in front of him, something huge began to emerge from the ground. Choi even opened his mouth when he saw him, and Krasina said that when Choi was done with him, he'd bring them all back at once. Right away, Choi decided to use a lot of cards with shield and blades. Then the monster struck. Hyo-ju, who was watching the fight, shouted and asked if they would have to fight such things if they came back. One of the girls was crying and saying that they'd never get a break from regular monsters. But here, Choi realized that the Devourer only used physical strength and that was his style. He'd find a million ways to take him down if he had the time. Trying to contain this monster, Choi resorted to the last option. The system asked if he was confirming the body transfer. Then Choi decided he'd leave it to someone who could handle it better than anyone else. When Jack's spirit struck, the monster was wounded and roared, and Jack said that Choi was always teaching him something. And Choi said he could explain, but Jack replied that it wasn't necessary. Jack saw who he had to chop into pieces. He went straight for the Devourer, striking him repeatedly. The monster was defeated and Dai said the mortal doors are open and the choice is theirs. A life of despair or a peace after death. And now Choi found himself on a city street. But the streets were still empty. Krasina told Choi to understand him correctly and to tell him that he had kept his word. He said that now people have a choice to make that only they can make. After listening, Choi said that this is at least the end of the mission with the gun turret. Krasina replied that of course it wasn't. According to Krasina, the mission is still going on right now. When the city fell and the 8th player fled with his tail between his legs, Krasina took control. Though Dai didn't have the power to return to a time when the city wasn't destroyed yet. And Choi asked, turns out Krasina barely became a player and he already lacks resources. Before the game ends, a countdown is displayed for the player. This is the time given to Choi as well. And all those objects that took any kind of action. And so the figure is assembled and the 8th player is back in the game. The mission resumed and the remaining time ticked away. 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. Jumping down from the tower, Choi clarified he may not worry about victims of personal gain. Krasina confirmed. He said that since this city was his now, no more sacrifices were needed. Choi asked how the town was his. In Choi's opinion, the real owners of the city are its people. Climbing up on one of the towers, Kang-ji watched Choi fly away. There was an explosion and Hyo-ju appeared. She was informed through the earpiece that it was on its way. The Earthworm Doomsday machine has emerged from the ground. It's an autonomous vehicle made up of several towers, flying upwards. Hyo-ju shouted, confirming the start. The young man shouted for people to stay out of the target's path and not attract her attention. Turning around, Hyo-ju realized that there was a distance of 500 meters between her and the monster at 11 o'clock. Then there was an explosion. The monster's head broke off the body. Hyo-ju said that he was very sharp. Smiling, Choi replied that it was all thanks to her getting stronger. Standing outside the bunker, Choi said he'd be done with it soon, and Hyo-ju should get busy defending the city. MasterCard status is confirmed and Choi is allowed to enter. The bunker has opened. Once inside, it is forbidden to leave the building until the end of the mission. In the first floor area was a small goblin town. Looking at him, Choi said it's much more profitable to go through this mission slowly, and Krasina replied for Choi to leave greed for later. Holding out his hand, Krasina said it was only a small sacrifice on the way to a great victory. In the tower sat a goblin who was firing at people laughing. 2 more goblins appeared behind him. The system notified them that the boss of the top floor of the cannon tower had been defeated, and the smile came off their faces. Choi began to blow the heads off the monsters with his weapon. The monsters on the upper floors were also watching the fight. A new notification has arrived that the mission is complete and Figure 8 wins. The people outside the city have been brought back inside. When Choi was seen, many people looked at him angrily. Choi turned away and started to walk away as someone called out to him. Choi turned around and instinctively caught what was thrown at him. One of the women gave him a thumbs up and said he'd done a good job. Choi turned toward her and bowed his head. Then he pushed himself off the ground and flew onto the roof. Kim Yu was also in the square and told Choi not to forget that not everyone who came back to life is eager to live. He clutched his trembling hand and thought that even though Choi was a savior, there would still be someone who wanted him dead. The next mission was 1 day away as it always was. Choi returned to his vantage point on the Krasina. Sipping the juice he was given, Choi said that the people they objected to and all the victims of personal gain were released. Then he swung his sword towards Krasina, but his hand stopped and Krasina asked why. Tossing the sword up, Choi said that it wasn't even Krasina's real body after all, and he also still needed it. Then Krasina asked what Choi's next plan was, and he said it wasn't him to ask, but Krasina said that Egma needed to get to the end of the game. Besides, in Krasina's opinion, Choi knew the city better, and Choi asked now that Krasina had leveled with the players he would do it. And Krasina replied that he'd have to try, but first he had to give Choi something in honor of his mastery. Some buildings flew up and Hyo-ju screamed, asking what was going on. Training Center, a building built by a player in his city to train with a virtual opponent. There are no rewards or points for training. The only goal is to gain combat experience, and even if the player loses the objectives. But there are other times. This training center is special. The person is thrown into a real location, not a virtual space. The character can even get points and rewards, and if a person dies there, it's the end of him. Training center. The main control center. Standing at the computer, Choi said it wasn't bad. A long time ago, Choi developed a plan to prepare the city's forces. The problem was the need for a suitable location. But with ranges like this, Choi will be able to send them to individual places. Apologizing to Hyo-ju for the delay, Choi Yul explained that once she was placed on the map with Christina's abilities, time would run differently. The maximum allotment is 1 year, and if Hyo-ju feels clear or wants to go back, the hourglass must be broken. There are many ways to become stronger in this world, but Choi asked her not to wear herself out to the point of death. The training began and Hyo-ju found herself in a mountainous area where everything around her was half-smelling fire. Her goal was for the owner of Prometheus Fang to recognize her. A fire dragon appeared in front of Hyo-ju. Seo Eun and Do 6 exclusive preparations also began. They were at the mountain abandoned by the god of one old dynasty. They were surrounded by tigers. The goal was to find the spirits of the rain god and the cloud god. Seo Eun used his hurricane skill and it blew the animals sung backwards. Kwan's exclusive training took place in the tomb of the Druimlu side by side with evil. His goal is to awaken the Lord of the Tomb and take over his will, but no one has ever been able to do that before. Next in line was Imuji. Knocking on the glass, he asked what he was doing here. But Choi says he's giving him one last chance and tells him that his pearl is turning into light or darkness. It all depends on Imuga's merit. Simply put, if Kang Sung behaves well, she'll become a dragon, and if she doesn't behave well, she'll become a Ganchiori. Normally, a decision would be made after observing Kang Sung's actions for a long time, but with Choi's words, that time may be shortened considerably. Also, Choi said that Imuji is free to leave right now, but then he will stay in skill development even more. In response, Kang Sung said that he doesn't care about the thought of these mediocrities when they get stronger, but he likes Choi's attitude. However, Kang Sung decided to make Choi regret his decision. Kang Seon's exclusive training was in a secluded place in Imuji, and his goal was to survive. That's what Choi did to the main figures of their town, and usually the residents can participate in virtual training. The adventurer asked Choi for another training session with the ogres his ally said to rest too. Kim Yu wanted to target Choi Yul's training, but the system reported that the difference between him and the selected target was too great. However, Kim Yu asked to leave it as it was, and the system said it was starting training. Behind Choi, Christina hung back and Choi told him it was time to talk about something important. Turning to him, Choi asked him to tell him who Christina was since he didn't look like a normal demon king or player. Christina said with a thoughtful hum that it didn't matter. It was important to him that after they reached the end of the game, they would all return to their world. Smiling, Christina said he vouches for that, and Choi can rest assured. But Choi noticed that Christina dodged the question, but he didn't expect him to answer. And Choi asked if Christina knew what else was important. According to Choi, he's the 8th player, the one who was a player before him. Choi has heard that losing all objects makes the player a devourer, but if he loses a city, it doesn't mean he loses objects. And Choi asked if Christina himself abandoned the city. Didn't that mean Christina would become a devourer? Christina replied that he'd lost all the objects. Choi realized that the 8th player had another city. Choi said that it all makes sense then. Upon thinking about it, Choi realized why the player didn't spend much time on them and why he got off so easily. They were just an appendage that supplied resources to the main city. Because the player couldn't gather many resources because of Christina's book, he didn't even bat an eye when he threw them. Listening to Choi, Krasin's thoughts replied that everything is correct, but not all players have multiple pieces. From Christina's words specifically, this player is very special. The player has several pieces. All these cities are from different universes, and in each of them, people are fighting for survival. The cowboy looking at the picture right in front of him said in surprise that the 3 cities had come together in one accord and couldn't even take a step into this city. His ally yelled that he was getting out, and the cowboy reprimanded and yelled that it was a monster. They attacked and used the Paradise Plum Blossom skill, but their opponent had no reaction to the martial arts and calmly thrust his sword into the old man, hitting him in the chest. Exhaling a breath, the old man said it was so easy, then coughed and added to be watched. The cowboy was trying to reload the spirit of adventurism weapon of a traveler, capturing an unknown continent. Raising his weapon, he began firing at the enemy, applying the macaroni western skill. However, all the bullets that flew towards the enemy he managed to reflect with his sword. The reflected bullet hit the cowboy in the head. The masked man appeared behind him, shouting that he would deal with him and swinging his sword. But the enemy didn't even pay attention to him and moved on, which surprised the swordsman. The sword of the enemy was already stuck in his chest, but he didn't realize at what point he had miscalculated. As he fell to the ground, a question arose in his mind as to whether perhaps all was lost from the beginning. For a whole week, they fought him, and it was scary because they didn't hear a word. There was not a shout or an exclamation. They didn't even call out to each other. Snow White silence, a city of the dead. And he towers over them. Choi Ye-hei of the mayor's class is a level 600 character. We've been notified that a new turn has begun. The players need to roll the dice. When the dice has been rolled, the figure has reached the dungeon assault cage. From time to time, dungeons will appear in the city territory. At the end of the countdown, the dungeon doors will open and monsters will burst out of them. This mission is a cooperative action mission. It randomly summons a piece to the same card. Looking at the book, Choi exhaled from behind this new sense of summoning. By the 32nd figure, figure number 8 had been drafted. The duration of the mission is 5 days. The mission has begun. Avanthurus instructed the assistant to match Cressina's book and the plate and then load the data into this form. Folding his hands behind his back, Choi said he would go negotiate an alliance with city number 32. Here, Cressina asked if Choi was sure they needed someone else, and if they couldn't make do with his facilities. Turning to him, Choi said that his mission was to bring back as many people as he could, and to do that, he would have to make an alliance. Then Cressina asked Choi to remember how the alliance with the 11th figure ended, and Choi replied that he doesn't give up after the first failure. He laughed and wondered how much longer he would be so blindly confident. When Choi arrived at the representatives of the other city, he offered to provide them with information, but the Viking yelled that he didn't give a shit and told Choi off. The Viking's name was Carlson, and he said he didn't give a damn about the information because he was never going to get there anyway. He told me that all their heroes are dead and only 1,000 are alive. They reached their peak long ago. While drinking a beer, Carlson said that there was nowhere else for them to go, and so Choi shouldn't take them into consideration and just go his own way. Looking at him, Choi thought that Carlson is a snot and that anything you say to him is like a pea against the wall. Slamming the door, Choi decided he would have to act differently. As Carlson looked on, he said it would be the end of the 8th city. He knew that if they could only see this city and this man. Dungeon of difficulty, Class A. Highest difficulty, Fragments of the Abyss. The chained Fenrir monster boss of the 5th difficulty. A wolf shrouded in his hatred of the gods. Raising her spear, Hyo-ju said that the strength she had gained over the past year in dangerous battles with Prometheus Fang. It's not just that she's borrowing the power itself, but that she's taking over a part of his body. Hyo-ju's body turned half dragon-like. There were flames frantically flaring around it. The dungeon has been cleared. The best user was Go Hyo-ju. Holding the coffee in his hands, Cressina said that the skill of this object had grown surprisingly fast, and he was not wrong in handing him authority in this area. Choi responded by saying that it would be hard to negotiate with that city right now. Cressina said that they would not interfere with them, and isn't that enough? However, Choi knew that if they abandoned them, they wouldn't live to see the end of the game. Closing her eyes, Cressina asked Choi to dispense with the foreplay, saying the Lord was paying attention. Choi said, pointing his finger backward, that he was thinking about stealing the town. After leaving the dungeon, Hyo-ju immediately started searching the system for the following. Raising her head, she saw something huge in front of her. It was a magic missile. Magic that shoots clots of mana. Despite its low power, it always hits the mark. There are only 2 events after which the player descends to the playing field. First, the player loses all his objects and becomes a devourer. Second, PvP time, though it requires the consent of 2 players. Cressina can use her power to force the other player to agree. Using magic, Choi stabbed his sword into another player. Player number 32 is defeated. The system then asked Cressina to choose a way to eliminate the 32nd figure. Though it is the easiest thing to dismantle the figure and use its resources, Cressina cannot refuse such serious requests. Choi came up to him and said he didn't ask for anything, and Cressina asked him to remember that he was doing it at a loss. Choi reminded that Cressina could absorb that player's power, but the latter replied that he wasn't interested in her. It's really interesting that this piece of the key has already been used. And Choi remembered that this was the piece Cressina used every time he did something against the rules. It became clear that Cressina was cheating with his help. Cressina then asked if it would work. Figure number 32 has disappeared, and all of her dungeons are moving. The 8th city now had twice as many dungeons. Looking at the book, Choi asked, even so. The people of the 8th city are ready to act on their own, but they can't follow Choi's plan and make everything perfect. And Cressina clarified, Choi believes that some people are still against him, but Choi asked him not to pour salt on the wound. Cressina then applied the overview card, which allows you to see some information about the player according to the selected number. The former 8th player now owned the 99th piece. He wanted the information about Cressina's number 8 player to be passed on to the others. A new turn has begun. The player arrived at the Cops and Thieves map. Seo Yoon, meanwhile, was destroying the goblins. Dropping him to the ground, Seo Yoon started handcuffing him, and the goblin called Seo Yoon a disgrace. Another goblin flew overhead shouting that So Yoon would have to catch them all. Goblins were in different parts of the city shouting that all the stolen glasses and clothes would become them. Turning around, the goblins shouted that this was a lovely town to hide in, and all thanks to the fact that it had grown quickly. A man appeared in front of the goblin and shined a flashlight in his face and said that the goblin had been caught. The whole town was catching the brazen creatures en masse. The goblins looked at Kang-do and asked him if he thought he was so tough to catch them. Sitting at the table, Choi was reading Krasen's book, and on the table in front of him was figure number 32. After that, things started to get quieter. The usual missions were led by Choi with the help of Krasina's book, while the residents dealt with the cleanup. The mission finally ended and Krasina used her player abilities to upgrade the city. Then they got cheater items and destroyed devourers for the sake of boosting their abilities. Speaking of those missions that were done in conjunction with other cities, they destroyed the player and stole the city. After another fight, Choi sat down and exhaled and said that this one was stronger. Between missions, the inhabitants practiced constantly. The result was an unprecedented strengthening of the 8th city. There were several new zones in the city. In some cases, they didn't even need Choi's advice. Watching the town, Jack also thought things looked secure. But as always, trouble comes when you don't expect it. The figure has arrived on the dueling field. There was a random call from the first to the third figure. The goal was to destroy all objects of other figures. Watching this, Kwon remembered that there had been similar missions before. Kang-do realized that they were now in a battle of objects. Looking up, Seo Yoon replied that nevertheless, people would have to take each other's lives. Kang Sung thought it was fun. He thought it was a great mission and just what he needed. Looking at Choi Dai said that even if he fought them, 3 wouldn't be able to pull them out and suggested reducing the number of pieces in advance. Choi responded by asking if they were going to stand by. Krasina said he better not say that, but Choi said it happened before the deal. People in other cities are already armed and saddled up, screaming that they're going to cut everyone's heads off. Watching the 3 cities approach them, Choi was surprised, and Krasina said that the enemies were united in an alliance. But Krasina applied the Wall of Stone card, which builds a stone wall and protects one side of the city. After Krasina asked Choi what he was going to do because they can't fight forever. Smiling, Choi replied that there was nothing to be done and would have to destroy all the players as fast as possible. Pulling out the key, Krasina laughed and reported that he knew Choi would say that. The opponent agreed to the duel, and Choi and Krasina found themselves on the battlefield. 3 eaters appeared in front of him. When Choi was leaving, the die reminded him that he was with him. The opponents immediately started using magic cards. Choi thought that he needed to win quickly first. The longer he stays here, the worse it gets for him. He decided to use all his strength to take out the first one. But when Choi struck, the opponent disappeared and Choi didn't expect it. Here, Krasina was also surprised that the player's alliance was unusual. The players applied the compression card. It shrinks the subject's physical body and decreases maximum stamina but increases agility. The players rushed to attack Choi. He couldn't even fight back. Choi groaned in pain as he fell to the ground. A devourer approached him, ready to strike. Suddenly, several deadly blows struck the enemy. Jack appeared next to Choi and said that it was unexpected that his martial arts worked even against players. Choi explained that Krasina had told him that all of his skills and equipment were equal in power to the player cards. This also applies to summoning an overlord, but it doesn't mean that the overlord is equal to the player or devourer by force. It will be much more useful to use your possessions reinforcing his own. While Choi was holding the sword, Dai asked what he was thinking. An armed Jack stood nearby. Through the wall broke through the opponents. Military shouted that the wall will soon collapse and we must prepare for battle. Kwon stood guard, and the military man next to him was just shaking with fear. Turning to him, Kwon said that if he realizes that he's not confident, he should back off because it's not the same as slashing monsters. But the military man answered him that he did not want to retreat alone. The wall fell and the opponents rushed in. People were screaming that their city would win and were ready to cut heads. They saw one man and shouted that he was desperate. It was Imuji who said that his first crime was his. Suddenly, at the end, people started to meet those who were walking ahead, standing up, and didn't understand why they were coming back. They were overcome by Imuji, who was shouting that it was definitely getting better. People lay there moaning in pain, and one man approached Imuji and simply asked him to finish him off. But Imuji replied that he didn't want to. The system notified him that the propensity to evil parameter had exceeded the allowable values. In response, Kang Seung said that if they didn't want to die, then let them kill themselves or get into a fight. On the battlefield, Jack helped destroy the players. His opponent is strong, but he expected this. Raising his sword, Jack said that sometimes it was more valuable than thousands of years of training to fight to the death with a strong opponent. And Jack was gladly ready to accept this lesson, so he rushed to attack the player. The enemy used Elemental Shield, which is great at defending against elemental attacks but weak at stopping physical damage. Hui decided to strike next from above. There was an explosion. Christina knew Jack wouldn't last much longer, and the facilities wouldn't be able to withstand the pitchforks of the third city. It was like Choi was still biding his time. What is Choi Yule waiting for? Meanwhile, the Americans broke down the wall and made contact with the Koreans, but they didn't understand each other. Suddenly, a man in a hat introduced himself as Kim Yunun and told the Koreans to hurry up and lay down their weapons. And Woon-gi asked why he was acting like that. Kim Yunun replied that it is the Godfather's will and that it is not clear that the city is a reflection of the wishes of the players. In his opinion from the 8th city, you can tell that the player dislikes them, and Kim Yunun once again asked them to lay down their arms. Kim wrinkled his nose and told Woon-gi that he would destroy him, and he wouldn't feel a thing. Imuji appeared behind him and said, "No way." Kang Sung followed up with a punch, saying that he likes to feel pain. Time after time, Kang Sung got the points and objects of all the people he destroyed. Woon-gi and his ally coughed up blood and screamed, for which Kang Xiong gave them a punch. Hyoju jumped on him, attacking him with flames and ordering him to stop. She tried to explain that these people were their allies and asked Kang Sung if he was crazy. Kang Xiong's hands were covered in scales. He grinned and roared like a monster. Then he spread his arms and screamed even more. Hyoju was frightened and asked what was wrong with him. The parameter for the propensity to evil had reached 100%. A dragon appeared in place of Kang Xiong. The owner of the pearl turns into Gang Chiori. Turning to Woon-gi, Hyoju shouted for him to save people. Hyoju saw that the situation was only getting worse. Kang Seung was only causing trouble because of Kang Seung. Watching Imuji rush to attack Hyoju, they thought they had broken their own system and were jeopardizing their crops. Raising his sword, Miyamoto said that in addition to that, there is no pride weaker than this one, and they can't handle 1-2 dragons. He rushed to attack Dorkon with a shout of, "Show me who is the king of monsters here." And so the monster's head fell at his feet. But this surprised the two foreigners. Choi appeared in front of them and exhaled and said it was close. Turning to Imuji, he said that he kept trying to prepare for the moment when he would become Ganchiori. He gave orders to Hyoju to go back and defend the city. Hyoju asked how he was doing. Gangchiori opened his mouth. Choi turned away from him and told Hyoju that he should get rid of all the garbage he'd been carrying around all this time. Watching from the side, Christina said whatever Choi is up to, he needs to hurry up. Christina realized that Choi wouldn't last long with temporary skills. Together with Jack, they attacked the player. Christina asked if Choi was listening to him. Yijitsim. In the city, Choi was throwing punches at Ganchiori, knocking him to the ground. Continuing to beat his fists, Choi said, "Well, Kang Sung became Gangchiori because he comes out much more useful than the dragon in his plan. The owner of the magic pearl will turn into an Imuji depending on karma from becoming either a dragon or a Ganchiori." Choi was worried about what would happen if Kang Seung changed his mind and became a dragon, but he thanked him for the stubbornness of an idiot and the dregs of this world. Ganchiori's fear has peaked, and so contracting has become available. The system asked if Choi wanted to sign a contract with Gangchiori. Jack fighting the players had no arm left, and his weapon broke. Approaching another player, Jack said he could hold off for now. Choi came back to him and apologized, explaining that it was taking a long time to get rid of the trash. In all games, as people level up, they gain power beyond the limitations of weapons and skills, and increase the characteristics based on their desires and skills. There are few among them who wear unique kits. The use of such kits confers considerable power, but make a mistake and the price could be death, double or nothing. Or else, Choi then applied a passive skill from the Gangchiori essence, activating the incarnation of self-destruction. Players' health points will gradually decrease. Characteristics will increase according to the number of anomalies. The more time a character spends in the incarnation state, the more extra. Therefore, the more anomalies, the faster Choi's characteristics grow. Mythic class is high rice, but the reward is also higher. Choi has struck out at the player. Next, Choi created an unknown complex potion. Unlike Imuga's poison, Kanchiori's poison ignores the enemy's resistance to them. A poison of unknown origin paralyzes the player's body. His reaction speed, attack power, and ability to defend himself are reduced. Suddenly, Choi shouted to Jack that something was waiting for him from above. Jack looked up. Jack's sword glowed with a golden light. Choi warned that the poison's effect on the player would soon wear off. Jack, too. He had a magic dart sticking out of his back. Jack had been poisoned with an unidentified complex poison. All of his stats are temporarily doubled. The player shuddered. Jack exhaled, saying he could barely save his face. Something hit him in the back and his mouth bled. A complex, unidentified poison dried him up. Jack fell, and Choi continued to fight the last player. The barrier is incredibly reinforced thanks to several shields. If Choi doesn't kill them, the barrier will continue to regenerate. It all has to be done in one go. Because of the effect of the self-destructive embodiment, Choi was influenced by disturbance. Also because of this effect, the poisoned state progresses to a severely poisoned state, and Choi is affected by the decreased resistance. There was blood running down Choi's face, but he knew he wasn't doing enough. Looking at the figures in his hand, Christina said that Choi was letting people take the easy way out and taking the hard way in. He asked if it was about guilt or if it was human nature. In Krasina's opinion, it would be so glorious if Choi used intelligence without hesitation. Krasina assumed Choi was being held back by human nature. Choi had a huge list of active anomalies. His characteristics will grow according to the number of his anomalies. Approaching the player, Choi thought he had a lot of enhanced characteristics from the anomaly. Touching it, Choi knew that the bonuses of self-destruction incarnate were far more significant. Digging his fingers into the player's body, Choi told the player to stay still. Choi's eyes were covered with a gray film, and he couldn't see anything. The player squeezed him from both sides. There was a white flash of light and Choi split the player's body in half. There were now 3 pieces in Krasina's hand. The system notified that Choi had defeated all the players. Gangchori's domain has been cleared. Leaning on his knees, Choi exhaled. Jack asked if Choi was okay, and he said he wasn't, but he'd be okay soon. It had become a good workout for Jack, and he thanked Choi. Raising his head, Choi laughed and apologized, saying he could take Jupiter for it. Picking up the sword, Jack looked at it and said he wouldn't say no because he liked it. A dragon appeared on Choi's shoulder, and Jack asked if it was his new lord. Choi replied that he was a little rough, but he'd be fine as a helper. By the way, why did Choi choose Gangchiori? He's the emoji who couldn't become a dragon. And Gangchiori cannot possess the magic pearl. That means the woman will get a new emoji. The pearl that was lying on the ground was picked up by Kim Yu. He grinned and clenched his fist. Looking at Kang Do, Seo Eun asked what was going on. Kang Ji also noticed something strange with Hyo Ju. Choi Yul also asked why the mission didn't end. The system notified that a new player was invading the mission. A new figure 99 appeared, led by Choi Ye. Christina looked up and said he didn't think he'd see him again soon. The real owner of the figure 8, the one who went all the way with Dai, his idol and his nemesis. The former Vosmoy player spread his arm and Christina shouted for everyone to get ready. Clutching his sword, Choi didn't realize if Christina was going to attack but knew that if he didn't strike now, they would lose. Again, Christina pulled out the key, but the system reported that the PvP request was unavailable. The second player got the shrine map, so PvP was banned during missions, and all actions were frozen for a certain period of time. When Christina was chained up, Christina realized that the opponent had skillful movements and high speed. Past players were just decoys to get to know the techniques better. Flying up, Jack said there was nothing to be done and there was only one way to do it. Choi replied that he already knew. This way was bloodshed. Christina asked, what if the abandoned figure didn't fall? Frowning Dai assumed the player was using cards to test this. They've been spotted earlier than Christina expected. They're not ready yet, and it's a shame, but it looks like we'll have to drop the figure 8. Choi, running ahead, said they needed to hit the enemy over the head quickly, and Jack agreed with him. In his hand, Choi clutched a weapon. It's a super strong weapon for eaters and players, but it's irrelevant. Choi didn't have enough skills. He shouted for everyone to organize the residents by level. Coming out from around the corner, Kwon immediately received several arrows into his shield. Clenching his teeth, Kwon realized that their movements were immediately being read in their own city as well. Seo Eun decided to attack the opponents with his hurricane, but they used Hai Mo Su's one-handed sword against him. It's a divine Eek who came down from heaven to help found the country. Now, the god's low-level abilities have been neutralized. Kang Do came to Seo Eun's side and said that his equipment was pretty good. However, the opponents mobbed Kang Do and swept him off his feet. Flying back, Kang Do didn't realize that they had one item for everyone. There should be no unnecessary action. The enemy senses everything in kind. As Kang Do walked up, he thought that it was as if they were acting in the same impulse. He and Seo Eun stood back to back, and Seo Eun's eyes lit up and he shouted how they could touch a policeman. And Kang Do asked him to leave because there would be no benefit of separation. Seo Eun asked if he thought they would be allowed to leave. The opponents raised their swords and Seo Eun shouted that they were advancing. A green darkness enveloped the surroundings and the opponents nearby fell to the ground. Kang Do realized it was Imuga's poison. Kim Yu, who had extended his hand, shouted for them to come over to him. However, Kang Do and Seo Eun stood still. Looking at them, Kim Yu shouted that they wouldn't last long and advised them to hurry up. Pyo Ju wasn't standing still either. Her opponent was Choi Ye, who seriously injured her. Hyoju didn't understand why his attacks were so slow, but she couldn't ward them off, and her attacks didn't even go through. It's not so much that their actions are readable, it's that they seem to move the way they want to. After picking up the elixir that restores health and all anomalies, Hyoju decided that she couldn't give up. The next moment, Prometheus appeared behind her. The dragon opened its mouth and emitted flames. After the fire and smoke began to dissipate, Hyoju saw the silhouette of the enemy in the fog. But it was Choi Yul. She asked if everything was okay and why he was so sudden. And Choi told her to leave it to him and go back to town. Hyoju just opened her mouth as she looked at him. Jack appeared next to her and told her to obey him. Hyoju was afraid of Master's appearance. And Jack said he'd help him, and Hyoju needs to go and get people. At that moment, Hyoju rushed towards the city. She didn't think she should go in, and Choi and Master were nervous. Hyoju also thought she had gotten it wrong. Choi Yul and Jack stood in front of the opponent. So Choi Ye said they hadn't seen each other in a while and asked what they would say if they weren't happy to see him. Looking at his brother, Choi Yul said that he has recovered, and that's a very good thing. Choi came up to him and put his hands on his shoulders, telling him he couldn't explain everything and that they didn't need to fight. In response, Choi Ye asked Choi Yul trying to screw up this game and return to their world. At these words, Choi Yul was taken aback. But Choi Ye said it was very similar to Choi Yul and added that he would lose. In order to defeat Choi Ye will have to crush him, and Choi Ye hasn't been able to do that before. Pushing Choi Yul with his shoulder, Jack rushed forward and shouted that Choi Ye wanted to finish him off and Choi Yul should get out of the way. However, Choi Ye leaned towards Choi Yul and stabbed his sword into his shoulder. Looking at him, Choi Ye told Yul that it's okay and he can be a dead man for a while. When the time comes to open her eyes again, Choi Yulia is greeted with a beautiful feeling of happiness. When Choi Ye buried his sword, Choi Yul turned on him with his fists. Swinging, Choi Yul said to Choi Ye to just get some sleep, but Choi Ye stabbed his sword into him again. Choi Yul clenched his teeth in pain. Choi Yul's body felt like an electric shock, and he fell to the ground. The skeletons of Choi Ye's allies fell from the sky. Then he took a step and cast Magic Trap and Dispel Magic, which canceled the spells. Watching his brother hold on to his wound, Choi Ye remembered that he had seen it all before and knew it all ahead of time. One of Choi Yul's eyes closed. Choi Ye said that enough time had passed. Choi Ye revealed that since they stopped playing that style, simply put, it's because their brains are too active and their bodies can't keep up. Both Choi Ye and Choi Yul were diagnosed by a doctor as children. Their mother noticed that, however, Yul does not suffer as much as Ye suffers. The doctor explained that Yul's body had learned to cope with this power. Multitasking. When the human brain scatters its attention, its efficiency is greatly reduced. Yul analyzes, comprehends, and predicts everything he sees at the same time. He overloads his brain to reduce productivity. For Yul, a constantly changing environment is the best medicine. The only problem is Yu-Ona. He had no interest in life. The doctors thought it was amazing. In the doctor's opinion, Choi Ye needs some kind of stimulus to overload his brain. However, there was something Ye-ong liked. He and his brother often played chess and checkers. Looking down, Christina said that he probably had a reason to throw out his best object, Choi Yul. The player has an object with an unprecedentedly good compatibility. Choi looked at his brother and thought it was time for him to leave. After reading his thoughts, Christina laughed and said that he would love to, but there was no way out of here. Choi then told him to use the cheats and asked if Christina wanted to leave him to rot. Suddenly, Choi shouted for Christina not to tell him, but he interrupted him and, closing his eyes, replied that he had thought about it but still wouldn't. Although Krasina wasn't lying when he said there was no way out of here. If they had the Lord's powers, Choi Yul would have killed Choi Yi. Apologizing, Choi flew upward in a somersault. He thought that even if he had those powers, nothing would change. Choi Yi attacked Choi Yul, but Choi Yul dodged the blow. Choi then went on the attack. He told Choi Yi that on Earth they had a way of dealing with such situations. The Absolute Seal began to lose its power. Time expired and Krasina tossed the card. This magic card was Armageddon, which broadcast the beginning of great destruction. The cities and all the figures lit up. The player hastily started searching for something in the system. Taking out Krasin's key said he knew it wouldn't do much. Raising his hand, Krasina reported that his subject was a little angry. Two devourers rushed to destroy the city. Clutching the card, Choi said, so this is how Krasina twirls thimbles in her foul play. Of course it wouldn't work on E1. The player was still thinking about what action to take. Krasina, who watched him, said he always calculated his every move. What you lose and gain in battle, and the conclusion is the result of this calculation. Raising his sword, Choi Ye said that it was trivial. Dropping the sword, he said that it was a torment to be the object of such a low-level player. But then Choi Ye realized that Krasina was using cheats. The player pulled out a map of the Great Escape. That means they need to drop their hard-earned reward and run for their lives. When Choi Yul landed, he exhaled and thought it was a good thing that, he didn't have the ability to use such a thing, because it would have been much worse. The sword thrown by Choi Ye hit Choi Yul in the chest. The ground beneath him cracked. Christina already had several cheat keys in her hands. There were a few explosions left in the city. The long-awaited notification came that the mission had been completed. Choi Yul was lying in a pool of blood, breathing heavily. One eye was swollen shut. Choi was holding his wound and looking at something on the system. He chose recovery and exhaled. When his body recovered, he said he hadn't expected this. Christina came up to him and asked if Choi could handle it. Choi got up and grabbed his head and asked what Christina was talking about. Standing up, Choi walked over to Krasin, and together, they looked at the ruined city in silence. The complexity of the game has reached hell. The plan calls for a great change. Krasina then took the emergency evacuation card, which evacuates the residents to the city bunker. Watching people descend into the bunker, Krasina said about 80% of the inhabitants survived. Folding his hands, Choi looked at them and said that so many had been wiped out in an instant. As expected, this is Choi Ye-ona's town. Krasina said we should fix up the town before we start making plans. In Krasina's opinion, Choi was now looking for funds to fortify the city just like back then with the training grounds. Smiling, Choi said it was the hour and Krasina understood him. Krasina said it was part of the game. Suddenly, Choi tensed up because a map summoning had started to happen, and he didn't understand why it was happening between missions. One by one, the figures began to be summoned, and Choi thought it was too much. He was answered by Krasina, who said that there was a special mission and access was only for players, and then only once. An open world. It's also called the World of the Remnant. A figure with a forest has joined the city. City troops went in to destroy the monsters. Kwon and his squad reported that the area was clear. The target was located, and Kwon called for a collection team. The squad found Kipre, the constituent of the healing potion. The farmers quickly started picking flowers. According to Kwon, it's a whole bunch of resources and a great map for farming. You can get a lot of points and gear, but if you don't find a way out of here, you'll be locked up forever. Also, residents who won't be in town when they have to leave will be left behind. Turning to Hyo Ju Woon-gi said that more and more people are leaving the place, and it seems there is nothing that can be done. Kang Ji, standing nearby, said that even Choi Yul was smashed to smithereens. I bet they didn't run away. Kangdu, who was sitting in the rubble, hummed thoughtfully. He thought about the fact that it had been 4 days since they had arrived there. However, the system still loads the guides but doesn't show up on people. Looking at the papers, Choi angrily looked at Dai and shouted that 753,000 rounds and the same number of defeats. Collapsing on the floor, he said he thought it was impossible to win here the usual way. Leaning over him, Dai said to Choi not to make him doubt that he wasn't wrong to choose him. They have enough time. Choi recalled what Krasina himself had said about a century in a blink of an eye. In response, Krasina confirmed what he said, and if Choi wants to, he can stay here forever. There are 2 reasons why they use a world without players: to develop like player number 17, or surrender this game, not wanting to end up in the belly of a devourer or do battle. This is where they'll hide for the rest of the game. Here is the nature of his name: the world remains. Looking at Krasina, Choi said that while they put Choi Ye-on's surgery on pause, it was clear that Choi Ye couldn't win in an even fight. Choi Yul felt that he should turn the terms of the fight in his favor. To pull this off, Choi needs to know everything about the players and the game itself. Krasina realized that Choi Yul wanted to take down Ye Yun after finding out all the information, even though Krasina thought he was just an object. Raising his hand, Krasina said it wasn't hard to organize. Choi asked if Krasina agreed too easily. Krasina responded by saying he was too curious about how far Choi could go. Smiling, Krasina reminded him that Choi's defeat was not his defeat, and laughed. That made Choi angry. Suddenly, they were in a different space, and Choi asked what it was. And Krasina explained that Choi could return to his world as soon as the game ended. From what Krasina said, there wasn't an ounce of lie in her words. The world had simply become part of the game. This is the fate of the world that has become fodder for the game. Whether you lose or win, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. At this time, Choi Ye was searching for the Demon King Krasin. It was one of the most high-level opponents he was destroying. Choi Ye was sure that Krasina used the player's powers. That means Krasina can take the player's place. The system reported that the mission was cleared, and the destroyed player's pieces were transferred to another player. The former 8th player had new pieces to deal with. He decided he wanted to take them apart. Cities are dismantled to use them to repair and improve their figures and get materials. Then the player started looking for a piece that belonged to him earlier. The system reported that this piece is hidden or protected. Choi Yul bowed and introduced himself. He said that all the people had been working hard for the past 3 months. He also said that the city is almost rebuilt and is looking forward to more improvements. He believed the people would understand why he was using live TV to communicate with people who had left the city. Choi's goal for this live broadcast is to reveal the truth about the game and the players, and at the same time he will talk about his future actions. The plan is dangerous and crazy, so Choi makes no guarantees but assures him that staying here will be much safer. Despite all this, Choi will explain everything sooner or later. He's starting now. The first truth about this game is that the game is a great test of will, or an unkind joke of absolute evil. Christina said it was an illusion he still had, and Choi asked if it wasn't. In Christina's opinion, the dream of an ideal being is an empty, wishful thinking of sentient beings. He believed that if they were perfect, they would have no needs, and if they had no needs, they would not move. And if a creature doesn't move, there's no point to its existence. People don't need each other. They look for someone else and get lost in the ensemble. It's exactly the same in the game, traveling through the universe to find the next planet to eat. It's not yet clear why the planet of choice should have intelligent life. Maybe they're attracted to the emotions of the soul, physical shells, or the whole shebang. To make the victim more palatable, they turn the game into a meat grilling. Choi then asked why this whole circus of a game. Christina replied that intelligent life inevitably creates games for itself. This makes it easier for her to adapt and immerse herself in the process. In addition, games make you work hard. To top it all off, they have a habit of running headlong toward their goal. After listening, Choi said that ultimately it's just an established system where creatures are played out and become part of the game. In response, Christina explained that the eaten world ceases to be a source of nourishment and a new form of intelligent life has to be found. That's the point of the game. Clutching her head, Hyoju stretched out her hand and asked her to stop. She asked if they were suffering because of the planet-eating monster, and Choi replied that he wasn't sure if the game was a living thing yet, and Kwon believed that in the end, even if they won, the land would be taken to pieces and become just a map. He thought they would become monsters and fight the next intelligent life form. And then Kang-do asked what the players were doing then. Christina decided to explain to him. Once they were objects, but now they are part of the game, and only a few evolve further and gain enough power to upset the balance. This is the kind of creature the game gives a role to interfere with the game and improve the quality of objects. That is the essence of the player. In general terms, Kang-ji understood what was going on and asked what the plan was now. Choi closed his eyes and said that they would eat the game, and in this way they would save the Earth and all the worlds in the game would return to their former life by the forces of the game itself. Choi's plan will eventually lead to her destruction. Choi said there are two ways to face the predator: coexistence or struggle. But Choi chooses the latter because he's too tired to put up with this game. The choice is now up to the people, to stay in the city and fight the game until its destruction, or surrender to the will of the villainous abyss and live being part of the game. Looking at the city, Choi said he had a question and Christina clarified what happened. And Choi asked Grayson if he was a player. He said he was, and then added that he was a player. He was also a demon king and an object like Choi Yule. He craved for something more than a player's power. But he was defeated by player number 199 who played by the rules, forcing Grayson to seal his Mila and use it as a demon king. Choi asked what Dai wanted. He said that Choi would understand as soon as the seal was broken. Either way, they have an alliance until the game is ruined. Christina added that Choi doesn't have to worry about that. The next day, Choi came to the archives with papers piled up. Choi went to the meeting table and asked how things were going. Kwon turned to him and replied that there was no problem yet. He said that they had built a place for the residents to stay during the remodeling. Gradually, there are even more people, although there are many who can't decide whether they should stay or fight. It was too important a decision and nothing could be done about it. In the end, they felt the difference between themselves and absolute power. Frowning Choi said that they needed to focus on improving each individual's abilities. Beating the 99ers isn't their main goal. All they have to do is come in first. At this, Kang-do asked if they had to hit first, and then Choi stammered and scratched the back of his head. Then he replied that he couldn't beat him, so he'd leave it to the Council of the Assembly. It was strange for Krasna that his enemy number 99 and he was worried about Choi Yeon. Choi Ye's army was lining the streets of the city. Watching them from the rooftop, Choi Ye thought it was just a glitch. Raising his hand, he cast a spell and thought that sometimes in games, there are mistakes that even the developers can't calculate. Choi Ye knew that Krasina had found them and took advantage of it, using certain items and skills along with calculated timings. Standing in the player's seat, Choi Ye asked if this was really the player's seat. Looking at Choi Ye's hand, he smiled and said how familiar it was. This equipment is not in the game data, so it was made by hand. If the brother created this armor himself, it's for one purpose only. Choi Ye then thrust his sword into the player. The impact sent cracks in different directions. For Choi Ye, It was clear that the players were artificial intelligence. And finally, the game. Looking at little Choi E's little self, Choi E said that they are the same, and little Choi E just wants to live. He asked to be chosen until there was a player capable of opposing his brother. Once again, Choi Ye drew his sword. His hand clenched and he asked this game decision. A human silhouette appeared in place of a hand, and then a flash of light appeared in the sky. It seemed like the player just wanted to find out who the strongest player was. So Choi pulled out some cards that began to swirl around him. An abandoned world. 200 years later, the grown-up Choi looked off into the distance. He asked again. Next to him, Cressina directed him to the cheat keys. Going back a few years, Choi said this was his fourth regression. Kwon got up from his wheelchair. His fellow Arsdom broke his cane. Choi said it was time to roll back his physical body and the rest of the residents too. Standing on the roof of Krasen, asked if it made sense to keep the original look of the city. Choi replied that there is still a desire to preserve the city. Scratching his chin, Choi said that if time on the map flowed slower, then having lived for 200 years, they had missed about 2 moves. For that matter, Choi offered to stay for 1 more, but Krasina replied that skipping the 3rd move would be too disadvantageous. Smiling, Choi replied that Krasina didn't have to worry because it was worth it. A new year has begun and figure 8 is on the cards. The system asked for a roll of the dice. And now they've been abandoned. Choi thought it was pointless to stick to the strategy of working hard for rewards. This will only increase their gap with Choi Yeon. They should get to his cortex as soon as possible. During a speedrun, it takes 3 turns to effectively increase characteristics. The 8th figure has entered the flag capture zone. If the people bring the flag to their town, they will win. The current mission is a one-on-one battle with another figure. Figures are summoned randomly. A 60-second figure joined them, and a long bridge was formed between them. Sanchez Miguel laughed and said that the city cannon blueprint obtained during the Cannon Tower mission truly beautified their city. He was sorry they hadn't emerged from the Earth Age yet. He didn't think it would be that hard to get a flag for himself. There was an explosion. Choi Yule's silhouette appeared in the shadows and laughed. The frame of the buildings was reconstructed using waxed materials. With the help of magic and science that had been developed over 300 years, this protective barrier had been erected around the city. The military has picked up the Peregrine K2 weapon is a weapon made by the technology of the 8th city. Since they were able to produce heroic class gear themselves, all the equipment in the city has improved dramatically, and the 8th city is on the move. Looking up into the sky, Sanchez opened his mouth, not realizing what the multitude of birds flying there were. In Choi's opinion, the abandoned world is formed completely randomly, and the fact that this particular card will be found is incredible luck. The 8th city also climbed into the nest of the Imperial Griffin by donning several griffins. Hyoju came to a foreign city and the crowd in the square sat on their knees. Sanchez said it was better to capture the flag this time and go back to the city. He thought that when their players started to act, they'd have no time to say anything. Meanwhile, Choi Ye was fighting on the battlefield with another player. His eyes were burning with red light. Standing in front of Sanchez, Hyoju asked when their player would start acting, but he didn't answer but only apologized. Clenching his fist, Choi decided he still needed to work on his new ability. Looking at Krasen, Choi said it was time, and the latter, using magic, replied that he knew. Taking out a card, Krasen asked Choi, "This calls for a speedrun. This card allows you to ignore rest and roll the die a 2nd time in a row." Another one was added to Cressina's collection of figurines. The card was activated, and the system asked for another roll of the die. The player started looking for something in the system again. Choi Yi stood in front of him. Sitting on the throne, Choi Ye thought that now he could see the end. In front of him was a field surrounded by pillars. The 5th move after returning from the abandoned world, Kang Ji flew upwards and pressed the button. 13 moves later, 25 moves later, 31 moves later, a few more moves later, and now a notification came to the mail that Krasina was the first player to reach the final stage. In Choi's opinion, everything's going according to plan so far. There's still one last push left. Final mission. The higher the player rises, the more difficult the missions become. After reaching the topmost floor, the player has the opportunity to pass the last mission. Taking Dai's cube, he suggested we begin, not just to complete the game, but to finish it completely. The die has been cast. There are 4 paths to the top floor. If you're unlucky, you can wander forever. They decided to trust their luck that got them this far. The 8th piece hit an empty cage and Choi screamed that Cressina is a loser. The system notified that the player had reached the Demon King's seal area. The goal was to destroy all demonic columns. The Demon King they met was Kutumbaba. This form is considered the strongest of all the Demon Kings. Kutumbaba laughed and said that they had the courage to come to him and called them brave. He wanted to say that at last an opponent had arrived who could amuse him, but his head flew off his shoulders and his limbs separated from his body. Jack answered him and apologized, saying he didn't have any free time so he'd hit first. Lastly, Ktum Baba asked how a pathetic pillar keeper could have such power. But he didn't get an answer because he collapsed to the floor. Hiding his sword behind his back, Jack replied that it was only the result of 300 years of hard training. Turning to Krasina, Choi asked, leaving "They can't use the move map here." In Krasina's words, the final stage is the space where the energy is emotionally overflowing. It is the best and final stage of the game. A new turn started and the system asked the player to roll the dice. The piece started to move to the desired square. Choi took the die and mentally asked for an A. Choi said it was the second floor and Krasina said it looked like it. There was a 99th figure in front of them. They knew that they could not go on alone. Choi didn't understand why they were even using loopholes before, and the difference was only 4 moves. Suddenly, their eyes went wide, and they saw the player in front of them. Choi also didn't realize what was wrong with his eyes, and Krasina replied that it was the power he was using. It took him several thousand years to master it, and now it's being used by a common unit. A new move began. The system asked for a roll of the dice. For Krasin, it was interesting, but he thought it would be difficult to shorten the distance. The number 6 came out. Choi and Krasina were surprised. Choi asked if Krasina was sure it couldn't be used, and Krasina replied that Choi Ye was just lucky or they could check it out. A monster appeared next to Choi Ye and aimed at Yeon, but the player Choi Ye was sitting on grabbed the monster. The player's appearance has changed, and instead of legs, he has claws. And Choi asked if Krasin was convinced, and Krasin responded by saying, "Who knows?" Now Krasina at least realized that the Devourer was not a hindrance to him. A system appeared in Choi's face. Smiling, he told Yule that he could never beat him. The 2 figures stood at the top of the pyramid. Hyoju said that they were eventually caught. Choi smiled and asked Krasin if it was impossible, and he said it was impossible. With an oblique look at Choi Krasin, he added what a normal player couldn't. "I got a notification in the mail that it's time to reveal the last mission. Within an hour, people are free to choose any city they want." Hyoju asked if they would change cities after everything that happened. The adventurer agreed with her, saying that they had gone too far and they should not betray this city. A video message with Choi Ye appeared on the screens of all the residents. He said that he wanted to send a message to the residents of the 8th city. He said the reason he was giving them that choice was because it was a waste of his time. Folding his hands in a lock, Choi Ye said that people could not oppose him while he was still a unit, and now that he was a player, not even close. So he asked the people to surrender. He said that if the people wished to keep the pathetic power they had gained from this game, they can feel free to turn their backs, and those who criticize people will disappear and die anyway. The mission has begun. Decision time is 1 hour for both the 8th and 99th city, and so everyone has made their choice. The number of citizens who change their city is 0. Smiling, Choi said it wasn't enough to break their unity. In 300 years in the other world, only a few had wished to leave the city. Others fell into eternal sleep, but the people who remained decided to fight in this game until the end. The last mission starts in 10 seconds. Choi Ye said he'll lose time after all. The seconds were counting down. Both sides were ready for battle. Time was up and the mission had begun. Choi Ye and Choi Yule got into a sword fight. Both of them had high speed, so they swung from place to place. When Choi Yule threw a punch, Choi Ye dodged it. Choi Yule let go of his sword and struck with his fist. Choi Yi used magic to throw Yule backwards. There was a huge explosion, illuminating the surroundings with light. The smoke cleared, and Choi Yi asked Choi Yule if he was giving up, and Choi Yule replied so that he would memorize the phrase. He said that this is just the beginning. Choi Blah is wearing Ragnarok armor of an unknown class. Choi Yi realized that since this equipment wasn't in the game's data, it was handmade. If the brother created this armor himself, it's for one purpose only. Again, Choi Yule attacked Choi Yi. Choi Yi thought that Yule did it to enhance his physical characteristics. Clenching his teeth, Choi Yule thought he would hit it the first time. When Choi Ye approached him, he said that he could predict actions by a few steps. Smiling, Choi asked, "It was intuition." Then a thunderstorm caused by Usa's umbrella rose in the sky. This is the staff of the mythic class. Opening the umbrella causes clouds to appear. The size and power of the clouds depends on the user's level. Holding an umbrella, Kang Du suggested that we start. Clenching his fist, Seo Yoon said that 8th City was closed today for security reasons. Applying the hurricane, he shouted that therefore any trespassing was forbidden. Magic items such as Funback's gloves, Unsa's umbrella, and Unsa's cloak came together in one place. The unification began to happen. Kang Do used the power of the storm. Hyoju, riding a griffin, fought against the army of another city. Standing on the griffin, she used her spear to destroy her opponents. Hyoju smiled and said, as expected, it wouldn't be that easy. The enemy picked up the Dragon Hunter's ice spear, a spear of the legendary class. Seeing one of the opponents in the crowd raise his sword, Seo Yoon said, "Here he is. It's Hwanun's sword." Behind him, Kang Do noticed that they had reacted quickly. With a frown, Seo Yoon said it didn't matter, because that was what they were counting on. Seo Yoon's eyes lit up, and he said that if the special skills didn't work, and Hyo Ju said that they would just crush them with physical force. As the battle continued, Choi Yul told Choi On that they could still finish the game. Looking at his brother, Choi Ye remained silent. Choi Yul asked him to trust him. At that moment, Choi Ye decided that Choi Yul was just stalling for time. He was sure that indeed Choi Yul was just being a decoy and the real culprit. Approaching Krasuna, Choi Ye raised his sword. Choi Yul rushed over to them and asked if he could just lose for once. Grabbing Choi Ye, he swept him off his feet and lifted him into the sky. This surprised Choi Ye. The 8th City Army was telling each other to turn off the fuses. On the ground, the army also converged in battle. Einherjar's battle mantle has one very exclusive skill. This skill is called Berserk, mode of blind rage in which the player loses control of reason and attacks both enemies and allies. And Ragnarok holds back Berserk's power, but the player still has no mind control. In this case, the physical characteristics reach the maximum that is possible in the game. When Choi Yul attacked Yeon, the ground shook under his feet, and the army became frightened. The final battle has begun. The private shouted that the enemy was coming. Khan radioed that he was requesting artillery fire on the target. Kim Sung responded by saying that the target was confirmed. They used projectiles of the ice property. Kim Sung then said he would activate the identification spell. Following that, Kwon instructed the 8th City's military air force to begin the bombardment. The army detected enemy aircraft. The commander shouted for the bombers to speed up the operation. You also have to disconnect the fuses. It was a fierce struggle. Raising the Mace of Destiny, Kwon struck. This mace strikes enemies within a certain radius. After Kwon threw a rift grenade. It's a grenade created using the 8th City's technology. A huge black hole formed where Kwon had thrown it. Looking at his opponents, Kwon realized that they were more technologically advanced, but they could counter them through the intensity of their attacks. It wouldn't be easy to win. However, Kwon didn't care. This was not a battle they planned to win. The battle in heaven was still going on. Choi Ye was already injured quite a bit. No skills, no magic, just hand-to-hand combat. Waving his hand, Choi Ye said, even if it's just physical strength. She ends up obeying the rules of the game anyway. Choi Yul approached Choi Ye. When Choi Ye struck Choi Yul, his hands were torn off and his mouth was bleeding. Choi Ye then looked at the map. This card was the Sit Aegis card that reflected all the physical damage. From the pain, Choi Yul clenched his teeth and then clothed himself in Ragnarok once again. Looking at his brother, Choi Ye said it's useless because Choi Yul can't even hear him. He didn't get a reply and Choi Yul attacked. There was an explosion. Looking at his hand, Choi Ye wondered if it was magic. Krasina walked up to them. Choi Ye didn't believe it was him. He was sure that there were no mages among the 4 demon kings. At that moment, Choi Ye decided to use another move. His equipment changed. Behind his back, Choi Yul appeared and opened his mouth, but there was a shield around the enemy. In Choi Ye's hands was the Mannanan Maclear's Posek. This equipment gives you the ability to see through any magic. Choi Yul's silhouette appeared in front of him. He waved his hand and said that Choi Yi had been caught. Looking at it, Choi Ye reported that as he had suspected, it was indeed a Sid. Seed is a magic that separates the soul from the body. When using this magic, the body is left completely defenseless. So it's more for performance than combat. The body can be put into berserk mode, and the soul that remains outside can be maintained with magic. Smiling, Choi Ye said that it's funny that Choi Yul is really his brother. Choi Yul's response was a little off topic, but yes, it is interesting. Then Choi Ye asked Yul to answer why he was so eager to end the game. In his opinion, people should be inside the game. It's where they get their life's purpose and goals. Completing them is guaranteed to be rewarding. In truth, Choi Ye thought that in the game, a person could become a person. On Earth, people are no different from animals, so Choi Ye decided it was time to end it. Things started to go wrong. Choi Ye remembered that the whole city was bugged. There was a flash of light and Choi Ye realized that they were hacking the game. In the streets of the city, people expressed their joy that everyone was alive and well, and also reassured each other. The woman on the phone told Yura that she would call him back. Looking at the man next to her, she told him to go back to his beloved. Suddenly, a blue light washed over them. Spider-like monsters appeared between the buildings. They started grabbing people and ripping them to shreds. The survivors ran for their lives. In haste, the man rolled a die. Ankh of Resurrection from the mythic class fell out to him. When worn, increases the power of healing or skill enhancement. During use, It can rid one person of any disease or even death. However, after use, the ankh will self-destruct. People from another city also took to the streets and destroyed people. Blood flowed on the roads. There was a trail of blood leading into the building as the man led his companion into hiding. She had a sword in her chest. Taking the ankh, the man held it out to her. With tears in her eyes, the woman took it and cried. Toward his brother, Choi Ye stretched out his hand. Choi Yul opened his mouth and roared. Several seals appeared around Choi Ye. His Zuami staff was grabbed by Choi Yul. Covering his face with his hand, Choi Yi placed the crested staff to defend himself. Choi Ye thought that this attack would be difficult to repel. He thought it was much easier to just destroy his brother's horses. Choi Yul intervened and shouted that they weren't horses, they were people. Choi Ye replied that the weak always become pawns of the strong. That's how it was on Earth, and that's how it is in the game. Also, Choi Ye asked how Yul thinks it's better to be the horse of the powerful or the prey of those same powerful. Turning back around, Seo Yoon shouted for people to retreat urgently, raising the enemy. Seo Yoon ordered the police guild to protect the civilians to stand to the last man. After overturning his opponent, Kang-do turned towards the newcomers and told them to be a little softer. Clenching his fist, Kim Yu replied, "Yes, sir." The police also obeyed the order and lined up a wall of shields. At first glance, the forces appear to be evenly matched. However, the 8th city is slowly losing ground. Meanwhile, Krasina clenched his fist, thinking that after all he had done to achieve this long-awaited goal, and this would be his last step, he was sure whether it was the game or he either of the two would meet their end. In the battle, Choi Yi continued to dodge his brother's attacks. Choi Ye turned around and saw Yul behind him. His brother told him that winning the game was never their priority. The pedestal on which the figure stood began to crack. Choi Ye said that Yul should have saved that ace for when he was defeated. Taking a swing, Choi asked, "How about it?" Choi couldn't believe that he had repelled that attack. From the back, Choi tried to strike and Choi Ye extended his arm and the seals appeared again. Choi Ye said that he was already used to it. Choi Yul coughed. 2 beams passed through him. This attack was called the Soul Strike, a burst of spiritual energy that strikes the enemy's spirit. In response to this, Choi Yul said that as expected, Choi Ye is awesome. However, he knew this would happen. Frowning, Choi offered to play his last hope, and Choi Ye asked if Choi Yul was going to use such a simple move. In Choi Yul's opinion, the simpler, the better, and he told Choi Ye that. It was clear to Choi Ye that Choi Yul was trying to buy time until Krasina completed the break-in. After that, the spellbook DZK appeared. It allows you to control a unit whose level is lower than the level of the owner of the book. The number of units that can be controlled increases with the level and rank of the owner. The control panel has 2 modes, automatic and manual, where the automatic mode operates in accordance with the preset settings, and also a handheld where the owner takes control of it. Behind Choi Ye, an army appeared. Clutching the weapon, he thought of his power finally breaking free. More magic golem-tamed monsters and summoned creatures appeared on the streets of the city. The order was to let everyone out and do whatever it takes to get Choi Ye-on's attention. From that moment on, he took control. He finally showed his true power. Kim Yunan laughed and said that he knew that this moment on will become, and asked how dare he treat people like cattle. Turning to Sanchez, Kim shouted that the man obeyed no one. Sanchez remembered when Choi Yul came to convince them that living in the game wasn't so bad it made him think. After that, Sanchez drew his sword. However, he could not tell the children that they were toys in the hands of the gods. Standing up against the enemies, Kim Yunan shouted for his comrades to nape the opponents. The fight between his brothers continued. Choi Yul threw a punch from above, but Ye ducked to avoid the attack. In response, Choi Ye stretched out his arm, applying a spell. His hand passed through Choi Yul's chest. Spirit Yulia was in the ball under protection and watching from the side as Ye attacked the body. He laughed. Raising his head and looking at Choi Yul Ye, he thought it was a familiar strategy. Minimal use of resources to build up strength to strike a decisive blow at the end. At the castle, Hyo-ju noticed that other cities had joined the battle. Rushing forward, Hyo-ju shouted that she should go on the offensive. Her gear changed and her hair turned blue. She ordered the counterattack to begin. And Quan jerked back to his helmet, activating the Holy War ability. It is activated when the full Helden equipment is equipped. It is used once per mission. This ability grants all guild members sacred armor and weapons. Blessing of the Goddess significantly increases all characteristics of guild member. Choi Yi. This is what he expected from his brother. After activating the seals, Choi Yul attacked. However, Choi Ye released a spell to counteract him. Watching the spells hit Brother Yi, he wondered what that feeling was. It was familiar to Choi Ye, yet so foreign. Clenching his teeth, Choi Yul thought he wasn't enough yet. Kim Sung watched the fight from his office. With an outstretched hand, he gave the order to attack now at full strength. The magic golem and tamed monsters and summoned creatures went on the attack. Choi Ye foresaw everything his brother could prepare. Choi Yul can't control all mortals. Deciding that his brother thought too much of himself, he took a swing. He thought Yul had lost, but was he really hoping for luck? Looking at his brother, Choi Yul decided that he didn't know any limits at all. No one had ever brought him to this state before. Choi Yul moved to attack his brother again. Choi Yul knew that he would adapt quickly. Even if he reached his limit, it wouldn't stop him. However, when he reaches that state, it is at that moment that they will have a chance of victory. With her spear raised, Hyoju deflected her opponent's blows. She clenched her teeth in anger and immediately struck back. It's just a matter of timing. Looking ahead, Seo Yoon asked if it was possible. Hyoju responded by saying of course not. Kwon intervened and said there was no chance. Hyoju stood in front of Choi Yul and said to try to find and then attack the moment he reached the limit. However, Seo Yoon recalled that Choi said that Hyoju was weaker than Yeon. But Choi said that if Seo Yoon has another plan, he's all ears. And Kwon summarized that they had decided on a plan, and he asked Choi Yul to focus only on Choi On's brother. Kwon turned around and told Choi Yul to leave the task of chasing Choi Yeona to them. Choi Lee shouted after him that it was impossible. Kwon turned around and said that from the beginning they were going to do the impossible, so it was logical to bet on the side with a chance of winning. With his hands and feet, Kwon struck at his opponents. Surrounded by E-screens, he turned around. He needed to concentrate on Choi Yula, and he needed to concentrate on Yeona's movements. Of course, Choi Ye was sure that Yul's comrades would create a gap in his defense. Taking Krasin's book, Choi put on Jack's equipment. He used the Fall of the Gods attack. This amazed Choi Yi. How on earth his brother was able to grasp a fleeting delay that could barely be considered a gap. When asked, Choi replied that it wouldn't have worked out. It wasn't the skill of multitasking but focusing on one thing. Not managing people, but working with them. Choi learned all this from people he thought were pawns. And Choi Yul struck his brother with his sword. He fell to the ground. Jack came over to them. Choi Yi's mouth was bleeding. He looked at his brother and asked why he didn't take his life. Smiling, he added that Choi would never have a chance to overpower him again. Crouching down on one knee, Choi Yul said that he didn't intend to take Yeon's life from the beginning. Choi smiled and said that he should sit still while his brother finished his business. He decided that they would talk about it later. A warehouse of worlds where that very energy has run out. They're frozen in time here, just waiting to be called upon to fulfill a mission. It's deeper than that. There are maps so destroyed that they can't be used in missions. To become one of the four lords, 2 conditions must be met. 1. Fill the fear scale to the max. 2. Fill in the friendliness scale. Even though Choi Yul can't predict exactly how he will behave. But he's sure of one thing. He still loves his brother and his family. While reading the book, Choi said that it was probably possible to create a perfect world with the help of the book and the game. But a world created by the will of one man will never be perfect. Slamming the book shut, Choi Yul said that he would realize it in time. And now Choi decided it was time to end this game. A huge monster appeared in front of Choi. That serpentine dragon surrounded the 8th figure. The players fled. Turning around, Choi asked to keep an eye on the house. Hyoju noticed a flash of light in the sky. This flash was caught by both Seo Yoon and Kang Do and Kim Yu standing behind them. Pensively, Jack asked if Choi Yul knew what was there. Yul answered that he didn't and said that even Christina hadn't gotten here. Following forward, Choi said that maybe for the game this is also the first time coming here. A pillar of light struck Choi Yul directly. Choi was in a dark space with Jack. A monster appeared right next to Choi's face, and Choi leaned back and let out a curse. There were many zombie-like people around. Choi and Jack immediately realized what they were. A world that has become part of the game. Entire worlds, actually. Jack noticed that these dead people looked a lot like Choi Yul's race. There were explosions and people in the shadows who said that no matter how many times you destroy them, there is no end to them. His companions replied that this was their fate. The cat said it was the result of human experimentation. The wolf said that playing with food is not allowed and he has already said that. Jack was silent, and Choi concluded that the intelligent beings in this world were not human. Choi has roughly figured out how things work. The worlds here could still generate emotional energy. And below is a warehouse of worlds where that very energy has run out. They're frozen in time here. A graveyard of worlds. Turning to Choi, Jack suggested that there was no further way out. Choi said that in that case there was only one thing to do. He drew his sword and shouted that they had to break through. There was an explosion and Choi broke through. Looking up, Jack said they were on the right track. Choi confirmed that it was definitely here. This is where the Demon King Krasina is sealed. Any world that falls prey to the game dies. But usable units are probably used as Demon Kings or gods. However, where exactly Christina is baked is not clear in Jack's opinion. Choi didn't answer him anything. He remembered that during the system check, it was mentioned that there was an anomalous element that could be a nuisance or a threat to the game. Since this facility is dangerous, it goes without saying that it's been isolated. The book opened and Jack said someone was going to escort them out. The book flew forward so fast that even Choi opened his mouth. A rift opened up in front of them. Choi didn't understand what he was doing in the void, and Jack replied that it was a rather crude method, but if you make noise like that, there was a trap waiting for them, which Choi tried to dodge but failed and cursed. A whole bunch of NPS showed up. Choi said he felt it wouldn't be that easy. Jack's response was to tell Jack to be careful because these creatures, but Choi didn't let him finish answering that he knew. The NPCs can copy his characteristics, but Choi can't be stopped by his characteristics alone. They rushed to attack and Choi raised his sword higher. There was an explosion. Looking at his opponents, Choi decided that he had to hurry, because if they decided to attack him, the city was probably in danger. The creatures of the statue thought that the special mission was of rational interest to them. The other creatures believed that the dastardly men from the 8th city that were trying to end the game, they wanted to repay them with bloody justice. Kang-ji looked at Hyo-ju and said that there was nothing to be surprised about because many people would rather live in the Matrix than in the real world. The military officer shouted that confirms 42 enemy cities, and the enemy force is approximately 5 million men. They've also confirmed the presence of 15 players and 10 eaters, and their numbers continue to grow. Kang-do asked why they were so lucky. Seo-eun agreed with him. Kang-do warmed up and said that so far the game had tried to stop them within the rules. In his opinion, this is clearly beyond them now. Seo-eun also prepared his fists. Apparently, Krasen's book senses its impending end. In the center of the room stood a statue with swords stuck in it and a pile of gold at its feet. Seeing him, Krasina said he had arrived at last and asked him to break his seals sooner rather than later. The NPCs rushed to attack Choi Yul. He retaliated by kicking them with his legs and sword. Krasen's book reached the rift and it glowed with a blue light. Sitting on Choi Yul's shoulder, Jack announced that the road was open and Choi turned around. As Choi retreated from his opponents, he dashed toward the rift. The NPCs rushed after him into the rift. From above, sitting on the griffin, Hyo-ju shouted that this was the last warning, one step and she would attack. But the people didn't listen to her and only threw daggers at her face. Hyo-ju easily dodged the attack. She realized that it looked like the dialogue wasn't going to happen. Kwon also realized that there were too many enemies. He decided to respond with a siege rather than open combat. A shield appeared and Kim Yu-nun shouted for everyone to retreat to it. The statues shouted for their comrades not to let the humans leave and ordered them to massacre their own people that still regretted the past. Seeing that the enemies were attacking, Kwon also ordered to rush to the attack and defend the evacuees. Facing his opponent, Kwon asked what he had heard from the game. Statue replied that they wanted to destroy this paradise and return to Earth. Swinging, the statue screamed that they were stupid and threw a punch, but Kwon deflected it with his shield. He kept shouting that even those they thought were gods here were just puppets of the player. Extending his arm, the statue asked to destroy a game run by such a player. Kwon thought it was possible. He asked Kwon to surrender and accept his fate and called him an Einitz. Pointing his weapon at him, Kwon apologized and said there was one thing. There are people whose DNA is wired to reject death. Behind Kwon, a private reported that the first line of defense had been destroyed. Kwon asked how the evacuation was going. The private said it was about a third complete. After listening, Kwon ordered the retreat to maintain formation, and even if they died, they should not let the breach be breached. Kwon knew that if the city was destroyed, it would be game over for Choi Yul. He decided to hold out at all costs. On the other side of the rift, Choi was surprised that there was nothing. Jack hummed thoughtfully too. Without noticing, Choi armed himself and a huge monster appeared behind him. Choi turned around and was surprised to see Krasen there. He was happy that Choi had come for him and asked him to break his seals. He said that the key was already in Choi's hands. Choi looked at his hands and saw a sword in his hands. Choi walked by and said he wanted to check something first. He asked what the game had taken from Krasen and what his true purpose was. Krasina responded by asking him what he would say if Choi didn't like it. Choi said that then he would deal with him and end the game. Then Krasina asked Choi if he thought it was possible, and he said that if it was possible, he wouldn't have gotten here then. Fighting against opponents. Hyo-ju changed her equipment. Throwing herself into the attack, Hyo-ju thought that the enemies had a high level, but they could be defeated. The problem is, to confront the player and the city eaters, these two are not enough. One of the devourers burned the figure standing next to the city, then he pulled out a map. This is a free rifleman attack card that strikes the highest leveled unit of an enemy city. A hand grabbed the sword as it came out of the ground. It was a rift from which Krasina's silhouette emerged. He was seen by Hyo-ju standing in front of the Devourer and asked if he was going to fight against the game together with Choi Yul. In response, he said what was taken from him and what he wants is freedom. The game turned him into such a creature and his world died a long time ago. Reaching out, Krasina threw the cards away. Everything that had happened had opened his eyes. Countless worlds absorbed in the game. Looking at this place, Krasina thought for a moment. He wants to see what lies beyond, to step out into the larger universe and look beyond. That's why Krasina resisted, and that's why it was sealed. Choi was silent on that. Jack said it was unexpected that Krasina left the endgame to Choi. Choi replied that his goal wasn't revenge. Smiling Choi said it was a very winning strategy. He knew that Krasina had all the data on the players and the Devourers protecting the city. Spreading his palm, Choi decided that he would take the battle against a game about which there was no information. Nearby, Jack reported that in a battle with an unknown or stronger opponent, and there was no one better than Choi. Laughing, Choi said it's an onerous assessment, but he'll try to live up to expectations. There was a bang, and then a hole appeared in that spot. Choi was surprised that part of the game had changed. He wondered if she had come over to this side in exchange for a cheat. Throwing up his sword, Ragnarok shouted that they had found a method of destruction and could proceed. Extending his arm, Choi placed them on the wall. Choi opened the doors and decided to see what was behind them. Laughing, Choi imagined there would be the face of a monster eating worlds called the game. Falling down, Choi didn't realize what it was. Water. But then he laughed again and Jack asked what it was. He kept falling and laughing. Jack didn't understand what was happening and Choi stammered and tried to explain. Clenching his teeth, Choi held back the tears. He realized that these were emotions, so many that he couldn't hold them back. Here's the thing. Emotions were the food of the game. They were so powerful that they became tangible. And by feeding on those emotions, the game lives on. A strange creature appeared in front of Choi. Staring at it, Choi wondered what it was that looked like a whale or something else. At that moment, Choi stopped feeling anything. No evil or good, no signs of life. It exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Choi's body clenched and he groaned. He was overcome by emotion again. Jack shouted that Choi needed to control his mind. He shouted that he had to pull himself together. However, Choi felt like this was an impossible level. If he continued to fall under such strong emotions, he would go crazy. Released again, and Choi explained to Jack that emotions are signals triggered by brain stimulation. If he is in a state of soul, i.e. out of the body, there is no problem. Keith moved toward Choi. Ragnarok clutched his sword and said he was sure he'd cut it, but it didn't work. Choi, Blee's soul and body have the same feeling, but what is that feeling? Something hit Choi in the back. Magic. A weapon. Clenching his teeth, Choi glanced away, but there was no end to it. A flash of light appeared in the sky above the whale. Choi pulled out some seals. The soul and body pointed the sword at the whale. However, the soul-striking magic did not work. Ragnarok replied that he couldn't even feel the whale's energy. Choi responded by saying that Krasina's weakness was useless too. They tried to leave, but Choi noticed that the whale was following him, so Choi decided to speed up. At that moment, Choi decided to think simpler. Physical and spiritual contact is impossible if neither energy nor magic nor will can be felt. They see it, but it doesn't exist in this dimension. Then Choi must either move to that dimension or bring the game here. The eighth gourd continued to be attacked, but the shield around him held back the blows. When Hyo-ju turned around, she thought it was a storm. Krasina noticed it too. Holding the Devourer with one hand, Krasina thought it was a cheat reacting to something, but it had never happened before. Choi, meanwhile, tried to hit the whale with the key, but nothing worked. Choi told Ragnarok that he had used all the skills in the game, but it was no use. Ragnarok warned that there would be another attack and to be careful. Holding up his shield, Choi told his body there was a plan, and to get ready. Ragnarok warned him that he wouldn't last long. A protective ball formed around Choi. At that moment, Choi realized that the game's body was reacting to every glow. There's nothing left to do but find out what it means. A piece of land appeared behind Choi. Looking at him, Choi didn't realize what it was. There was an explosion that threw Ragnarok back. Choi realized that they lacked the cheats to pull the game out. But they have no other choice. Maximum powerful magical attack on the visible part. The picture changes when the cheat encounters the game. Perhaps worlds that have been absorbed by the game. Using cheats to move the game into this world. Pushing the whale, Choi asked Jack to do the same to move the game away. Looking at the whale, Choi decided that this amount really wasn't enough. The whale opened its mouth and a beam of light appeared in its throat. The beam attacked Choi and Jack. Running away, Jack asked if Choi had a plan. They were approaching the rift. When they came out, they saw the NPCs waiting for them. Keith had also broken out of the rift. Once on the other side of the whale, it grabbed the NPC with its mouth. Then the whale began to devour everything around it. If the world captured by the game provides power through cheats thinking about it, Choi wondered why he only started acting now. The answer is simple. He waited. waiting for someone else to figure it out. Keith strode forward, swallowing the doors one by one. He waited for that one moment to get right down the game's throat. Stopping, Choi watched the whale from below catch up to him. This was the true face of the game. Choi started to have chits around him. Jack said it was a powerful energy. Choi responded by saying that this power was far superior to a berserker. With a wave of his hand, Choi warned Jack to be more careful and added that they should try harder because the enemy was still stronger than they were. Crossing his arm, Jack replied that he knew, but it wasn't worth swinging a sword at. Opening its mouth, the whale aimed a multitude of daggers and swords towards its opponents. From above, Jack attacked him with a punch. The cheats jerked and Jack's punch had no effect. Taking the cheat, Choi thought that if emotions are food for the game, then it will endlessly gain power from this ocean of feelings. He made several turns around the whale. With a shout, Choi raised his sword. Determined to drive her out of here, Choi let the game crash into a warehouse of worlds. Meanwhile, Christina fought the Devourers while helping Hyoju. A whale emerged from the clouds. Christina tensed when he saw it. Choi and Jack kept pushing him. When the first roar of the game sounded, all the creatures belonging to her collapsed to their knees. Except for the 8th city protected by the cheat. When the second roar sounded, all the creatures belonging to the game have fallen into madness. A madness full of lust to destroy the 8th city. Kwon clenched his teeth as he looked at the maddened opponents. He said that even the people of the allied cities were now their enemies. Clutching his weapon, Kwon said, "Sorry, but they can't stop here." He would be glad even if he had to. Kwon struck his opponents and they fell to the ground. Taking the phone, Choi asked him he couldn't bear to see it destroyed as soon as possible. Preparations for the capture of the game's forces have been completed. They need that power to restore the land to its former state. Analyzing the game's situational field and reality-altering cheats helped in creating the code for the hack. It's only possible to control objects for now, but if they take more power, it will work on the players as well. As they approached the whale, Choi and Jack tried to stick chits into it. There was a flash of light. Kwon and Hyoju appeared in front of Choi and Jack. Hyoju shouted that they needed to get out of here first. Looking at the system, Choi agreed with her. An emergency evacuation code appeared. Looking out from behind Choi's back, he asked how the guys were doing. Smiling, Hyoju replied that Krasina had also shared her power with them. Turning around, Choi asked if Krasina had any more chits left. But there were a bunch of cheats behind Choi. Krasina said they were cheats that were saved in case Choi failed. Krasina saved them to use when he needed them, but Krasina is also a player. Realizing there would never be another chance like this, he put it all on the line. After listening to him, Choi Yul smiled and thought that Krasina never relaxes. Watching the game, Hyoju yelled for Choi Yul to focus on capturing the power of the game, and Kwon said they would take care of the defense. Jack added that they would see how much his student had grown. Extending his hand, Choi opened the notification system and said that he was counting on them in that case. The city was in front of them. Seo Yoon thought they had returned to the city. With his shield out, Kwon went to attack the whale. However, the whale attacked him and knocked him down. Hyoju and Jack came to his aid and told Hyoju to focus on preventing Choi Yul from getting close to him. Two Devourers appeared behind Choi, but Krasina came up to him and took them down with one swing of his sword. Their thoughts converged. Choi voiced that the whale couldn't interfere with the game. Well, it can, but only with the help of the system. With his hand outstretched, Kim Sung shouted that the Demon King and the gods are coming. He ordered everyone to be dealt with quietly, one by one. He wanted everyone to defend the city. Kang Ji rushed into the battle attacking the monsters. Krasina So Yoon and Kang Woo also fought against the monsters in the sky. Hyoju, Kwon, and Jack were opposing the whale. Choi Yul kept trying to figure out the status windows. A mountain of bodies lay in the streets of the 8th city. Choi knew he needed a little more, but he didn't have enough cheats. Krasina doesn't have any more aces up his sleeve either. Watching Krasina fight, I saw that it looked like his last bet was going to fall through. As Choi continued to hack into the system, he thought it wasn't enough yet. At least with the power stolen up to this point, at least the ground. The whale opened its mouth and swallowed Choi. When Hyoju saw this, she cried out. Once inside the game, Choi thought when the defense of the chit was over, he too would disintegrate. Clenching his fist, Choi thought that if so, he would gather his remaining strength and strike at least one blow. Behind him, a voice was raised by Krasen's book asking this was his brother's worst move. Krasina's hand emerged from the Nikki. When different worlds collide in the game, an error occurs. Krasina explained that it is if not world-level energy with the world, then there is no error. But if you analyze the collision formula and collide objects of a certain world with calculated speed and power, in Choi Ye's opinion, all of this would cause a mistake. When Choi Yul saw his brother, he asked if he wanted to fight again. Smiling, Choi Ye listened as Yul asked Ye Onu managed to get out of the book with a chit. A notification window appeared in front of Choi, and he turned around to look at his brother and asked why he was helping so suddenly. And Choi Ye replied that this mistake was not enough to clinch the rest of the game. He believed that if you collide more than 74% of the items in a game, you can create enough bugs. Choi Yul remarks that they don't have time to collect items, and Choi Ye tells Yul not to worry because it's their way out. Zokihedron, which is given at the beginning of the game. It contains all the equipment in the game. They will use it to push all the equipment. Looking at Choi Ye, Yul asked why he was helping him. Choi Ye replied that he lost. How Choi Ye thought to create the world he wants isn't necessarily within the game. The game was just the quickest and easiest way. A monster rushed at Seo Yun and Kong Du. Covering himself with Kong Du, Seo Yun pushed him away with his other hand, reflecting the monster's attack. Suddenly, they were transported to the forest. Continuing to stand in a stance, Seo Yun asked the game what was on her mind. Kang Du didn't understand why everything was quiet either. Kang Du opened the umbrella and flew upwards. That's when Seo Yun realized they were back on the ground. Waving his arms, the adventurer shouted that the status window was not opening. His ally noticed that the cell phone connection had been restored. People immediately started calling their loved ones and asking where they were. Kwon, standing in the crowd, thought Choi Yul had done it. Hyoju turned around and noticed that Choi Yul and the master were nowhere to be seen. Pieces of land taken for the game began to return to their places. Choi thanked his brother and said that it was because of him that they had made it through. Yeah, he said nothing in response. There was only one problem left. Keith, this was the last case. Jack jumped on Christina's shoulder, and Christina told him not to let his guard down, and remembered that their opponent was a game. And Jack replied that a wounded animal is the most dangerous. The whale had several holes in its body. When the whale moved in their direction, Choi warned his brother that it was coming. Suddenly, Choi saw playful cubs inside the whale. A bright light illuminated them. They tried to attack the whale, but they did no damage. One egg cracked. Christina realized that the game had stolen the cubs using its remaining power. Choi Yul noticed that all the power was gone in an instant. It was clear that the game was definitely dead. He had a hunch that she had passed the remaining power to her cubs. He asked if she had entrusted revenge to her descendants. Yul replied that no one could know that, and maybe she just wanted to keep them safe. There was no great victory or great evil as a result of this battle. It's just that in the usual struggle of an ecosystem of eating and being eaten, the Earth survived. With his arms at his sides, Choi Yul asked if they were coming back. Now the land is reunited again, disfigured like in the game. In order to prevent great chaos, we must act quickly. Taking the book, Choi Yul replied that he had already thought of everything. There were 3 spaceships hovering above the Earth. There was a special unit there. It belonged to the Outer Space Defense of the Solar System's United Army. Commander-in-Chief Kwon said this mission is to protect an elven race that has requested asylum. He told everyone to be careful. It's been 2 years since the end of the game. The Earth has been thrown into chaos. But thanks to the efforts of Choi Yul and the citizens of the 8th city, the situation quickly stabilized. A news anchor asked the 8th city, now called Asadal, to become a key city. The man replied that the borders had lost their meaning. The world has been reorganized around megacities called key cities. Asadal has become the largest key city in the new land. The host asked if there were still people who missed the game. Those who believe this game was a paradise created by God are called exiles from paradise. In the game, the dead could be resurrected multiple times. However, these are copies embodied as data. These are creatures that can only live in the game. Their real bodies have indeed met their demise. But for some people, it doesn't matter if they're real or not. It will probably remain a matter of debate. After listening, the host suggested changing the subject and the man agreed, offering to discuss the latest news about Asad Dal's heroes. First, Solar System's Special Crimes Investigations Unit. Looking at the city, Seo Yun said he was sick of the exiles from paradise becoming more and more aggressive. A nearby Choi Ye replied that he could partly understand them, but they chose the wrong methods. Seo Yun flew into the city on his dragon and shouted at the protesters to stop because the police had arrived. Bringing up his fist, he shouted that resistance would only bring them injury. 16 pieces of legendary equipment were discovered. Looking out the window, President Kang Du asked if the quality had been confirmed. He was informed that it had been confirmed. Smiling, he replied that he understood and ordered him to return carefully. Kang Du said that her abilities were unchanged, and he wondered when she would accept their offer. In his opinion, there is no place that can offer better conditions than them. Kang Du has now become the leading president of the leading company of the Hongkik solar system. He is the Midas arm of Kang Du-sik. On the phone, Hyo-ju wondered how she had refused those conditions. Putting her hand behind her head, Kang-ji replied that she was more comfortable being a freelancer. Hyo-ju replied that she was happy that she was helping them. Sunbathing Kongji asked if Hyo-ju knew that she was taking good care of herself now. She became an upper-class appraiser through the eyes of God Kang Ji-woo. In response, Hyo-ju sighed and Kang Ji asked where she was now. Hyo-ju replied that she was on Mars. Kang Ji smiled and asked if she was still sticking her nose in other people's business. But Hyo-ju thought it was necessary to catch up with Master and Choi Yul. Then Hyo-ju said she had to go and they would call again. Kang Ji wanted to say that she didn't even have to try, but she didn't have time to say anything. Earth was not the only planet reborn. Most celestial bodies returned to their original universes. But by joining with other stars, shard worlds have been recreated. The gnome said the mine was too good for pigs who don't know art and can only make ugly weapons. Leaning over him, the goblin said that weapons are practicality. Let the goblins do the design. The dwarf argued that it was the ultimate in practicality. Standing on the mountain, Hyo-ju shouted for them to stop. She became the second sun of the solar system. Go Hyo-ju's blue dragon flame! She shouted that she'd had enough of fighting. Raising his fist, the dwarf shouted that it was a magnificent perfect weapon and asked to touch it at least once. The orc roared and called Go Hyo-ju a strong woman and asked to fight him. Krasina, Choi Yul, and Choi Ye-hee were standing on the moon. They were looking at the earth. Choi Yul asked he was leaving. Krasina laughed and replied that it was interesting to observe this universe. Closing his eyes, he reminded himself that he had a greater purpose. Christina dreamed of seeing the vastness beyond the game, to go beyond the ecosystem of one star and consider the ecosystem of the entire universe. With his hands behind his head, Choi asked if it was necessary to leave, since the plan to free the other universes consumed by the game was already underway. But Krasina replied that he had already said he was hungry for more. He suggested that maybe the game isn't the ultimate predator of this universe. He asked if there was someone who used the game as food. Choi raised his head and asked him not to say such scary things with a smile. And Christina said he can't contain his desire to see it all, so he's leaving right now. Nodding, Choi replied that he knew that would be the case and then turning to his brother asked where he was going. Choi Ye asked if he stays here and plays with him. Choi Yul thinks he will win. Turning away, he said that his whole world is Yul and parents. However, the opportunity to save them here is already gone. Choi Yul lowered his eyes and said that when he stole the power of the game, he wanted to somehow resurrect the dead, but it was impossible. Rising into the air, Yehi summarized that was why he was leaving. Choi Yul didn't understand him. He explained that if there was a being superior to the game, he would be able to resurrect his parents with that power. This surprised Yul, and he asked if they were but he showed him the balloon saying that the parents were here. He transferred their data before the game ended. Leaving Krasina turned around and he told Yul to wait because he would be back with his parents. Lowering his eyes, he offered to play again and risk the world or the universe. There was a flash, a portal opened, and Krasina and Yeon disappeared. Closing his eyes, Choi Yul said he still had the feeling that he had let go of something far more dangerous than the game. Jack spoke up, saying they had a lot of work to do. Choi agreed with him. A snake appeared behind Choi's back, and he smiled and folded his arms, reminding him that the job remained the same. Prepare to train, share knowledge and strength to move forward together. They'll survive. Even if there's a game or worse, they will. The system reported that all the materials needed to create the seed had been collected. The creation of the seed took place. The die was cast, which meant the use of the seed of creation. Life in this galaxy is randomly generated. The system asked if the players wanted to start a new game.